Chapter 10 of Redskin and Cowboy, A Tale of the Western Plains by G.A. Henty. This librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10, A Race. "I don't think, Bronco," Hugh said one evening, "that I should do anything more about that race if I were you, or if you do, don't lay out any money on it. There is just as much interest in a race if it is for $1 or $2 as if all the boys in the outfit piled their money upon it. That horse beat yours pretty easily, quite as easy, I should say, as Prince could beat him for that distance, and I really don't think that Prince would have any pull of him in races of the length you have been on here. A 20-mile gallop, I feel sure he would leave anything in camp behind easily, but I certainly would not race him any long distance of that sort. If I had a troop of Indians after me, Prince would have to do his best, whether it was 20 miles or 50, but I would not press him when it was merely a question of making money on him. Your horse was beaten, and, of course, we none of us like to own that the cross-tees men have got a better horse than we have. I am quite willing that Prince should run for the honor of the ranch, but I don't feel at all sure about his winning, and should be sorry to see the boys plank their dollars down heavily upon him." "All right, Hugh, it is your horse, and I will do as you want, but I should like to take that fellow down a bit. He is one of those fellows as is always blowing. He rather likes to be thought a bad man, and is said to be very handy with his six-shooter." On Sunday morning, after breakfast was over, the cowboy in question, with 2 or 3 men of the same ranch, came across from their wagon to that of the O-Triangle men. "Have you got anything else that can go in this crowd?" he said, addressing Bronco Harry. "There don't seem to be any horses worth talking about in the whole roundup. Some of our boys say as how they have seen one of your lot on a likely-looking bay." "Well, I don't deny he is a good-looking horse," Bronco Harry said, "and can go a bit, but he is slow at starting, and that critter of yours is too speedy for the bay to have a chance of catching him up in a quarter of a mile. Make it a bit over, and I will ride him myself against you if you like." "I don't care about a half-mile," the man said, "but I will split the difference if you like. Or if you fancy your critter for a long journey, I'm open to make a match 10 miles out and back, each side to put down $200. "What do you say to that, mate?" Bronco Harry said, turning to Hugh. Hugh shook his head decidedly. "I wouldn't have ridden him at racing speed 20 miles if there were $1,000 at stake," he said. "But if you like to take up the offer, you can ride him." "Oh, it is your horse, is it?" the cowboy said. "Why don't you ride him yourself?" "Because I ride something like 2 stones heavier than you do," Hugh said, "and if the horse is going to race, he may as well have a fair chance." "Well, how much shall it be for?" the cowboy said, turning again to Bronco Harry. "I suppose we may as well say the same stake. $100 a side, I suppose. That won't hurt you if you fancy the horse." 2 or 3 of the O-Triangle men broke in together. "Take him up, Bronco. We will all chip in." "Very well, then. That is settled," Bronco Harry said. "Shall we say 5 o'clock? I suppose we shall ride the same course as last time. I will go out now and step the distance if you will go on with me." "All right," the man said, and they at once proceeded to mark out a distance of 700 paces, which they both agreed was somewhere about halfway between a quarter and a half a mile. A wand, to which Bronco attached his neckerchief, was stuck up as the winning post, while a low bush marked the point from which they had started to measure. The news soon spread through the camp, and many of the cowboys of the other ranches strolled in to find out what the O-Triangle men thought of their chances, and to see whether they were disposed to back their horse. Hugh, however, persuaded them not to risk their money. "You see," he said, "my horse didn't beat Bronco's by much." "No more did the other chap, Hugh. He just jumped 2 lengths ahead, and after that Bronco held him." "Yes, I know that," Hugh replied, "but we don't know that he was doing his best." "That is so," Bronco agreed. "He knew he had got me, and there was no use in giving his horse away. I expect he had got a bit in hand. I don't think it is good enough to bet on. Now let us get this money together." 20 of the men put down their $5 at once, and as the others wished also to have a share, Bronco Harry said, "Well, you 3 put in your $5 each, and Hugh and I will make it up to 50. Like enough, they will be laying odds on their horse, especially when they find we won't bet, so that at the last moment I will take them up for this 50, and if we win, we will put it to the stakes and divide up all round." The proposal was at once agreed to. Towards the end of the afternoon, they found that the cross-tees men were offering 3 and 4 to 1 upon their horse, for the odds had run up rapidly, as none of the other cowboys were disposed to back the O-Triangle, seeing that the men of that ranch would not bet on their horse. At the appointed hour, the 2 competitors went to the post. There had been several minor races, but these had attracted comparatively little interest. Every man in camp, however, had assembled for the purpose of seeing this contest, and they were now gathered near the winning post. A cowboy belonging to a neutral ranch was to act as starter. The two riders had divested themselves of their heavy boots. "You must shake him up to begin with, Bronco," Hugh had said to him before he mounted. "He will do his best afterwards. He hates being passed, and when he sees the other ahead of him, he will go all he knows." "Now," the starter said, when the two horses stood side by side in a line with him, "I shall walk on 20 or 30 yards ahead so that you can both see me. Then I shall hold up my six-shooter and fire. Don't either of you start till I do. I may fire straight off. I may wait a minute after I've got my hand up. You have got to keep your eyes on me, and when you see the flash, then you let them go." Both men fastened their spurs onto their stockinged feet, and as the pistol went off, struck their heels into their mounts, while, at the same moment, Bronco Harry brought down his whip smartly on Prince's quarter. Astonished at this treatment, the animal gave a bound forward and started at full gallop. There was no occasion for the other man to use his whip. His horse knew what was expected of it, and with its hind legs gathered under it, had been expecting the signal, and was even more quickly away than Prince. It did not, however, gain more than a length. For the first 300 yards, the horses maintained their relative position, but Prince was tugging at his bridle, and his rider, though shouting and yelling as if to urge him to his fullest speed, was yet holding him in. Then the leading horseman, thinking that Prince was doing his best, and feeling certain that he had the race in hand, dug his spurs into his horse, and the animal in a few bounds had added another length to his lead. But Bronco Harry loosened his pull at the reins and let Prince go, and before another 100 yards had been passed, his head was level with the other's stirrup. The cross-tees man whipped and spurred, while Bronco Harry sat quiet on his horse and contented himself by maintaining his present position. When 100 yards from home, he shook his horse up and slightly touched him with a spur. Almost instantaneously, Prince was level with his opponent, and then dashing on ahead passed the flagpost 3 lengths in advance amidst a loud cheer from the O Triangle men, and from most of the other cowboys, for although few had ventured to back the horse, there was a general feeling of satisfaction at seeing the cross-tees man beaten. The latter, without a word, circled round and rode straight back to his wagon, and the stakeholder handed over the stake and bets, which had both been deposited with him, to Bronco Harry. $250, he said, as he put the roll of notes in his pocket, for the bets had been made at 3 to 1. "I call that an easier way of making money than cow-punching. I can't stand treat, boys, because there's no liquor in camp. But remember, I owe you one all round the first time we meet in a saloon." Returning to camp, the division was made, and each of the 25 men received his share of $10, together with the money he had staked. "I shouldn't be surprised, Hugh," Bronco Harry said as they sat round the fire, "if we have trouble with that skunk. He is a bad-tempered lot at best, and he dropped his money heavy, for I hear he put in all the stake himself, and he bet some besides. He took 20 off me last week, but he has dropped pretty well half his season's money. You see if he don't try and get up trouble." "If he does, leave him to me, Harry." "I don't want to leave him to you, Hugh. I rode the race, and if he wants fighting, he will get it here. But I'm afraid it is likely enough he will try and make trouble with you. He knows that I'm a pretty tough hand, but he thinks you nothing but a tenderfoot, and that sort of fellow always fixes a quarrel on a soft if he gets the chance." "Well, as you know, Harry, I can take care of myself, and I would much rather it was me than you. I know that you are a good deal better shot than I am, but you know you are not nearly so quick with your weapon. There would be no occasion to shoot, I fancy." "You are right there, lad. If you get the drop on him, you will see he will weaken directly." The evening, however, passed off without the defeated cowboy making his appearance. "He reckons it wouldn't do," Tom Long said. "You see, the whole crowd would be agin him if he were to come and get up a muss because he has been beaten a race. A fellow who runs his horse is bound to look pleasant whether he wins or whether he loses, and a good many of the boys was saying as they never see a worse thing than the way he galloped off after Bronco came in ahead of him. If he was to come down here and make a muss, he knows that for sure the crowd wouldn't stand it, and that if everything wasn't perfectly square, they would come Judge Lynch on him in no time. Now, a man may take the chance of being shot in a quarrel, but when, if he ain't shot by one man, he is likely to get hung by a crowd, it takes a pretty hard man to run the chances. Only look out for him, Bronco. I believe he has got a touch of Mexican blood in him, although, I dare say, he would shoot the man who ventured to say so. Only it is there for all that, and you know a Mexican don't mind waiting months so that he gets even at last. That's so, Bronco Harry agreed. A greaser is about the worst sort of white, that is, if you can call them white. I don't know, but I hate them more than Injuns. On the following morning, half No. 1 outfit started north with a herd of 5,000 cattle that had been picked out from those driven in and branded, and Hugh, with his 4 mates, now took their turn at driving in the herds to the yard. This was much more to Hugh's taste than the previous work had been. He did not mind the work of hauling out and throwing the calves, nor of keeping back the cows, but he hated seeing the calves branded, and still more the operation of cutting their ears. It was, of course, necessary work, but it was painful to him to share in, and indeed he had generally managed to get Bill Royce to exchange work with him when he was told off to perform these operations. The herding, on the other hand, was good fun. The animals seemed to have an instinctive repulsion for the stockyard. Many of them had been branded there the previous year and probably recognized the spot. At any rate, there were constant attempts to break away, and it needed all the energy and vigilance of their guard to drive them down to the yard, and still more to keep them there while awaiting their turn to enter it. But more exciting still, and much more dangerous, was the work of those who kept guard at the lower end of the yard. As the animals came out, the calves were half mad with terror and pain, and the cows furious at the defeat of their efforts to succor their offspring, so that it was dangerous work for the men of the various ranches to pick out the animals bearing their brand and to drive them off to the knot of animals gathered at some little distance away under the guard of 2 of their comrades. Sometimes the cows made furious charges, which it needed all the agility of horse and rider to avoid. Then, as the animal rushed past, a rope would be thrown over its head or under its leg, and an instant later it would come to the ground with a crash. This generally proved sufficient. The cow, when the rope was slackened, rose to its feet in a half-dazed way and walked heavily off, with the evident impression upon its mind that an earthquake had taken place. Hugh was glad when he heard in the middle of the day that the rest of the outfit had arrived with the wagon and all the horses, for he felt that Prince had had enough of it, and he at once galloped off, roped one of his own horses, shifted the saddle onto him, and went back to work. 1 or 2 of the bulls gave a great deal of trouble, charging hither and thither furiously as they came out from the yard. In these cases 3 or 4 of the cowboys united, and while one attracted his attention, the others threw their ropes. Some of the bulls had to be thrown half a dozen times before they were subdued. A few days later, the cross-teased man, who went by the name of Flash Bill, walked up to the fire round which the cowboys of No. 2 outfit were sitting. "I have just come across to say I am sorry I rode off that day you beat me, Bronco. I allow it was a mean trick of me, but I was riled pretty considerable. Still, I oughtn't to have done it. It weren't the right thing." "It weren't," Harry said. "But now you own up, there is an end of it. Sit right down and have a smoke." For some time the conversation turned upon horses. 2 or 3 other men of the Cross-Tees ranch sauntered up and joined in. Presently Flash Bill turned to Hugh, who had taken no part of the conversation, and said, "Have you a mind to trade that horse?" "No, I wouldn't sell it at any price," Hugh said. "It exactly suits me, and I should find difficulty in getting another as good." "Seems to me as I have seen that horse before," the man said. "Had him long?" "I have had him about 8 months," Hugh replied. "Curious, I seem to know him. Can't think where I've seen him. Somewhere out west." "I bought him at McKinney," Hugh said. "Oh, you bought him, did you?" "How do you suppose I got him?" Hugh asked shortly. "Oh, there are plenty of horses out on these plains as never was paid for," Flash Bill said. "I don't say there are not," Hugh replied. "At any rate, I expect you are a better authority about that than I am." "What do you mean by that?" "I mean exactly what I say," Hugh said quietly. "Do you mean to say as I have been a horse thief?" the man exclaimed furiously. "I mean to say exactly what I did say," Hugh replied. "Then you are a liar," and the man's hand went to his hip. To his astonishment, before his finger had closed on the butt of his pistol, he was looking down the barrel of Hugh's revolver. "Drop that," Hugh exclaimed, "or I fire." Flash Bill threw up his hand. "Now you will take that back," Hugh said. "I take it back," Flash Bill said sullenly. "You've got the drop on me, though how you did it I don't know. There ain't nothing more to be said. I take it back." "There is an end of it, then," Hugh said, replacing his pistol in his belt. "You thought you had got a soft thing. You see you've made a mistake." "You had better git, Flash Bill," Bronco Harry said. "You ain't wanted here." You came over to make a muss, and only I noticed Hugh could hold his own with you, I would have put a bullet into you myself when I saw your hand go to your pistol. You get, and if you will take my advice, you will get altogether. You can't play the bad man in this camp any longer after weakening before a young chap as is little more than a tenderfoot. With a muttered execration, Flash Bill got up and, followed by the men of his own ranch, walked up. You did mighty well, considering that is the first trouble you've been in, Hugh, but you did wrong in not shooting. The rule on the plains is, if one man calls another either a liar or a coward, that fellow has a right to shoot him down if he can get his gun out first. That's the rule, ain't it, boys? There was a chorus of assent. You may call a man pretty nigh everything else, and it don't go for much. We ain't shy as to our words here, but them two words, liar and coward, is death, and you would have done well to have shot him. You bet you'll have trouble with that fellow some day. You'll see he will go now, but you'll hear of him again. I could no more have shot him than I could have flown, Hugh said, for he was really unarmed. He would have shot you if he had been healed first, Long Tom said, and there ain't a man in the camp but would have said that you had been perfectly right if you had shot him, for it is sartain he came over here bound to kill you. I agree with Bronco. You have done a mighty soft thing, and maybe you will be sorry for it some day. I have heard say that Flash Bill has been a mighty hard man in his time, and I guess as stealing horses ain't been the worst thing he has done, and I reckon he has come back here to work for a bit because he has made it too hot for himself in the settlements. Well, it's a pity you didn't shoot. The next morning as they were saddling their horses, Flash Bill rode past. He had his blankets and kit strapped behind his saddle. He checked his horse as he came up to them. I give you warning, he said to Hugh, that I'll shoot at sight when we meet again. You too, Bronco Harry. All right, Bronco Harry replied. We shall both be ready for you. Without another word, Flash Bill put spurs to his horse and galloped away. This was the regular form of challenge among the cowboys. Sometimes, after a quarrel in which one of them had got the drop on the other, and the latter had been obliged to take back what he had said, mutual friends would interfere. And if the row had taken place when one or other of the men had been drinking, or when there was no previous malice or dislike between the men, the matter would be made up and things go on as before. If, however, the quarrel had been a deliberate one, and one or the other considered himself still aggrieved, he would take his discharge and leave the camp on the following morning, giving his antagonistic notice that he should shoot at sight when they next met, and whether the meeting was alone on the plains, in a drinking saloon, or in a street, both parties would draw and fire the moment their eyes fell on each other. That Flash Bill should have been forced to take back his words by this young hand of the O Triangle Ranch was a matter of the deepest astonishment to the camp, and Hugh found himself quite a popular character, for Flash Bill had made himself very obnoxious, and with the exception of 2 or 3 men of his own camp in the Cross-Tees outfit, the men of that body were more pleased than anyone else that the bully had had to leave. None were more astonished than the men of the other outfits of the O Triangle Ranch. They had heard Hugh addressed as Lightning, but curiosity is not a cowboy failing, and few had given a thought as to how he had come by the appellation. 1 or 2 had asked the question, but Bronco Harry had, the night before his party started the roundup, said to the others, Look here, boys, if anyone asks how Lightning Hugh came by his name, don't you give him away. They will learn one of these days, and it will be as good as a theater when he does that gun trick of his, so keep it dark from the other boys. The few questions asked, therefore, had been met with a laugh. It is sort of a joke of ours, Bronco Harry had said to one of the questioners. You will see one of these days why it fits him. Hugh was not sorry when the time came for his outfit to start. They had charge of a herd of 8,000 or 9,000 animals, all belonging to the O Triangle. It was customary for most of the ranches to drive their own cattle, after a roundup, towards the neighborhood of their station for the convenience of cutting out the steers that were to be sent down to market, or herds principally of cows and calves, for purchasers who intended to establish ranches in the still unoccupied territory in New Mexico, Colorado, Dakota, and Montana. Some of these herds would have thousands of miles to travel and be many months upon the journey. Many of the cowboys looked forward to taking service with these herds and trying life under new conditions in the northern territories. When the beef herds and such cow herds as the manager of the ranch wished to sell had been picked out and sent off, the rest of the cattle would be free to wander anywhere they liked over the whole country until they were again swept together for the roundup, unless other sales were effected in the meantime, in which case parties of the cowboys would go out to cut out and drive in the number required. The number of cattle collected at the roundups was enormous, many of the ranches owning from 40 to 80,000 cattle. A considerable number were not driven in at the roundup, as the greater portion of the beef cattle, which had already been branded, were cut out and left behind by the various outfits, and only the cows and calves, with a few bulls to serve as leaders, were driven in. Nevertheless, at these great roundups in Texas, the number of the animals collected mounted up to between 200,000 and 300,000. Two-thirds of the work was over when number 2 outfit of the O Triangle Ranch started. "Well, I am glad that is over, Bill," Hugh said as they halted at the end of the first day's march. "I am not sorry," Bill Royce replied. "It is desperate hard work. All day at the stockyard and half one's time at night on guard with the herds is a little too much for anyone." "Yes, it has been hard work," Hugh said, "but I don't think I meant that so much as that it was not so pleasant in other ways as usual. The men are too tired to talk or sing of an evening. One breakfasted, or rather swallowed one's food half asleep before daylight, took one's dinner standing while at work, and was too tired to enjoy one's supper." "I reckon it has been a good roundup," Bronco Harry said. "There have been only 4 men killed by the cattle, and there haven't been more than 5 or 6 shooting scrapes. Let me think. Yes, only 5 men have been shot." "That is 5 too many, Bronco," Hugh said. "Well, that is so in one way, Hugh, but you see we should never get on out here without shooting." "Why shouldn't we?" "Because we're an all-fired rough lot out here. There ain't no law and no sheriffs and no police and no troops. How in thunder would you keep order if it weren't for the 6-shooter? There would be no peace, and the men would always be quarreling and wrangling. How would you work it anyway? It is just because a quarrel means a shooting scrape that men don't quarrel, and that everyone keeps a civil tongue in his head. There ain't nowhere in the world where there is so little quarreling as out here on the plains. You see, if we didn't all carry 6-shooters and were ready to use them, the bad-tempered men and the hard men would have it their own way. Big fellas like you would be able to bully little fellas like me. We should get all the bad men from the towns whenever they found the settlements too hot for them. We should have murderers and gamblers and horse thieves coming and mixing themselves up with us. I tell you, Hugh, that without the revolver, there would be no living out here. No, sirree, the 6-shooter puts us all on level, and each man has got to respect another. I don't say as there ain't a lot wiped out every year, because there is, but I say that it is better so than it would be without it. When these plains get settled up, and the Grangers have their farms on them, and the great cattle ranches go, and you got sheriffs and judges and all that, the 6-shooter will go too, but you can't do without it till then. The revolver is our sheriff and judge and executioner all rolled in one. No one who is quiet and peaceable has got much occasion to use it." "I nearly had to use it the other day, Bronco, and I reckon I am quiet and peaceable." "Wall, I don't altogether know about that, Hugh. I don't say as you want to quarrel, quite the contrary, but you made up your mind before you came here that if you got into trouble you were going to fight, and you practiced and practiced until you got so quick that you are sure you can get the drop on anyone you got into a muss with. So, though you don't want to get in a quarrel, if anyone wants to quarrel with you, you are ready to take him up. Now, if it hadn't been so, there wouldn't have been any shooting irons out the other night. Flash Bill came over to get up a quarrel. He was pretty well bound to get up a quarrel with someone, but if you had been a downright peaceable chap, he could not have got up a quarrel with you. If you had said quietly, when he kinder said as how you hadn't come by that horse honest, that Bill here had been with you when you bought him, and that you got a document in your pocket, signed by a sheriff and a judge, to prove that you had paid for it, there would have been no words with you. I don't say as Flash Bill, who was just spoiling for a fight, wouldn't have gone at somebody else. Likely enough, he would have gone at me. Well, if I had been a quiet and peaceable chap, I should have weakened too, and so it would have gone on until he got hold of somebody as wasn't going to weaken to no one, and then the trouble would have begun. I don't say as this is the place for your downright peaceable man, but I say if such a one comes here, he can manage to go through without mixing himself up in shooting scrapes." "But in that way a man like Flash Bill, let us say, who was known to be ready to use his pistol, might bully a whole camp." "Yes, if they were all peaceable people, but then, you see, they ain't. This sort of life ain't good for peaceable people. We take our chances pretty well every day of getting our necks broke one way or another, and when that is so, one don't think much more of the chances of being shot than of other chances. Besides, a man ain't allowed to carry on too bad. If he forces a fight on another and shoots him fair, mind you, The boys get together and say, "This can't go on," and that man is told to get, and when he is told that, he has got to. If he don't, he knows what he has got to expect. No, sirree, I don't say as everything out in the plains is just arranged as it might be in New York, but I say that, take the life as it is, I don't see as it could be arranged better. There was a chap out here for a bit as had read up no end of books, and he said it was just the same sort of thing way back in Europe, when every man carried his sword by his side and was always fighting duels, till at last the kings got strong enough to make laws to put it down and managed things without it. And that's the way it will be in this country. Once the law is strong enough to punish bad men, and to make it so there ain't no occasion for a fella to carry about a six-shooter to protect his life, then the six-shooter will go. But that won't be for a long time yet. Why, if it wasn't for us cowboys, there wouldn't be no living in the border settlements. The horse thieves and the outlaws would just rampage about as they pleased, and who would follow them out on the plains and into the mountains? But they know we won't have them out here, and that there would be no more mercy shown them if they fell into our hands than there would be to a rattler. Then again, who is it keeps the engines in order? Do you think it is Uncle Sam's troops? Why, the Redskins just laugh at them. It's the cowboys. It ain't so long ago, Long Tom put in, as a boss commissioner came out to talk with the natives and make them presents and get them to live peaceful. People out in the East who don't know nothing about Injuns are always doing some foolish thing like that. The big chief, he listens to the commissioner, and when he is done talking to him and asks what presents he should like, the chief said as the thing that would most tickle him would be a half-dozen cannons with plenty of ammunition. But, says the commissioner, we can't give you cannon to fight our troops with. Troops, says the chief, who cares about the troops? We can just drive them whenever we like. We want the cannons to fight the cowboys. That chief knew what was what. It is the cowboys as keeps back the Redskins. It's the cowboys as prevents these plains getting filled up with outlaws and horse thieves, and the cowboys can do it 'cause each man has got 6 lives pretty sartin at his belt, and as many more as he can take time to slip in fresh cartridges for, and because we don't place much value on our lives, seeing as we risk them every day. We know they ain't likely to be long anyhow. What with death among the herds, shooting scrapes, broken limbs, and one thing and another, and the work which wears out the strongest in a few years, a cowboy's life is bound to be a short one. You won't meet 1 in 10 who is over 30. It ain't like other jobs. We don't go away and take up with another trade. What should we be fit for? A man that has lived on horseback and spent his life galloping over the plains, what is he going to do when he ain't no longer fit for this work? He ain't going to hoe a corn patch or wear a biled shirt and work in a store. He ain't going to turn lawyer or set up to make boots or breeches. No, sirree. He knows his 10 years is about as much as he can reckon on if his chances are good, and that being so, he don't hold nothing particular to his life. We ain't got no wives and no children. We works hard for our money, and when we gets it, we spend it mostly in a spree. We are ready to share it with any mates as comes along hard up. It might be better, and it might be worse. Anyway, I don't see no chance of changing it as long as there is room out west for cattle ranches. Another 100 years, and the Grangers will have got the land, and the cowboys will be gone, but it will last our time anyhow. Hugh was much struck with this estimate of a cowboy's life by one of themselves, but on thinking it over, he saw that it was a true one. These men were the adventurous spirits of the United States. Had they been born in England, they would have probably either enlisted or run away as boys and gone to sea. They were men to whom a life of action was a necessity. Their life resembled rather that of the Arab or the Red Indian than that of civilized men. Their senses had become preternaturally acute. Their eyesight was wonderful. They could hear the slightest sound and pronounce unhesitatingly how it was caused. There was not an ounce of unnecessary flesh upon them. Their muscles seemed to have hardened into whipcord. They were capable of standing the most prolonged fatigue and hardship, and just as a wild stag will run for a considerable distance after receiving a wound that would be instantly fatal to a domestic animal, these men could, as he had seen for himself, and still more, as he had heard many anecdotes to prove, sustain wounds and injuries of the most terrible kind, and yet survive, seeming, in most cases, almost insensible to pain. They were, in fact, a race apart, and had very many good qualities and comparatively few bad ones. They were, indeed, as Long Tom had said, reckless of their lives, and they spent their earnings in foolish dissipation. But they knew of no better way. The little border towns or Mexican villages they frequented offered no other amusements, and except for clothes and ammunition for their pistols, they had literally no other need for their money. Nothing could exceed the kindness with which they nursed each other in illness or their generosity to men in distress. They were devoted to the interests of their employers, undergoing, as a matter of course, the most prolonged and most prodigious exertions. They were frank, good-tempered, and kindly in their intercourse with each other, as addicted to practical jokes as so many schoolboys, and joining as heartily in the laugh when they happened to be the victims as when they were the perpetrators of the jokes. Their code of honor was perhaps a primitive one, but they lived up to it strictly, and in spite of its hardship and its dangers, there was an irresistible fascination in the wild life that they led. End of Chapter 10. Read by Dory Smith. Chapter 11 of Redskin and Cowboy, A Tale of the Western Plains by G.A. Henty. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11, A Fire on the Plains. After the hard work at the roundup, the journey north seemed almost a holiday. Of an evening, the cook's accordion was again brought out, and the men sang and, to Hugh's amusement, danced. He thought the proposal was a joke when it was first made, but he soon saw that it was quite serious. He had declined to take part in it, saying that he had never danced since he was a little boy, but it was as much as he could do to restrain his laughter upon seeing the gravity with which 8 of the cowboys went through a quadrille to the music of the accordion. Then followed waltzes, and then some Mexican dances, the entertainment being kept up for a couple of hours. Dancing, indeed, is one of the favorite amusements of cowboys, and there being no females to dance with, they dance with each other and are so accustomed to do so that it comes to them as naturally as if dancing with women. When, however, they are camped within 30 or 40 miles of a Mexican village, it is no unusual thing for a party of half a dozen to ride over to it. Perhaps one has preceded them to make the arrangements. These are simple. The Mexicans are very musical, and there is not a village where men capable of playing upon the mandolin and perhaps other instruments cannot be found. An arrangement is made with these and with the landlord of the little inn. The preparations are not expensive, spirits for the men and a supply of cakes and syrups for the women. The news spreads like lightning, and in the evening Mexican villagers, male and female, in their best attire, from miles round arrive, some in carts and some on horseback. The music strikes up, and the dance is kept up until morning. Occasionally these entertainments end with a fray, arising generally from the jealousy of some young Mexican at the complacency with which his sweetheart receives the attentions of a cowboy admirer. But these are quite the exceptions. The Mexicans know that their host will be off in the morning, and that they shall probably never see them again, and they therefore put up philosophically with the temporary inconstancy of the damsels of their village. To the Mexican girls, indeed, these cowboys are veritable heroes. They have heard endless tales of their courage. They know that the Indians, who hold their countrymen in absolute contempt, fear to meet these terrible herdsmen. The careless way in which they spend their money, their readiness to bestow their gorgeous silk handkerchiefs, their really handsome and valuable sashes, or the gold cord of their hats upon their favorite partner for the evening, fills them with admiration. They know, too, that when, as occasionally happens, a cowboy does marry a Mexican girl and settles down upon some little ranch among them, the lot of his wife is greatly easier than that of those who marry Mexicans, and that she will be treated with an amount of consideration and courtesy undreamt of by the Mexican peasant, who, although an humble adorer before marriage, is a despotic master afterwards. It is not surprising, then, that upon occasions like these the cowboy hosts have a monopoly of the prettiest girls at the ball. Round the campfires in the evening, Hugh heard many tales of such evenings spent in the villages of New Mexico. "I had a very narrow escape once," a cowboy known as Straight Charlie said. "There were 6 of us went up together to a Mexican village, and we gave a first-rate hop. There was a big crowd there. Fine things went on well until there was a muss between one of our fellows and a Mexican. Jake was a rather hard man, and we hadn't much fancied his being of our party, for he was fonder of drink than of dancing, and was quarrelsome when the drink was in him. I don't know how the muss began, for I was dancing with as pretty a little Mexican girl as I ever came across. However, I haven't any doubts as Jake was in the wrong. The first I knowed about it was that the music stopped, and then I heard loud voices. I saw a knife flash and dropped my partner and was going to run in to stop it, but I hadn't more than thought about it when there was a crack of a pistol. Then knives were out all around, and there was a pretty lively fight. It seemed, as I heard afterwards, that when Jake shot the Mexican, and I don't say he had no right to do so when the Mexican had drawn his knife first, for if he had not shot, he would have been killed himself. 2 or 3 other Mexicans went for him, and as a matter of course, 2 of our fellows went for the Mexicans. If they hadn't been all mixed up together, the 6 of us could have cleared the whole lot out. But mixed up like that, and with girls about, our fellows hadn't much show. I was just breaking through to take a hand in the game when a fellow who had been looking pretty sour at me for some time jumped on my back like a wildcat. So down I went, and in half a minute my legs and arms were tied tight with their sashes. I didn't try to struggle after I had fallen, for I knew well enough that our fellows had got the worst of it. When matters cleared up a bit, I found that 4 Mexicans had been killed and 5 or 6 others pretty badly hurt. Jake and another of our boys were dead. 2 others had broke out, run to their horses, and ridden away. Another of the boys had been taken prisoner, but he had got 2 or 3 knife cuts before he was knocked down. There was a big hubbub for some time, as you may guess, and then they told us we should be taken to the town in the morning. Well, they took off the sashes and marched us away to a house at the end of the village. It was a plank house and built in the same fashion as their adobe huts, with one room behind the other. Of course, they had taken our 6-shooters and knives away from us, and they shoved us into the inner room, and then a dozen of them sat down to play cards and keep watch in the other. The place had been built as a sort of lock-up, and there were heavy bars to the window, just as you see in a good many Mexican houses. They had left our legs free, but had put some ropes around our arms, and we knew that we could shift them easy enough. The Mexicans had shut the door between the 2 rooms, but we could hear their talk through it, and we heard that, though the thing had been brought on by Jake, there would have been a muss anyhow sooner or later. 2 whites had come into the village a fortnight before. They were dressed like cowboys, but I reckon they were horse stealers or outlaws. Anyhow, they had kicked up a row and shot 3 men and rode away, and the Mexicans had seemed to make up their minds that they would take revenge on the next party that came in, whoever they were. Well, things looked pretty bad for us. If we had once got inside one of their prisons, the Mexican judges would have made short work of us. The greasers would, of course, have sworn that we had become the row and shot down 4 or 5 of their people without the least cause, and it would have been a case of hanging, as sure as a gun. So Dave and I agreed that we had got to get somehow. It were no use talking of fighting, for there was a dozen fellows in the next room, and they had all got their guns along with them. We hadn't got our knives, and there was no chance of cutting our way out. We were talking it over when someone said, "Are you there, Charlie?" at the window. It was one of the boys who had got away. You bet I was there pretty sharp. "Here I am, Ginger," I said. "How goes it?" "Pretty bad," he said. "Jeffries is cut pretty near to pieces, and I'm wounded in a half a dozen places and can scarce crawl. Jeffries is with the horses a mile away. He's too bad to stand. I made a shift to crawl back to see what had become of you. I've been creeping round and heard the 2 of you were shut up here and that you was going to be taken off tomorrow and would be hung sure, so I came round to see what could be done. Here's my 6-shooter if it'll be any good to you." "No, that won't be any good," I said. "There are 12 of them, and they have all got guns. But give me your knife. These planks are pretty thick, but we can cut our way through." "I haven't got it," says Ginger. "It was knocked out of my belt in the fight, and worse luck, Jeffries has lost his too. A fella got hold of his wrist so he couldn't use his pistol, and he drew his knife, and he was fighting with it, when he got a slice across his fingers, which pretty nigh cut them off, and he dropped his knife, and, as luck would have it, just wrenched himself free and bolted." "Well, we must do what we can," I said, "but it is hard luck on us. Look here, Ginger, you bring the 2 horses up to that clump of trees over there. Dave is pretty badly cut about and cannot run far, but he can make a shift to get over there. If we don't come by an hour before daylight, it ain't no use your waiting no longer. You go and pick up Jeffries and make tracks. But I reckon that somehow we shall manage to come." "All right," says he, and went. "Now, Dave," I said, "you turn over and let me get my teeth at your knots. It is hard if I don't manage to undo them." Sure enough, in 5 minutes I had loosed a knot, and then the rest was easy. Dave untied me, and we were free so far. "What next?" says Dave. "We will have a look around," says I. Luckily, there was a moon, and there was plenty of light to see what was in the room. There were some bits of furniture and bedding, just as they had been left by the people they had turned out to make room for us, but nothing that I could find as would help us to cut our way out. "Now, Dave," says I, You get to that corner, and I will get to this, and just shove against the planks and see if we can't push the whole side of this shanty out." Well, it were too strong for us. It was made of rough boards, pretty strongly nailed. I thought it gave a little, but nothing else would be any good. "If we could throw ourselves against it both together, it might go," I said. "But it mightn't, and if it didn't, we should have them inside in a moment, and there would be an end to it. What do you say to our burning ourselves out, Dave?" "How are we about to do that, Charlie?" he said. "Well, I've got my box of matches in my boot, and I suppose you have yours too. Let us pile up some of these wooden things against the two corners. There's plenty of straw in this bed. Before we begin, we will hang one of these blankets over the doorway so as to keep the smoke from going through the cracks. I reckon they are all smoking in there, and they won't smell it very quick." So we made a pile, moving as quiet as we could, standing still while they were not talking much in the next room, and moving whenever they made a row, which was pretty often. "These things are as dry as chips," I said, "and what smoke there is will mostly go out through the window, but I expect there will be more than we shall like. Here's a big pitcher of water. We will soak these two blankets and then lie down close to the floor. You cover your head with one, and I'll do it with the other. Now then." We lit a couple of matches and touched off the straw, and in a half a minute there was a blaze up to the roof. Then we lay down by the other wall, one on each side of the door, and waited. In about 2 minutes there was a shout in the next room and a rush. Then the door was flung open and the blanket torn down, and such a yelling and cussing as you never heard. The smoke was pretty bad where we was lying, and I reckon that up higher it was as thick as a wall. "The cursed Americans have lighted the house and smothered themselves," one of them shouted. Then they rushed out, coughing and choking, and we heard them shouting for water, and there were as much row as if the village had been attacked by Injuns. We waited another 3 or 4 minutes, and then Dave shouted, "I can't stand this no longer." I'd hoped they would have left the outer door open and that we could have got out that way, but we had heard it shut. I expect someone more cute than the rest suspected we were inside biding our time. "Take a long breath, Dave," says I, "and don't breathe again until you are out. Now, jump up and join me." We joined hands and made a run and threw ourselves against one corner of the end of the hut. Several of the planks fell, and a couple of kicks sent the rest out, then off we bolted. There were a yell outside, for by this time half the village were there. Luckily, the men with guns was mostly round by the door, and when the yells fetched them, there was too many women and children about for them to shoot. We went straight on, as you may guess, and we were halfway to the woods before the shooting began, and it were pretty wild at that. Dave gave out afore he got to the trees, and I had to carry him. "This way," Ginger shouted. I lifted Dave onto a horse and jumped up behind him, and we were off just as the Mexicans came running up. After that it were easy enough. We rode to where Jeffries had been left, got him onto Ginger's horse, and made tracks for the camp. Jeffries died next day, but Dave got over it. That were a pretty near touch, I reckon. "It was indeed," Hugh said. "That was a very lucky idea of yours of burning out the corners of the house." "Some of them Mexicans is cusses," another cowboy put in. "I had a smart affair with them in one of their villages last year. I had rid in with Baltimore Rube. We'd been searching some of the gullies for cows and had run short of sugar and tea. Well, I was on a young bronco I had only roped 2 days before, and the critter were as wild as could be. When we rode in, a lot of them brutes of dogs that swarms almost as thick as their fleas in all these Mexican villages came barking round, while one big brute in particular made as if he would pin my bronco by the nose, and the pony plunged and kicked till I thought he would have me off. There was a lot of their men standing at their doors smoking, for it were late in the afternoon, and they were all back from what they called work. I shouted to them to call their dogs off, but they just laughed and jeered, so I did the only thing as there was to do, just pulled out my 6-shooter and shot the dog. Well, if it had been a man, there could not have been a worse sort of row. The Mexicans ran into their houses just as quick as a lot of prairie dogs when they scent danger, and in a moment were back with their guns and began to blaze away. Well, naturally our dander is, a bullet chipped the bark off my cheek, and by the way my bronco jumped, I knew one had hit him, so Baltimore and I blazed away in return, and neither of us didn't shoot to miss, you bet. We just emptied our 6-shooters and then rode for it. Baltimore got a shot in his shoulder. I had one in the leg, and there was 2 in the saddle. We talked it over and agreed it were best to say nothing about it. Them Mexicans will swear black as white, and when there is a whole village swearing one way, and only 2 men swearing the other way, them 2 has got but a poor show of being believed. So we concluded to leave those parts altogether, and we rode 150 miles in the next 2 days, and then camped for a week till our wounds healed up a bit. A fortnight after that, we went into the station, and there I happened to light upon one of them rags the Mexicans calls papers, and there, sure enough, was the account of that business. 2 cowboys, unknown, rode last week into the quiet village of Pursery, and without the slightest provocation commenced a murderous attack upon its inhabitants, and after killing 4 and wounding 8 men, they galloped off before the inhabitants had time to betake themselves to their arms to defend themselves. A reward of $500 is offered for their apprehension. Now that were a pretty tall piece of lying, but Baltimore and I agreed it were best to keep dark about it altogether, for if it were talked about, it might get to the ears of some of the half-caste Mexicans about the station, and some day or other, when we went off into a village, we might find ourselves roped in. That is the way, Bronco Harry said indignantly. Us cowboys get a bad name. Now, I dare say that article were copied in half the newspapers in the States, and folks as know nothing about it would say, them cowboys is a cuss. They ought to be wiped off the earth right away. It is always so whenever there was a row between any of us and the Mexicans. They give their account of it, and we goes away and thinks no more about it one way or the other, and there's no one to show it up as a lie from beginning to end. And I know there's people think we're as bad as the Injuns, if not worse, and that we write about shooting down people just for amusement. Then all these outlaws and horse thieves and bad men near the settlements dress as much as they can like us, and every murder they commits, every horse that gets stolen, every man that gets held up and robbed, it is just put down to the cowboys. While if the truth were known, for every one of these fellas caught or wiped out by the sheriff and their posse, there's 20 gets wiped out by us. There was a cordial, "That is so, Bronco," all round the fire, for the injustice connected with their reputation was a very sore point among the cowboys. "Well, some day, Bronco," Hugh said, "when I get away from here, for as you know, I haven't come here to stay, I will take pen in hand and try to give a true account of you and your doings, so that people may see that there are 2 sides to the question." "Bully for you, Hugh," Long Tom said. "Just you put it in hot and strong. I tell you, it ain't nice if one does go down to the settlements in the winter, when work is slack, to see people look at you as if you were a wild beast who was only waiting his chance to hold up the whole town. Why, I've seen women pull their children indoors as I came along, as if I were a mountain lion and was meaning to draw my 6-shooter on them just for amusement." "Well," Hugh said, "I must say I heard stories at McKinney of cowboys coming down to a town and writing about shooting off the hats of the inhabitants, making targets of the bottles in the saloons, and generally turning the place topsy-turvy. Of course, I didn't believe it all." There was silence round the fire, and then straight Charlie said, "Well, Lightning, I won't say as you have been altogether deceived as to that, and I won't deny as I have taken part in sprees myself, but you see it don't hurt no one, it is just fun. If we do shoot the heads off the bottles, we pays for them, and it makes one laugh till one can scarcely sit in a saddle to see an old cuss jump when you put a bullet through his stovepipe hat. It is his fault for wearing such a thing, which is an unnatural invention altogether, and should be discouraged." "We do carry on," Bronco Harry agreed. "There ain't no denying it. When a man has been out on these plains for 6 months, working worse than a nigger, and that without a drop of liquor, it is natural as he should go in for a high old time when he gets down to a town with money in his pockets. But there ain't no real harm in it. We know how we can shoot, and that if we fire at a hat, there ain't no chance of our hitting the head inside. It just makes things lively for them for a bit, and there's never no trouble, unless anyone is fool enough to take the matter up and make a muss about it." "I'm not saying you do any real harm, Bronco, only you see the people in the towns don't know how well you shoot. If you knock a pipe out of my mouth, as you have done once or twice, I only laugh, because I know there was no chance in the world of your hitting me. But you see, they don't all know that. And so when a man finds there are 2 holes in his hat an inch above his head, he thinks he has had a marvelous escape of being murdered." "I don't deny as there is something in that," Bronco Harry said reflectively. "But you see, it is in their ignorance that the mistake comes in, not in our shooting. Anyhow, you see as we have got to do something to amuse ourselves, and we might do worse than just scare a few storemen who take it out of us by charging us about double the price they charge anyone else." Hugh was not convinced by the argument, but he felt that it was of no use to pursue the subject further. "How do the cows know their calves?" he asked one day, as at the end of a march some of the cows were loudly lowing for their offspring to come to them. "By smell," Bronco Harry replied promptly. "You don't see much of their ways here, for the calves are pretty well grown up. But when you are driving a herd, as I have done many a time, made up altogether of cows and young calves, you see a lot of it. 10 or 12 miles a day is as much as you can do with a herd of that sort. What steers there are always go ahead, grazing as they go. The cows will come straggling along next, and then the calves strung out all over the place, and the rear guard have pretty hard work to hurry them up. You see, calves have got no sense and run anywhere, under your horse's legs or anywhere else, while the cows don't pay much attention to them till they get to the end of the march. Then they begin to bawl for their calves to come to them, and the calves begin to bawl for their mothers, and I tell you that for a bit there is such a row going on that you would think the end of the world had come. 2,000 cows and as many calves can kick up a row, you bet, that will well nigh scare you." "But don't the calves know their mothers' voices?" "Not a bit of it. It is just smell and nothing else that brings them together. You would think the cows would know something about the color of their young'uns, but they don't. I've seen a cow that I knew had a white calf run up to a black calf and smell it, then to a brown one, and then to a spotted one, while her own white calf stood bawling fit to kill herself a dozen yards away. It is wonderful how they do find each other at all, and the job often takes them 2 or 3 hours. Some of the cows concludes at last that their calves have been left behind, and then off they set and would go all the way back to the place they had started from in the morning if you didn't stop them. Sometimes they don't find them at all that night." "But what happens to the calves then?" "The calves shift for themselves. They run up to other cows which have got their own calves sucking. Each cow will generally let them have a suck or two and then drive them off, and in that way they get enough to last them on until they find their mothers in the morning. There is a good deal of trouble in keeping night watch over a herd like that. It isn't that there is any risk of a stampede. A cow herd will never stampede if there are a lot of young calves in it, but they don't settle themselves comfortable to sleep. The calves want to wander about, and the cows who haven't found their young ones keep trying to slip off to take the back track, and you've got to be always on the watch for them. Take it all together, I would rather drive a beef herd than a cow herd." After a week's travel, they reached the spot that had been fixed upon for the herd to graze. The cowboys' work was now much lighter. Parties of 2s and 3s could often be spared for a day's excursion up to some Mexican village among the hills, or they would go off for 3 or 4 days' hunt among the valleys to pick up any cattle that had evaded search during the roundup. One day, when there were but 4 of them in camp, 2 of the party, who had been absent a couple of days, rode in at full speed and reported to the head of the outfit that they had seen the light of a fire up north. "Then there is no time to be lost," Collie said. "Will you 2 men stop here and look after things? I will ride off with the other 4 and fight the fire. When the others come back, do you start out for us. The last 2 who come in must stop here. Give us what food you have got, darky. We may be away 4 or 5 days. Directly we have gone, set to and cook something for the others." Hugh and Bill Royce had returned the day before from an expedition among the foothills. Bronco Harry and another cowboy were also in camp. In 5 minutes the horses were saddled and they dashed off at full speed. "It is lucky that the wind is not blowing strong," Collie said, "or we should have the fire down here before we got news of it, and there is no place handy where we could drive the herd. I expects those blessed Injuns lit the fire." Hugh was very pleased that he was in camp when the news came. He had heard many stories from the cowboys of these terrible fires, and knew that at times they had wrought havoc among the herds, whose only hope of escape lay in reaching a stream wide enough to check the progress of the flames. After riding 20 miles, they could distinguish a faint odor of smoke in the air, and as they gained a crest soon after sunset could see a long line of light in the distance. "It is a big 'un," Bronco Harry said, "and no mistake." They lost no time in getting to work, for the wind was rising and there was but little time to spare. They had on their way picked out a steer from a bunch they came upon, and had driven it before them, and had also stopped and cut faggots of wood from a clump of bushes in a hollow. A shot from Bronco Harry's revolver brought the bullock dead to the ground, and while Royce lit a fire, the others with their long knives proceeded to split the bullock into 2 portions, dividing it from its head down to its tail. "Now, Bronco, will you go east with Lightning while Royce and Jake go west? Keep on until you meet some fellows from the other outfits. They are sure to be at work all along the line. If you don't meet any by the time you get to the end of the flames, then work back and fight the fire as you come. I expect the other 4 men will be up in an hour or 2. Bronco Harry and Royce at once lit 2 of the long faggots and fastened the others to their saddles. They then tied the ends of their ropes to the blazing faggots and started. Hugh, having been already instructed in his part, fastened his rope to a leg of the half-bullock, and mounted his horse. He had not brought Prince this time, as he feared that he might get burned. He waited until Bronco Harry was a quarter of a mile ahead. Already a line of fire was rising in his track, the dried grass catching like tinder as the blazing faggot passed over it. It had already run along a width of 20 feet or so, burning fiercely on the leeward side and making its way in a thin red line to windward. It was the leeward side that Hugh had to attend to, and galloping his horse along the ground over which the flame had just passed, he dragged the half-carcass of the bullock behind him, so that in its course it passed over the line of flame, which its weight and the raw undersurface instantly crushed out. For 10 miles he rode on, and then found that Harry had stopped. "We're beyond the edge of the fire," the latter said. "It is the other side where there is most danger, unless Smith's outfit have got news in time. Well, we've done our part of the job so far." Looking back, Hugh saw a sea of fire approaching across the plains. The wind was blowing stronger now, and the air was full of smoke and ashes. Far along the track they had come, a thin line of fire was advancing against the wind to meet the great wave that was sweeping down towards it. "We passed some bushes half a mile back," Harry said. "We will ride back to them and then let the horses go. We shan't want them any more, and they are pretty well mad with fright now." As soon as they reached the bushes, they leapt off, and letting the horses go, cut as many boughs as they could carry. Then retiring from the strip of burnt ground, already 40 or 50 yards wide, they awaited the flames. Their approach was heralded by burning fragments, and they were both soon at work beating out the flames as fast as they were kindled to leeward of the burnt strip. Single-handed, they would not have succeeded, but other cowboys speedily arrived, and along the whole line parties were at work fighting the fire. At times it got such hold that it was only checked by lighting fresh fires to leeward and crushing them out as had been done at first, and it was 30 hours before the fire was extinguished along that part of the line. Then the news came that further west it had burst through, and the cowboys, mounting fresh horses that had been brought up, rode off and joined in the fight there, and it was not until after 3 days' unremitting effort that the danger was finally subdued. During all this time the men had not a moment's rest. Their food and water had been sent up from the wagons, and a hasty meal was snatched occasionally. When all was done, they were blackened with smoke and ashes. Their hair and clothes were singed, and they were utterly exhausted with their efforts. However, they had saved the herds, and were well content with their work. But, as soon as it was over, each man threw himself down where he stood and slept for many hours, watch being kept by some of the last arrivals, for it was by no means improbable that the Indians would swoop down to take advantage of the confusion and drive off cattle. As soon as the cowboys were roused the next morning, they rode off to their respective outfits, and Hugh's party on their arrival enjoyed the luxury of a bath in the stream near which the wagon of No. 2 outfit was placed. Then, after their change of clothes, they gathered for a comfortable meal. "Wow, Lightning, that has been a fresh experience for you," Bronco Harry said. "I am glad I have seen it," Hugh replied, "but I don't want to repeat it." "That was nothing, Hugh. 4 years ago there was a fire here that swept right across the plains. There was a strong wind and no stopping it, and there were over 100,000 cattle burned. I suppose some day or other they will be passing laws for putting up fences. If they do, I tell you it will be something like ruin to a good many ranches, for it will prevent cattle from running before the flames. As it is now, their instinct takes them either to a stream or to some high bluff, but if there was fences, they would never get away. In the north, they lose whole herds in the same way from snowstorms. A herd will drift before snow and wind for hundreds of miles, but if there's anything that stops them, they just get snowed up and die. Ranchmen have troubles enough, but if they was obliged to fence, it would go far to break up the business. Look out, lads, here comes someone galloping into the camp. I expect he's got news of the Redskins. I reckon they would be out on the track of the fire." "Oh, it's Tom Newport," he said as the man approached. "Well, what he says you may take for gospel. He is not one of them fellows who gets hold of the tail end of a story and then scares the whole country. Well, Tom, what is it?" "Just mount up, Rocco, and get all your crowd together. There ain't no time for talking now. I will tell you about it when we get on the track." In an incredibly short time, the men had all saddled and were ready for a start, filling their water skins and getting from the cook what bread and cold meat remained over from breakfast. "Now which way, Tom?" "Northeast, I will tell you about it. The Injuns have come down and attacked Gainesford. They have killed 5 or 6 men and most of the women and children. They've carried off 5 or 6 girls, and old man Rutherford's Rose is among them." An exclamation of fury broke from several of the cowboys. "Where is Gainesford, and who is Rutherford's Rose?" Hugh asked. Gainsford is a small place just among the foothills south of the Injun country. There are about 20 houses. Rutherford, he were the first to settle there. We told him over and over again that it were too close to the Injuns and that there would sure be trouble sooner or later. But Steve, that is Rutherford, is one of those pesky, obstinate cusses who just go their own way and won't listen to reason from no one. He got a little herd of cattle up in the valley there and a patch of cultivated land, and he reckoned he wouldn't be solitary long. He was right enough there, for as I told you, the place grew and there are pretty nigh 20 houses there now. That is, there were 20 houses. I don't suppose one is standing now. Rutherford, he wore a cowboy once and married and settled down there, and Rose is his daughter, and as good a lass as there is west of Missouri. Rutherford's house is free quarters for those of us who likes to drop in, and of course we makes it up to him by taking in a deer or a bear's ham, and maybe a few bottles of whiskey if we've been down to the settlement and laid hands on them. And if we come across any mavericks when we're alone, we just brand them RR, and I reckon Rosie has got 200 cattle out there, and they will come in mighty handy for her when she chooses a husband. Is that often done? Hugh asked. You bet. There are a score and more girls whose father's shanty lie up in the foothills and who are friends of ours have got a nice little clump of cattle out on these plains. Of course, any man living near the plains can turn his cattle out, and there are dozens of private marks. Well, you see, if a girl only gets 20 branded for her, it increases every year because the calves running with the cows get the same brand put on them. And I've known many a girl when she was married have a little herd of 300 or 400. So I tell you, it hits us all that Rose Rutherford has been carried away, and we are bound to get her back if it are to be done. When was it, Tom, that it happened? Yesterday evening, about 10 o'clock. I were riding that way and intended to sleep at Steve's when I saw a light burst up and then 2 or 3 others. I galloped pretty hard, you may guess, but before I got there it were over and the Injuns had gone. But I learnt from a boy who had been hiding among the bushes, but who came out when he saw me, how it were. He said he had seen Rose and 5 or 6 other girls carried off. Whether old Steve were rubbed out, I don't know. I didn't stop to ask no questions. I knew whereabout your outfit was and rode straight for it. Then the skunks have got 16 or 17 hours start, Bronco said. There's no chance of our catching them till they are right back into their own country. I reckon we shall have a pretty sharp fight of it before we get them gals back. End of chapter 11. Read by Dory Smith. Chapter 12 of Redskin and Cowboy, A Tale of the Western Plains by G.A. Henty. This librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 12, An Indian Raid. The cowboys were all mounted on horses that had not been worked for some days. Hugh was on Prince, and they got over the ground at great speed, arriving before sunset at the ruined village. There were 3 or 4 men, 7 or 8 women, and as many children gathered when they rode in. The men had been absent when the attack took place. The women had escaped by seizing their children and rushing out at the backs of the houses and hiding among the rocks and bushes, as soon as the yells of the Indians and explosions of the firearms burst upon their ears. We heard you was coming, one of the men said, but I fear it is too late. They have got too far a start altogether. We didn't waste a minute, Bronco Harry said. We were in the saddle 3 minutes after Tom brought us the news, and we have rode 70 miles since. Tom has done 140 since last night. Where's Steve Rutherford? Has he been wiped out? No, he were away after a bunch of horses that had strayed. He were camping out 20 mile away when he saw the light and guessed what it were. He drove the horses in before him, feeling sure as he would be too late to do any good, but reckoning that they might be useful. Good man, Bronco said, but where is he? He went on alone after them, the man said. Some of us would have gone with him, but he reckoned that he had best go alone. There weren't enough of us to fight. He allowed that you boys would be here presently, for the young'un here told us as Tom had ridden off with the news. Ruth Garston and Jim Gatlin rid off an hour later, and I reckon they'll bring a few more up before morning, maybe sooner. How many horses are there? 15 of the old man's, I reckon. They are in that corral behind this house, and I guess we've got as many more between us. Then there are enough to mount us 10 and as many more, Bronco Harry said. Ours ain't good for no more travel tonight. Well, we will just eat a bit, and then we shall be ready to go on. How many are there of you? 6 here. Well, that makes 16. I see 3 of you have got rifles, and 4 of us have brought rifles along with us. The only question is, which way have the red devils ridden? It are no use our following them if we haven't a clue of some sort. I reckon Steve will be here before long. That is what he's gone for. He would know he couldn't do any good himself, and he would be pretty well sure as we couldn't gather here in any such force as could enter the Injun country afore this evening. "He took a lantern with him," one of the boys said. "Yes, that is it. I guess he followed on foot till daylight. Then he mounted and went on their trail until he could give a pretty good guess as to where they was heading. Then I allow he will come back to tell us. That is how I read it." "I expect you are right, Bronco. He didn't say as much when he started, but when we talked of going with him, he said, 'Just you stop where you are. There ain't anything you can do. We can't fight them till we get help. You just wait right here, boys.' It were rather rough on us when our gals are being carried off and our wives have been killed and the whole place ruined. But we knew as Steve knew a sight more about Injuns than we did, and had been many a time into the heart of the Injun country afore they broke out, so we waited. But I'll tell you, Harry, it were hard work to sit quiet and know that them murdering villains was getting further away every hour." "We will have them yet," Harry said confidently. "If the old man don't ride up in another half hour, we will start. We will follow the trail as far as we can with lanterns. If we get to any place where the trail branches, then there will be nothing to do but wait for Steve. Have you eaten yet? Because if not, you'd best fill up. It are no use starting on such a job as this fasting. We shall have need of all our strength before we have done, you can bet your boots." None of the men had, in fact, eaten anything since the preceding night, but they saw the justice of the advice. "There's some sheep up behind my place," one of them said. "Like enough they was up on the hills when the Injuns came, but I saw some of them go in there this morning. There ain't no time for cooking now, so we will share your grub, and I will shoot 3 or 4 of the sheep and cut them up. They will last us 2 or 3 days." "That is a good idea. If there is any flour as hasn't been carried off, you had best make up a few lots of 5 or 6 pounds each and tie them up in cloths. They will come in mighty handy. Hello, here are some more of the boys." A minute later, 8 more cowboys rode up. "Hello, Bronco. I thought we should find your crowd here. We've ridden all we knew to be here in time to go on with you. That is, if you are going on." "We're going on as far as we can, Ike. We're just changing horses. I think there are about enough left to give you one each." "Have you any news which way the Redskins have gone?" "Not yet. Old man Rutherford followed 'em up. I expect he will be here soon. If not, we shall meet him. They've got 20 hours start. That is the worst of it. No, there ain't no chance of overtaking them. That is sartain. What we've got to do is wipe some of them out and to give them a lesson and get the girls back again if we can. And we've got to do it quick, else we shall have the whole Injun country up agin us." "I did not think that they would have done it," another man said. "The old man were always good friends with the Injuns and made them welcome when they came along." "It ain't no good being kind to Injuns," another put in. "There ain't no gratitude in 'em." "Injuns are poison," Bronco said, and a general murmur of agreement expressed that in the opinion of the cowboys this summed up the characteristics of the Redskins. In a few minutes the newcomers were provided with fresh horses. A spare horse was taken on for Rutherford, and then, headed by the survivors of the raid, the party started 23 strong. They traveled fast, not that there was any occasion for speed, but because every man was burning with the desire to get at the enemy. After riding about 20 miles, they checked their horses, for a fire was seen a short distance ahead. "That's all right," one of the settlers said. "That will be Rutherford, sure enough. It is just there where the valley forks. He is waiting there for us. He would know we shouldn't want a guide as far as this." As they came up, a tall figure rose from beside the fire. "Well, Steve, have you tracked them?" Jim Gatling, the youngest of the party from the village, asked eagerly. "They have gone over the divide into the Springer Valley, have followed that some way, and then through the little canyon up towards the headwaters of the Pequena Creek. I only went through the canyon to see which way they turned, and then made back here. I guessed some of you would be coming along about this time." "Was they riding fast?" "No, they halted here for some hours. I reckon they had ridden a long way before they attacked our place. I saw their fire some time before I got to them, or I might have walked into them, for I didn't think they would have halted so soon. I tied the hoss up and scouted round them, and when they started this morning before daylight, took up the trail after them. They weren't traveling very fast. You see, they had got about 100 head of cattle with them, and I reckon they have 3 or 4 days' journey before them. As far as I could make out from what I seed of them, they don't belong to this part at all. Sartin they was going easy, and didn't reckon on being followed. It ain't often they get chased when they are once in the hills. Well, boys, I am glad to see you, and I thank ye all. It is what I expected from you, for I felt sure that when you got the news you would muster up." "We've brought a fresh horse for you, Steve," Jim Gatling said. "We drove in a herd this afternoon, and they all changed back there, so we are ready to ride at once." "That's good, Jim. I was wondering over that, and thinking that if yours had come in from the plains, they wouldn't be fit for any more travel tonight, for I knew they was a long way out. Where were you, Bronco?" We were on Little Creek. Ah, that's about 60 miles away from our place. Well, boys, we may as well go on over the divide and down into the valley. There we had best camp. You will have done 100 miles by then and will want sleep. Besides, we mustn't knock the hosses up. They've got their work before them, and maybe we shall have to ride on our way back. How many of the skunks are there? Over 40. We shan't have much trouble with that lot, Bronco Harry said. Not if we catch them before they get to their village, Bronco, but I doubt whether we shall do that. Well, we will fight them, Steve, if there was 400 of them, Harry said. We've come to get your Rosie and the others back, and we are going to do it, you bet. Rutherford held out his hand and gripped that of the cowboy. Then mounting the horse that had been brought for him, he took his place at the head of the party and led the way. It was a toilsome journey over the shoulder that divided the two valleys. The pace was necessarily confined to a walk, and it was 5 hours before they reached the stream upon which they were to camp. Here the horses were turned loose to graze, and the men threw themselves down upon the ground and were soon asleep, for it was now past midnight. With the dawn of day they were on their feet again, a great fire lighted, and some of the mutton cut up and cooked, and some cakes baked. As soon as the meal was eaten, they again started. Hugh had not changed his horse at the village. Bronco Harry told him that it was not likely they would travel for many hours that evening, and he knew that Prince, who had had an easy time of it lately, could easily do this, and he greatly preferred keeping him, for he felt that upon such an expedition as this his speed might be of the greatest utility. A rapid rise of 10 miles up the valley took them to the mouth of the canyon, which came into the mountain valley at a sharp angle. It was wide at the entrance, but soon narrowed down into a gorge from 10 to 20 feet wide, with rocks rising precipitously on both sides. It was evident by the smoothly worn face that in the wet season a tremendous torrent rushed down, filling it 30 or 40 feet deep, but it was perfectly dry now, and for the most part they were able to ride at a fair pace. Here and there, however, masses of rock had fallen down from above since the last rains, and here they had to dismount and allow the horses to clamber over by themselves as best they could. At such spots, scratches upon the face of the stones showed where the party they were pursuing had passed on the previous day. The canyon was upwards of a mile in length, and the valley into which it led was some hundreds of feet higher than that which they had left. As soon as they emerged from the pass, they put their horses into a gallop, the track of the party before them being plainly visible. As they got deeper among the mountains, the scenery became very wild. Forest clothed the hills. Great masses of rock towered above the valley, and huge blocks of stone encumbered the route they had to pursue. Sometimes the track left the bottom and wound up the hillside, passing at times along the ledges, with precipices above and below. Anxious as they were to press forward, much of the journey had to be performed at a foot pace, for many of the horses, having been brought up on the plains all their lives, were fidgety and nervous on such unaccustomed ground, and required coaxing and care to get them along the passes. They traveled until late in the afternoon and then halted. The next day's work was of the same character. They were now high among the hills, and Steve told them that they were near the crest of the range. "We had better stop here," Rutherford said about 3 o'clock in the afternoon as they arrived at a little stream. "We mustn't knock the critters up. They have done a good day's work already." "We have gained upon them, Steve," Bronco Harry said. "The traces have been getting fresher." "Yes, we have gained a bit, but not much. Their horses would go faster than ours because they are accustomed to the mountains, but the cattle will have kept them back. Why I stop here is because there is a sort of wall of rock with a passage up through it a mile or two ahead, and though I don't expect they have any idea they are followed, they are like enough to have left a sentry on top of that wall. It'd never do for them to attack us here. We should have no show at all. I want to get my girl back, but throwing away our lives ain't the way to do it. Be careful how you pick the wood for the fires, boys. We mustn't let any smoke go curling up. You've got to see that every bit you put on is as dry as a chip." "How on earth do the Indians manage to live among these hills?" Hugh asked after the meal had been cooked and eaten. "The country is different on the other side," Jim Gatling said. "We're pretty near up to the top of the divide now, and on the other side the slopes are much more gradual. They have plenty of ranges where they have got cattle and sheep, but I don't know nothing about the country here. Steve has been over, but there ain't many as has." "Yes," Rutherford said, "it is as Jim says. There is a wide sort of plateau with big valleys down to the Canadian. We ain't very far now from the frontier of New Mexico, and from the top of the hills here you can see the Spanish Peaks 150 miles away. I reckon we may have to go down that side. There are a heap of Injun villages up here, and though we may thrash the lot ahead of us, they would gather pretty thick in a short time, and like enough cut us off going back, for they know the tracks better than we do, and their horses would go at a gallop along places where we should have to drag ours. Going down the other way, we can ride as fast as they can, and when we once get down in the valley of the Canadian, we shall get help at the ranches there." "That will certainly be the best way, Steve," Bronco Harry said. "We're all ready to fight any number of them on the plains, but it wouldn't be good to be hemmed up among these hills with no chance of help. We should keep them off, I reckon, till we had eaten our boots, but they would make an end of us at last, sure. Have you often been along this line before, Steve?" "Once. I came across here with a party of Redskins just after the last peace were made with them, when it was sure that they wouldn't break out again until they had got their presents. I'd got a stock of beads and looking-glasses and cottons and such like, and went up with a couple of mules and traded among them for skins, and worked robes and moccasins and Indian trumpery. I sent them back east and did a pretty good trade with them, but I know the other side well. I was ranching 2 years down on the Canadian, and we had 2 or 3 fights with the Redskins, who was pretty troublesome about that time. There weren't many ranches down there then, and we had to look pretty spry to keep the hair on our heads." "And how do you propose to work it now, Steve?" "Well, I reckon that if they had got a sentry on them rocks I spoke of, he won't stay there after dark, and that the danger will be at the other end of the pass. Like enough, there will be 1 or 2 of them there. I reckon the best plan will be for me and Jim Gatlin and a couple of the others to go on ahead quiet. If we find any of the skunks there, in course we shall wipe them out. When we have done that, the rest can come up the pass. It ain't no place for anyone as doesn't know every foot of the way to come up in the dark, and you must make torches ready to light up when one of us goes back with the news that the pass is clear. As soon as we have done with the Redskins, Jim and I will go off scouting. You see, we don't know yet what band this is or how far their village is away. We will follow on the trail, and when the rest get up through the pass, they must wait till we bring them word. I reckon from their coming by this road, as their place is about 15 miles from the top of the pass. There's a big village there, and I expect they belong to it. I reckon they are just getting there now, and they will be feasting pretty considerable tonight. It air a pity we ain't handy. However, it cannot be helped. We should risk it all if we was to try to push on afore it got dark." "Your plan seems to pan out all right, Steve. Who will you take with you?" "Well, you and Long Tom may as well come, Bronco, though I reckon it don't make much difference, for you all means fighting." As soon as it became dark, the party again moved forward. "That's the rock," Rutherford said, pointing to a long dark line that rose up before them. "They can't see us here, and I reckon if there were a scout there he has moved off before this. Now, do you other fellas take our critters and just move on slowly. You see that point sticking up above the line? Well, that is on one side of the pass, so you just make for that and stop when you get there till one of us comes back." The torches had been prepared during the halt, 2 or 3 young pitch pines having been cut down and split up for the purpose. The 4 scouts moved off at a quick walk, and the rest of the party picked their way along slowly and cautiously toward the point Steve had indicated. They had some little trouble in finding the entrance to the pass, but when they discovered it, they threw the bridles on their horses' necks and dismounted. The time went slowly, but it was not more than 2 hours before they heard a slight noise up the pass, and a minute or 2 later a footfall. "Is that you, Bronco?" Hugh asked. "No, it are me, but it is all the same thing, I reckon. Jehoshaphat, but I have knocked myself pretty nigh to pieces among them blessed rocks. It air just as dark as a cave. There ain't no seeing your hand." "Well, is it all right, Tom?" "No, it ain't gone off right. When we got to the top of the pass, there were 2 Redskins sitting at a fire. We come along as quiet as we could, but just as we got in sight of them, I suppose they heard something, for they both jumped onto their feet and were out of sight like a streak of lightning. We waited without moving for a half an hour. Then they came back again. We could have shot, but Steve reckoned it was too great a risk, so he and Jim undertook to crawl forward, while Bronco and me were to keep ready to shoot if the Redskins made a bolt. It were a long time, or at least seemed so. The Redskins was restless, and we could see they was on the listen. Well, at last they both jumped, but it were too late. Steve and Jim fired, and down they both went, and we came on. The worst of the business were that one of their horses broke loose and bolted. Steve fired after him. He may have hit him, or he may not. Anyhow, he went off. So now you've got to hurry up all you know." The torches were at once lit, and leading their horses, the party made their way up the gorge. It was steep and narrow and encumbered with boulders, but in half an hour they reached the other end. Bronco Harry was awaiting them. "We have got to move away to the right for about a half a mile and stop there. There is a clump of trees, and that is where we are to wait. It air a tarnal bad business, that air hoss getting away. He's pretty sure to bring the engines down on us. Steve ain't going very far. He says there is another village about 3 miles from the one he thinks most likely, and when he gets about 4 miles away from here, he will be able to see which way the tracks go, and then he will come straight back to the trees." "Do you think you hit the horse, Harry?" Hugh asked as they made their way to the clump of trees. "You don't suppose I could miss a horse if I tried, Hugh? I hit him sure enough, worse luck. If I had missed him, it wouldn't have mattered so much. If he came galloping in by himself, they might have thought he had got scared at something, by a bar perhaps, and had just made tracks for the camp. Like enough, they would have sent off 4 men to see if it were all right. But when the blessed thing turns up with a bullet in his hide, they will know there has been a fight." "What do you think they will do then, Harry? Are they likely to ride out in force to the gap?" "They may, and they may not. I should say they won't. I should guess they'll just throw out scouts all around their village and wait till morning. They won't know how strong our party is and wouldn't take the risk of being ambushed in the dark." "Perhaps when the horse goes in they won't notice it, especially as they will be feasting and dancing." "I don't reckon that worth a cent, Hugh. They are safe to be 1 or 2 of their boys out looking after the horses. Besides, those varmints' ears are always open. They would hear a horse coming at a gallop across the plain a half a mile away. Aye, and more than that. Directly the boy sees the horses saddled, he will run in and tell them, and then they will take it in by the fire and look at it. When they see the mark I've made on it, they will be a nice rumpus, you bet. They will know what it means just as if it were all writ down for them." 2 hours passed, and then the sound of an approaching horse was heard. "Well, Steve, what news?" "The horse has gone on straight for the village, the one we thought, and all the other tracks go in that direction. There ain't no chance of taking them by surprise now." "What do you think they will do, Steve?" "They will watch all night, that is sartain, and in the morning 2 or 3 will be sent out to scout. There ain't many trees about here, and they will reckon that they can see us soon as we see them, and those they send out are safe to be on the best horses they have got. In course, we could lie down there by the gap and shoot them when they come up, but I don't see as that would do us any good. When they didn't get back, it would only put the others more on their guard than ever. If we don't shoot them, they will find our tracks here and take back news how many we are. I tell you, lads, look at it as I will, I don't see no way out of it. And what makes it wuss is, when they take back the news that scouts they left here have both been shot, it will go mighty hard with the captives in the village. I can't see no way out of the kink anyhow. I'm ready to give my life cheerful for Rosie, but I ain't going to ask you to give your lives when I don't see as there is any chance of getting her. Do you see any way out of the job, Bronco?" "I don't, Steve. And as you say, there was about 40 or 50 of these varmint in the expedition, and we may reckon there will be as many more able to draw a trigger in the village. That makes 80. 4 to 1 is pretty long odds. If they was out in the plain, we might be a match for them, but to attack an Injun camp that's waiting and ready ain't the same thing as fighting in the plains. Half of us would go down before we got in, and there would not be no more chance of the rest of us getting the captives away than there would be if they was in the moon. If it hadn't been for this affair of the hoss, we might have carried out your plans, and you might have made your way into the village. And there were just the chance that you might have got them out and brought them along to some likely place where we was handy. But there ain't no need to talk about that now. They will be guarded that strict that a bird couldn't get to them with a message. That ain't to be thought of. Can any of you boys think of anything?" No one spoke. Then Hugh said, "I am only a young hand yet, and I don't know that my ideas are worth anything, but I will tell you what they are, and then you can improve upon them perhaps. It seems to me that, in the first place, we ought to leave, say, 4 men at the gap. If 4 Indian scouts come out, they ought to shoot or rope 3 of them and let the 4th escape. If there were only 2 of them, I would say let 1 get away." "What should they do that for, Hugh?" Bronco Harry asked in surprise. "I will tell you directly, Bronco. All the rest of us, except the 4 who are left on watch, should start at once and make a big circuit and come round to the other side of the village and stop a mile or so away in hiding, at any rate as near as we can get. Why I propose letting 1 go is this. Suppose 3 or 4 scouts go out and none return. The Indians will be sure that they have fallen in a trap somewhere. They won't know how strong we are or whether we think of making an attack on their village, and they will stop there expecting us for days perhaps, and then send out scouts again. Now, if 1 gets back with the news that they saw no signs of us until they got close to the gap, Then 3 or 4 shots were fired and his comrades were killed, but he got off without being pursued. It seems to me that they would naturally imagine that there was only a small party at the gap, perhaps 3 or 4 men from the village they attacked, who had come out to revenge themselves, and would send out a strong party of their braves at once to attack them. Of course the 4 men left at the gap would, directly they had done their work and the Indian was out of sight, mount their horses and make the same circuit as we had done and join us as quickly as they could. We should be keeping watch, and after seeing the war party ride off, we could dash straight down into the village. Half, and perhaps more than half, of their fighting men will have gone, and the others, making sure that we were still at the gap and that there was no fear of attack, will be careless, and we should be pretty well into the village before a shot was fired. "Shake, young fellow," Steve Rutherford said, holding out his hand to Hugh. "That air a judgmatical plan, and if it don't succeed, it oughter." There was a general chorus of assent. "It beats me altogether," Steve went on, "how you could have hit on a plan like that when I, who have been fighting Injuns off and on for the last 20 years, couldn't see my way no more than if I had been a mole. You may be young on the plains, Lightning, for so I have heard them call you, but you couldn't have reasoned it out better if you had been at it 50 years. I tell you, young fella, if I get my Rosie back again, it will be thanks to you, and if the time comes as you want a man to stand by you to the death, you can count Steve Rutherford in." "And Jim Gatling," the young settler said. "Rosie and me were going to get hitched next month, and it don't need no talk to tell you what I feels about it." "Which of us shall stay and which of us shall go?" Bronco Harry said. "You're the only man as knows the country, Steve, so you must go sartin. Long Tom and me will stay here if you like. You can give me the general direction of the village, and I expect I can make shift to come round and join you. Besides, there will be your trail to follow. I don't reckon they will send out those scouts till daylight. Anyhow, we won't start before that, and we are safe to be able to follow your trail then. Who will stop with us? Will you stay, Hugh?" "No," Hugh said decidedly. "I will go with Steve. I am not a very sure shot with the rifle." "You can shoot straight enough," Bronco Harry said. "Well, perhaps it isn't that, Harry, but so far as I have had no Indian fighting, and though I am quite ready to go in and do my share in a fight, I tell you fairly that I couldn't shoot men down, however hostile, in cold blood." "All right, Hugh. You shan't stay with us. When you know the Injuns as well as we do, you know that mercy ain't a thing as ever enters their minds, and that they murders women and children in cold blood, and that if they do take a prisoner, it's just to torture him until he dies. You won't feel that way." "I'll stay with you, Bronco," Jim Gatlin said. "I have just seen my house burnt and the best part of my stock carried away, and a dozen or more of my friends killed or scalped, and you bet I would kill a redskin at sight, just as I would put my heel on a rattlesnake." Another of the party also volunteered to stay at the gap. No further words were necessary. The party mounted. "That's where the village lies, Bronco, just about under that star. It is about 15 miles, as I told you, on a straight line. We shall keep over there to the right, and in a couple of miles we shall go to where the ground falls, and we'll travel along there. You can't be wrong if you keep down the slope. There are no chance then of your being seen. I don't know just where we shall turn off. There are several dips run down from above, and we shall follow one of them up when I reckon we have got a mile or two beyond the village. So keep a sharp lookout for our trail there. You needn't bother much about it before, because you can't miss the way, but look sharp at the turnings. I would drop something to show you where we turn off, but if any Injun happened to come along, he would be safe to notice it. When you guess you've ridden far enough, keep a sharp lookout for the place when we turn off, and then follow the trail carefully. It is rolling ground, that side of the village, and I reckon we can get within a half a mile of it. There ain't much fear of their wandering about, and any scouts they have out won't be on that side. So long." Steve Rutherford led the way. "There ain't no need to hurry," he said. "We've got plenty of time, and I reckon that when we get a bit further we will dismount and lead the horses. They have had pretty hard work coming up the hills, and I tell you they're likely to want all their speed tomorrow, and some of them will have to carry double if we can't manage to get a hold of the few of the Injun ponies." Accordingly, after riding for half an hour, the party dismounted and led their horses for a long distance. This was a novel exercise to the cowboys, for it is rare for one of them to walk 100 yards. A horse stands ever ready at hand, and if it be only to go down to the stream hard by to fetch a bucket of water, the cowboy will always throw his leg over his horse. But all felt the justice of Steve's remarks. They knew that they had at least 100-mile ride before they could hope to meet friends, and that the pursuit would be hot. It was therefore of vital importance that the horses should start as fresh as possible. After 3 hours walking, they mounted again and continued their way until Steve Rutherford said that he thought they had gone far enough now. The moon had risen at 2 o'clock, and its light had enabled them to travel fast since they had remounted. Turning up a hollow, they followed it for about 2 miles, and then found they were entering a hilly and rugged country. "Here we are," Steve said. "The village lies at the foot of these rocks. I don't know how far along it may be, but I'm right sure that we have got beyond it. Now, boys, you can sleep till daylight. I'll keep watch and see that none of the horses stray." In a few minutes it was all quiet in the little valley, save for the sound of the horses cropping at the short grass. In the first gleam of daylight, Rutherford stirred up one of the sleepers. "I'm going to scout," he said. "When the others wake, tell them to be sure not to stir out of this dip, and to mind that the horses don't show on the skyline. The Injuns will be keeping their eyes open this morning, and if they caught sight of one of them critters, it would just spoil the whole plan." Rutherford was gone 2 hours. Long before his return, all the men were up and about. Bill Royce had gone a little farther up the valley, which narrowed to a ravine, and, climbing the rocks cautiously, had taken a survey of the country. "No signs of the village," he said when he returned, "and no signs of Injuns as far as I can see. So I think if we go up to the head of this gulch, it'll be safe to make a fire and cook the rest of our meat. There ain't more than enough for one more feed. After that, I reckon we shall have to take to horseflesh. Now, half of us will go up and cook, and the other half keep watch here. We may have Steve coming back with 20 Redskins on his track." Just as they had fried their meat, Steve returned. "We are about 3 miles from the village," he said, "but keeping along at the foot of the hills, we can get to within a half a mile of it safe. Beyond that is a chance. What are you doing?" "Cooking." "Well, one must eat, but the sooner we get on the better. We want to watch how things go." As soon as the meal was finished, the party mounted, and, keeping close to the foot of the hill, rode on till Steve said, "We cannot go beyond that next bluff, so turn up this gulch. I looked in, and there is a good feed for the horses there. You'd better look round when you get in to see as there ain't no bar or nothing to scare the horses, and 2 of you had best stay on guard here at the mouth. If one of them critters were to get loose and to scoot out below there, our lives wouldn't be worth a red cent. Now, Stumpy, you and Owen and me will go up over there. From among them bushes just at the foot of the rock we can see the camp, and we will take it by turns to keep watch. If you others will take my advice, you will all get as much sleep as you can till we come for you, but mind, keep 2 on guard here." "Can I come with you, Steve?" Hugh asked. "I don't feel like sleep at all." "You can take my place, Lightning," Royce said. "I ain't in no hurry to look at the Injuns. I expect I shall see plenty of them before we are done." End of chapter 12. Read by Dory Smith. Chapter 13 of Redskin and Cowboy, A Tale of the Western Plains by G.A. Henty. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 13, Rescued. Steve Rutherford, the settler Owen, and Hugh made their way along the foot of the steep rocks, keeping among the fallen boulders, stopping at times, and making a close survey of the plains to be sure that no Indians were in sight before moving further. "That is the point," Steve said presently. "From among those rocks we can get a view of the village. You must keep your head low, Lightning, and not show it above the rocks. They will be keeping a sharp lookout, and like enough they would make out a lizard moving at this distance." When they reached the point, they made their way with extreme care to the highest boulders, and then, lying down, looked through the interstices between them. Hugh started as he did so, for although the Indian village was nearly half a mile away, the mountain air was so clear that it did not seem a quarter of that distance. Its position was well chosen. The hill rose almost perpendicularly behind it, defending it from an attack on that side, while in front and on both sides the ground sloped away and was clear of brushwood or inequalities that would afford shelter to assailants. Trees stood in and around it, affording shade during the heat of the day. A number of horses were grazing close to the village, with half a dozen Indian boys round them in readiness to drive them in at the shortest notice. Smoke was curling up from the top of the wigwams, and through the trees many figures of men and women could be seen moving about. "How long do you think it will be, Steve, before their scouts get back again?" "Another hour, I should guess. I expect they started at daybreak. Anyhow, they had gone before I got here. I reckon they wouldn't travel fast going there. In the first place, they would scout about and look for signs of an enemy, and in the second, they wouldn't want to blow their horses, for they might have to ride for their lives any moment. I should give them 4 hours, a good 2.5 to get there, and something over an hour for one of them to get back again. He may be here in half an hour, he may not be here for an hour. It will be somewhere between one and the other." 20 minutes passed, and then Steve exclaimed, "Here he comes!" The other two caught sight of the Indian at the same moment, as first his head and shoulders, and then the whole rider and horse, appeared on the crest of a rise some 4 miles away. He was as yet invisible from the village, but in a few minutes they could perceive a stir there, and 3 or 4 warriors ran out from the village, leapt onto their horses, and galloped out to meet the returning scout. They saw them join him, and sweeping round without a check, accompany him, and in 10 minutes they reached the village. A minute later a mournful wail sounded in the air. "They know it now," Steve said. "They are just about beginning to feel as we do. It is all very well as long as they go out and murder and burn and come back with scalps, but they don't like it when the game is played on them." "When will they start out again, do you think, Steve?" "Not yet a while. They're going to talk. Indians never do anything without that. There, do you see? There ain't a man among the trees. There are some women and children, but nary a warrior. You may be sure that they are gathering for a great council. First of all, the scout will tell his story, then the chiefs will talk. It will be another hour at least before there is a move made." "Oh, I do hope our plan won't fail," Hugh said. "I don't think that there is much chance of it," Owen put in. "They are bound to do something. Their scout can only report that, so far as he saw, there was not more than 4 men, and as they did not chase him, he expects they have no horses. They never can leave it like that. They're bound to go out and see about it. Otherwise, they know they couldn't go in 2s or 3s without the risk of being ambushed, just as the scouts were. Besides, they lost the 2 men they left behind, and maybe 1, maybe 3 this morning, and they are bound to have vengeance. Oh, they are safe to go." An hour later, a sudden succession of wild yells were heard. "That's their war cry," Steve said. "The thing is settled, and they're going." A few minutes later, the Indian boys were seen driving the horses in towards the village, and then a number of warriors ran out. "There are a good lot of them," Steve said in a tone of satisfaction. "They was sure to go. The question were how many of them. It will be a strong party anyhow." The Indians were soon seen to be mounting. "Now we can count them," Steve said. 35. "I couldn't tell within 4 or 5, Hugh said. "They keep moving about so, but I should say that was about it." "Yes, 35, Owen agreed. "You have the youngest legs, Lightning. You scoot across as hard as you can run and tell them to get ready. Steve and I will see them fairly off, and then we will come in. Don't let them move out of the hollow till we join you. There ain't no special hurry, for we mustn't attack till the band have got 4 or 5 miles away. If they heard the guns, they would be back again like a torrent." Hugh did as he was told. As he ran down over the crest into the dip, he gave a shout of satisfaction at seeing Bronco Harry and the 3 men who had remained with him. They had arrived a few minutes before. "Well, Harry, we saw all had gone right, as only one of their scouts came back." "Has it drawn them?" Harry asked. "Yes, a band of 35 started 5 minutes ago." "Bully for us," Harry said. "Then we have got them all right now. I expect there ain't above 30 fighting men left in the village, and catching them as we shall, they won't have a show against us." "How did you get on, Harry?" "It were just as you reckoned, lad. 3 of them came out. They were very scary about coming close. They yelled to their mates, and in course got no answer. Then they galloped round, one at a time, getting nearer and nearer, but at last they concluded that the place was deserted and rode up. We let them get so close that there were no fear of our missing, and then we shot 2 of them. The other rode for it. We fired after him, but took good care not to hit him, and as soon as he had gone, we ran to the wood where we had left our ponies and came on here pretty slick. There were no difficulty in following your trail. We reckoned that we should have to come pretty fast to be here in time, as it were 3 or 4 miles further for us to go than the Injun would have, and he wouldn't spare his horse flesh. Still, we was sure it would be an hour at least before they was ready to start, more likely 2. Jim Gatlin were flurried a bit. Natural he wouldn't like not to be with the others when they went in to rescue Rosie. So it seems we are just in time with nothing to spare. But here comes Steve." By this time all had been got ready for a start. Horses had been brought up, saddles looked to, girths tightened, and blankets strapped on. A hearty greeting was exchanged between Steve and the party just arrived. "We will give them another 10 minutes before we start," Steve said. "Now we had better settle, Bronco, as to what we should each do when we get in, else there may be confusion and they may tomahawk the prisoners before we find them." "Yes, that is best," Bronco agreed. "Now look here. Our crowd will do the fighting, and you and your fellows jump off as soon as you get in and search the wigwams. You will know just where to go. The prisoners are safe to be in a wigwam close by that of the principal chief. He will keep them close under his eye, you may bet your life. And mind, boys, let us have no shooting at squaws or kids. We have come out to rescue the women they have carried off, and to pay out the men for the work they did. but don't let us be as bad as they are." There was a general assent from the cowboys, but 2 or 3 of the men who had come with them grumbled. "They have killed our wives and children. Why shouldn't we pay them back in the same coin?" "Because we are whites and not Redskins," Bronco Harry said. "Look here, Steve, we have come here to help you, and we are risking our lives pretty considerable in this business. But afore we ride into that village, we are going to have your word that there ain't going to be a shot fired at a squaw or child. Those are our terms, and I don't think they are unreasonable." As a chorus of approval went up from the rest of the cowboys, and as the others were well aware that what they said they meant, they unwillingly assented. "That is right and square," Bronco Harry said. "You have all given your promise, and if anyone breaks it, I begin shooting. That is all. Now it's about time to be moving, Steve." The men swung themselves up into their saddles. "Now, boys, quietly until we get inside of the village, and then fast as we can go." But all were eager for the fight, and the pace gradually quickened till they came within sight of the village. Then they charged down upon it at full gallop. They had gone but a short distance when they heard the cry of alarm, the yells of the Indians, shouts and orders, screams of women and children, and the barking of the village dogs. Shots were fired, but to Hugh's surprise, these ceased before the cowboys reached the village. "The skunks are bolting," Bronco Harry exclaimed. "Keep round the trees, No. 2 outfit, and straight across the plain after them. They may have got some of the girls." It was, however, less than 2 minutes from the moment the assailants had been seen to that when they burst into the village. The Indians, taken altogether by surprise at the appearance of a foe from a quarter from which no danger had been apprehended, and seeing a band of the dreaded cowboys dashing down at a gallop, caught up their arms, and then, in obedience to the orders of the chief left behind in charge of the village, dashed out to their horses, mounted, and rode off. Their leader had seen at once that there was no hope of resistance. The assailants were nearly equal in number to the fighting men left in the village. They would be armed with those terrible pistols that were the dread of the Indians, and they had all the advantage of a surprise. There was nothing to do but to ride off to the main body. For a moment, the thought of killing the prisoners before starting had crossed his mind, but there was no time to run to the wigwam in which they had been placed, and he saw too that their death would entail that of the Indian women and children. These had been no less speedy in their movements than the men, and at the first cry of danger the women had seized their infants and, followed by the boys and girls of the village, had fled along the foot of the cliff till they reached a spot where, although steep, it was accessible. Here a path, winding among boulders and hidden by bushes, led up to the top of the cliff. This had been constructed by the boys of the village at the time the Indians first established themselves there, for the purpose of enabling its occupants to make their escape in case of a sudden attack by superior forces. Steve and his party were astonished when, as they dashed into the village, they found the place almost deserted. A few old men stood at the entrances of their wigwams, and 4 or 5 aged women were assembled in front of one standing near the center of the place. And as the cowboys and settlers galloped up, 5 white women ran out from the wigwam to meet them with cries of joy. "All safe, Rosie?" Steve Rutherford shouted as he rode up. "All safe, Father," and a cheer burst from the rescuers as they leapt from their horses and crowded round the girls. These had all friends or relations among the party. "3 of you let off your rifles one after the other," Steve said, the instant he had embraced his daughter. "I told Bronco as he rode off that should be the signal that we had got them all. Then some of you had better ride as hard as you can after them. You may be wanted, though I don't expect the Indians will stop. Tell Bronco he had best come back again. There ain't no time to lose. The rest of you scatter and put a light to these wigwams. There's all the things they stole from us scattered among them, and all their skins and things, not worth much perhaps, but a lot to them. Look into the huts and see there ain't no babies left in them. Where are all the women and children, Rosie?" But Rosie was at that moment much too occupied with Jim Gatling to hear him. "Never mind that now, gal," Steve said, striding up to them. "There will be enough time for fooling when we get out of this. Where are the women and children?" "I don't know, Father. We know nothing about it. We were in the wigwam and suddenly heard shouts and screams, and then almost directly everything became quiet. And then these old women opened the door and made signs to us to come out, and as we did, we saw you charging in among the trees." "Where are the squaws and children?" Steve asked one of the old women in her own language. She looked vacantly at him as if she did not understand. "Bah, that's no use," he said. "I might have known that. Scatter about, boys. See if you can't find some of them. They can't have gone out onto the plain, that is sartain. They can't have got up this cliff, not here. Perhaps there's a cave somewhere. Scatter along and search. Go right along some distance each way. There might be some path up somewhere." What does it matter about them, Steve? One of the settlers asked. We agreed there weren't to be no killing of squaws or kids. I don't want to kill them, Steve said. I'm just so pleased to getting my girl and the others back that I don't feel like hurting anything. What Bronco and me reckoned on was to take some of the chief's wives and children along with us as hostages. If we had them with us, we reckoned they could not attack us on our way back. I tell you, boys, it may just make the difference of our scalps to us. Not another word was needed, and all, with the exception of a few of the friends of the rescued women, scattered on the search. It was 10 minutes before they found the concealed path. The man who discovered it ran back to Rutherford. I've found the place, Steve. It is away 300 or 400 yards to the left there. Just at the end of the clump of trees, there are some bushes against the face of the hill. It didn't look as if there could be any way up, but I pushed through them, and sure enough, there was some steps cut in the rock. I went up them and round a sharp angle, and there was a sort of gap in the cliff. You couldn't see it from the plain, and a path went straight up there. That air bad news, Owen. They've got a quarter of an hour's start, and it ain't no sort of use our going after them. Well, there is nothing to do but ride for it. I wish Bronco's party was back. They're just coming back, a man said. I've been to the edge of the woods to look for them. They're galloping back and will be here in a few minutes. By the time Bronco Harry and his party rode into the village, the wigwams were all in flames. The men who had set fire to them had brought out the meat they had found inside. There were several quarters of deer and a quantity of beef, doubtless the produce of animals belonging to the herd they had driven off. They were satisfied that the burning of the wigwams would be a heavy loss to the Indians, for they had found many piles of skins and robes stored up to be used in barter for guns and horses. Indeed, the whole belongings of the tribe, except their cattle, were destroyed, together with, what perhaps would be even more severely felt, the scalps taken from their enemies in many a fight and massacre. A few words acquainted the newcomers with what had taken place, and they were delighted to find that they had arrived in time to save the women from the fate that awaited them. Did you hear the rifle shots, Bronco? Ne'er one. We was having a skirmish with the Redskins. They showed fight at first till they saw the rest of the boys coming. We chased them 2 miles and killed 6 of them. Then we thought it best to come back, for we could see that a couple of the best mounted had been sent straight off as hard as they could go after the first lot. We should not have chased them as far as we did, but we wanted to rope 5 of their horses for the women. As soon as we had done that, we took the back track. Have you caught some of the squaws, Steve? No. Worse luck, they had all cleared out afore we got here. There was nary a soul in the village except these old men and women. But where on earth did they get to? It took us a quarter of an hour to find out, and then one of the men lit on it pretty nigh by accident. Right along the cliff there are some steps cut in the rock. They're hidden by bushes, and up above them is a sort of gap in the rock with a path up to it. You can't see it from the plain at all. No doubt that is the principal reason why they fixed their village here. It gave them a means of escape if they were attacked. Well, if you haven't got no hostages, Steve, there ain't another minute to waste here. You see, we had figured on them hostages. I see you have got some meat. That's good. Well, are you all ready? Because if so, let's get it. 3 minutes later, the party rode away from the burning village, the women mounted on the Indian horses. Thar's our cattle, Steve said, pointing to a herd out on the plain. But it ain't any use thinking of them now. You bet, Bronco Harry replied. There ain't no thinking about horns or hides at present. It is our own hair we've got to think of. You think they will catch us up, Bronco? Said Steve. I don't think nothing about it at all. They are just as sure to catch us up as the sun is to rise. We have got every foot of 100 miles to go, and the horses have been traveling hard for the last 3 days. By this time, those fellows that have galloped on ahead are pretty nigh their main party, if they haven't overtook them before this. They had no call for speed and would be taking it easy. You can't reckon much more than 10 miles start. Still, when they catch us, they won't be more than 3 to 1. There was 35 went out, you said, Steve, and another 25 in the second lot. That brings them up to 60, which is pretty nigh 3 to 1. Well, 3 to 1 ain't such great odds, even if they were to come down and fight us in a body. But I reckon they would not do that. They are more likely to make a surround of it. They would know that we should have to leave pretty near half our number to guard the women, and the rest wouldn't be strong enough to charge them. Besides, it ain't only 60 we've got to reckon with. Like enough, half a dozen of them started as soon as we turned back to the other villages of the tribe. You may reckon we shall have 200 or 300 of them coming along in our track in an hour or 2. Don't make any mistake about it, Steve. We shan't get away, and we have got to fight. Now, you know the country, and what you've got to reckon up is, where shall we fight? You can't calculate on above 50 miles, and if you say 40, it will be safer. A few of the horses might get a bit further than that, but taking them all around and reckoning they have been going hard for the last few days, 40 is the longest we can calculate on afore we hear the Redskin yells behind us. The two brothers are about 40 miles from here, Steve Rutherford said. Ah, I've heard of them. They're two buttes close together, ain't they? Yes, we should be safe enough there if all the Redskins in creation was attacking us. They might starve us out, but they could never climb up. One of the brothers there ain't no climbing up at all. It stands straight up all around, but the other has got a track up. I've seen cattle on the top. Do you know the way up, Steve? Yes, I was with the party that came out from the Canadian looking up the cattle that had strayed. We didn't find many of the cattle. The Injuns had got them, you may be sure, but we stopped at the foot of the buttes and did some hunting for a day or two. 3 or 4 of us climbed up. It ain't a road you would choose to drive a team down, and I should not have thought that cattle would have climbed it if I hadn't been told they did so. Still, it is good enough for us. There was no attempt to gallop at full speed, the horses being kept at a canter, the pace to which they are most accustomed. There, Steve said, pointing to the lower country ahead of them, for they had, since starting, been gradually descending. There are the brothers. They don't look far away, Hugh, who was riding beside him, remarked. I guess they're near 15 miles, Lightning. I should have said 5 if I had been asked, Hugh said. I wish they was only 5. I expect before we get halfway to them we shall hear the engines behind us. Yes, Bronco has been telling me what you think of it. Well, there is one thing. If we get to those buttes first, we can keep the whole tribe at bay. Yes, lad, as far as fighting goes, but there is one thing agin us. Water, Hugh asked. You have hit it. I don't say as there may be any water up there. I reckon there is, for they told me the cattle would stay up there for some time without coming down. But there weren't no cattle when I was there, and I didn't see no water. But it may be at times there is some. The top of the place seemed to me the lowest in the center. Not a great deal, perhaps, maybe not more than 3 or 4 feet. And if there is any hole in the middle, there may be water there. I weren't thinking of it at the time and didn't look for it. Maybe in the rains it gets filled up and there's enough to last the cattle some time. Everything depends on that. I have been thinking, Hugh said, that if I were to ride straight on, I might get through to the next ranch. My horse is a first-rate one, and I am sure he could do the distance. If he had started after a couple of days' rest, he could carry you 100 miles, I don't doubt. There ain't nothing out of the way in that. I have ridden as much a score of times. But you see, lad, he has not had much rest and not much time to eat since we started. You rode him out from your camp and then on to the first halting place. That made 80 or 90 mile. Next day we made 60, I reckon. Then he was going all yesterday till we halted before we went up through the pass, and he kept on going a good bit past midnight. We may not have done more than 50 or 60 mile, but he got no good feeding till we got into that dip about 2 o'clock this morning. If you only had the horses after you that the Indians rode down to Gainesford, I should say your horse would carry you as well as theirs would, but it won't be so. You bet your life that mob we saw outside the village was a fresh one. The first thing they would do when they got to camp in the afternoon would be to send some of the lads off to grazing grounds with the horses they had ridden, and to fetch in a fresh lot. Besides that, as I told you, there will be others of the tribe coming up and joining the chase. Scores of them. They will all be on fresh mounts, and they will be just on the best ponies they have got, for they will guess that we are heading for the Canadian. No, lad, it'll never do. They would ride you down sartin. Another thing is, whoever goes has got to know every foot of the country, to travel at night, and to be able to find his way to the nearest ranch. That job will be mine, I reckon. I know more of the Injun ways than anyone here, and if anyone can do the job, I can. Besides, it is my place. You have all gone into this affair to get my Rosie out of the hands of the Redskins, and it is my duty to get you out of the scrape. Listen. The whole party checked their horses simultaneously as the air brought to their ears a long, quavering yell, and looking back they saw against the distant sky a confused body of horsemen. 2 miles good, ain't it, Bronco? About that, I should say, Steve, and we have got 12 to ride. Now then, let the ponies know they have got to do some work. The shouts of the riders, the tightening of the reins, and a touch of the spur told the horses what was required of them, and they sped along at a very different pace to that which they had hitherto traveled. We are all right, I think, Long Tom said to Hugh. They've been riding a good deal faster than we have, and I don't think they will gain on us now, not anything to speak of. We shall be at the buttes long before they catch us, though you see when one party is chasing another, they have got a great advantage. How do you mean, Tom? I don't see what advantage they have. They have this advantage, Lightning. All horses ain't the same. Some can go a lot faster than others. Some can keep on ever so much longer than others. There are some good and some bad. Of course there are, Tom, but that is the same with both parties. Sartin it is, lad. But you see, the party that is chasing go at the speed of their fastest horses. Well, not of their fastest, but the speed that the most of them can keep up. Those who are badly mounted drop in the rear and are left behind. The others don't concern themselves about them. Now, it is just the contrary with the party that is chased. They have got to go at the pace of the slowest horse among them. They can't leave one or two of their mates to the mercy of the Redskins. They have got to keep together and to fight together, and, if must be, to die together. There's a lot of difference among the horses in this crowd. We just took what we could get when we started. There weren't no picking and choosing. That were one apiece for us, good or bad. The pace we are going ain't nothing to that horse of yours, but you'll soon see that some of the others can't keep it up, and then we shall have to slow down to their pace. I didn't think of that, Tom. Yes, I see. A party that pursues has an immense advantage over one that flies, providing, of course, they are greatly superior in numbers. If not, there will be a time when the best mounted men could no longer ride at full speed, because if they did, they would be inferior in numbers to those they chased when they came up to them. That is reasonable, lad, and if those Redskins behind us are the only lot from the village, that will bring them up a bit. They know well enough they can't lick us, if they ain't pretty nigh 3-to-1, so they will want their whole crowd up, and they won't be able to travel at the speed of their best horses. That is why I said we shall beat them easy. It ain't really them, it is the bands from the other villages that we've got to fear. I don't know this country, and I don't know what the other villages are, but I shouldn't be surprised any moment to see bands cutting in from the right or left. Some of the Injuns would ride straight off there, and they will have heard the news as soon or sooner than the band that went after us to the rocks. They will guess the line we should take, and we'll all be on fresh horses. That is what I am thinking of all the time. I suppose Steve knows, Hugh said. He knows. He ain't said much, but he dropped behind an hour ago and said to me, "Keep a sharp lookout on both sides, Tom. That is where the danger comes in." For the next 5 miles the pursuers did not appear to gain. "Can't we take it easy, Steve?" Jim Gatlin asked. "Some of the horses are beginning to blow a bit. There ain't more than 7 miles now between us and the buttes. We might let them walk for 5 minutes now to get their wind again." Steve turned in his saddle and looked round at the horses. Wiry little animals as they were, many of them were showing signs of distress. "We will go a little bit easier," he said, "just a little. When we get to that brow a mile ahead, we shall get a better view. Then we will see about it." The horses were pulled in a little, but still kept at a gallop till they got to the top of the ascent. From this point there was a smooth and regular fall right down to the valley from which rose the buttes 6 miles away. "Now you've got to ride for it, and no mistake," Steve said sharply. "There they come both ways. That is just what I was afeard of." An exclamation of something like dismay broke from many of the men, for 2 bands of Indians were seen, one on each hand, riding, like themselves, for the buttes. The one to the left was perhaps a mile away, but considerably in advance of them. That on the right was perhaps twice as far, and was, like themselves, just beginning to descend the long incline. "We shall pass the crowd to the right," Bronco Harry said, "but the others will cut us off sure." "That is so, Harry," Steve said quietly. "But there is one thing. There ain't above 40 or 50 of them, while that crowd to the right are twice as strong. If they had been first, it would have been all over with us. Well, don't travel too fast, lads. We can't pass ahead of that lot to the left, but there is no fear of the crowd to the right. Just go at the pace we are going now. Look here, what has got to be done is this. We have got to keep together with the women in the middle of us. We have got to go right through them. Now, 9 of you have got rifles. You keep next to the gals. The moment we have got through the Injuns, you ride with them straight on to the foot of the butte. I must go with you because I know just where the path starts and no one else does. The moment you get there, jump off the ponies, take post among the rocks, and open fire on the Injuns. You, Bronco, with the rest of them, directly we are through, you turn again and charge them. Just check them for about a minute, that will be enough. Then you ride in and we will cover you with our rifles." "That's about it," Harry replied. "Now, boys, you all here, you with the rifles go straight on. And look here, empty your 6-shooters into them as you charge. The more you wipe out, the better. Then the rest of you with me, just give a yell to scare them, and then close with them again. Don't you empty your 6-shooters at first, but keep your fire till we are through them. It is mighty hard if the others, with 6 shots apiece, don't clear the way for us. You must bear in mind that you will want every shot after we are through, so don't throw away one. Don't you bother about the advance crowd with the women. I will keep my eye on them, and when they are ready I will give a yell, and then we will ride for it together." The Indians saw that they had it in their power to cut off the whites from the buttes, and they no longer rode at the headlong speed at which they were going when first perceived, but slackened down their pace. They could, if they had chosen, have brought on the fight at some distance from the buttes, but they had no motive for doing so. They saw the large party coming from the other side and preferred to delay the contest till the last moment in order that their friends should be near at hand. Steve remarked with satisfaction that they did not attempt to outride his party. "The fools," he said to Bronco Harry. "They won't be there above 100 yards before us and won't get above one shot each before we are on them. If they had known their business, they would have ridden fit to kill their horses till they got there, and then jumped off and run up that path and held it. We should have lost half our number at least fighting our way up. In fact, with the women with us, we couldn't have done it." Scarce another word was spoken as the party galloped on. Mile after mile had been passed, and the buttes were now towering up in front of them. When within half a mile of the foot, the riders gradually fell into their places assigned to them. Those with rifles went on in front, then the women, then the men with revolvers only. The small party of Indians kept on until within 150 yards of the foot of the buttes, then they halted and turned. The whites were at the moment some 200 yards behind them. The great party of Indians on the right were about half a mile away. The Indians in front did not await the shock of the whites, knowing that the impetus of the latter would give them an advantage, but raising their war cry, dashed forward to meet them, discharging their rifles as they came. Not a shot was fired by the whites until the two lines were within 20 paces of each other. Then the revolvers of the 10 men in front cracked out sharply. Several of the Indians fell. Then there was a crash as the lines met, and then for a moment a confused medley, the Indians fighting with tomahawk and spear, the whites with their deadly revolvers. The conditions were too unequal. There was not one among the band of whites who could not rely with certainty upon his aim, and as in a close line, boot touching boot, they pressed on, the Indians melted like snow before them. It seemed to Hugh but a moment from the time the fight began till the path before them to the buttes was open. "Forward!" shouted Steve. "We're through them, boys!" As Hugh dashed on, he heard Bronco Harry's shout, the cracking of the revolvers, and the yell of the Indians. The women were riding abreast with them now. "Never mind the gals," Steve shouted. "All tumble off together." It was but a few seconds before the first band threw themselves from their horses and took up their posts behind boulders and bushes. As they dismounted, Steve gave a loud shout, and almost at the same moment, the party that had fought under the leadership of Bronco Harry wheeled round and rode towards them. Had there been only the Indians that had tried to bar their way to reckon with, there would have been no need for them to seek refuge at the buttes. Half their number had fallen under the bullets of the front line of the whites as they fell upon them. The charge of Bronco Harry's detachment had completed the effect of the blow. The whole conflict had only lasted half a minute, but in that time the deadly six-shooters had wrought terrible havoc with the band of Indians. Less than half of them went galloping back to meet their advancing friends, and several of these were leaning over their saddles, evidently badly wounded. Over 20 lay together at the spot where the two parties had met. A few of the horses stood quietly beside their dead owners. The rest were careering wildly over the plain. A loud cheer broke from both parties of the whites as Bronco Harry's band rode in and dismounted. "That has been a pretty tight race," Long Tom said, "but we beat them handsome. Tom, do you stow away your horses and ours as snug as you can among the rocks and trees, then take your places down here. We will get a bit higher up so as to get a wider range for our rifles, but we haven't time for that now. We must just give this other crowd a hint that we have got rifles and can use them. Now, boys, take steady aim at that clump of Redskins. Don't throw away a shot. There is nothing like straight shooting for skeering a red. Here goes." And Steve, taking steady aim, fired, while his companions followed his example. End of Chapter 13, read by Dory Smith. Chapter 14 of Redskin and Cowboy, A Tale of the Western Plains by G.A. Henty. This librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 14, Surrounded by Redskins. The large band of Indians had checked their horses some 500 yards from the foot of the buttes as they saw the survivors in the party in front galloping back to them, and realized that the whites had gained shelter. Some of the more impetuous spirits had, however, ridden on and were some distance in advance when the rifles of the defectors cracked out. 4 of the Indians fell from their horses, 3 others were wounded, and these, with their companions, wheeled round and rejoined the main body, who now, at the order of their chief, fell back and were, a few minutes later, reinforced by the band that had followed on the footsteps of the fugitives. "Now, boys, we can go up to the top, but first let us see how we stand. Has any gone down?" "Yes, there are 2 missing," Long Tom said. "I saw 2 of the first line go down as we charged them." "Jim Spencer were killed," Jim Gatling said. "He were riding next to me." Boston were the other, Bronco Harry said. I were riding in a line with him behind and saw him go back kerplunk. I knew he were hit through the head by the way he fell. 4 other men were, it was now found, wounded, and one of the women had been hit in the shoulder with a rifle ball. The Redskins ain't no account with their rifles on horseback, Long Tom said. Let them lie down and get their pieces on a log and they can shoot pretty straight, but it's just throwing away lead to try to shoot with a rifle from a horse. I never knew more than 2 or 3 whites who was any startin' with their pieces when their horses was on the move. A 6-shooter's worth 10 rifles on horseback. A fella can gallop and keep his arms straight, but when it comes to holding out a long tube with both arms and your pony going on the jump, it stands to reason there ain't no keeping the thing straight. If those Redskins had hurried up and dismounted and steadied their rifles on their saddles, I reckon they might have wiped out half of us before we reached them. Well, Steve, you and the women and best part of the others may as well get up to the top, but Bronco and me and 2 or 3 of the boys will stop down here and look after the horses. Lightning, you may as well stop down here with a kipple of other fellows with rifles, so as just to give them a hint to keep at a distance, otherwise they will be sending their lead up while the others are getting to the top. But the Indians showed no sign of any intention of harassing them for the present. They knew that the rifles in the hands of the defenders carried farther and straighter than their own. They had suffered heavy losses already and were in no way disposed to do anything rash. They knew that there was no occasion for haste and no fear of the fugitives attempting to make their escape. After some consultation, they drew further off into the plain, and in a short time smoke could be seen ascending at several points. There ain't no occasion to wait down here no longer, Long Tom said. The Indians know well enough that they can't take this place, not at least without losing 100 men, and it ain't Redskin fashion to throw away lives, especially when they know they have only got to wait to do the job without any fighting at all. So let's go up. The path was comparatively easy for 3/4 of the way to the summit of the buttes. It seemed that on this side either the rock had crumbled away in past ages so as to make a gradual slope, or else water or wind had thrown up a bank against it. The height of the butte above the broad valley would be about 300 feet, and the slope was covered with trees and undergrowth until it terminated abruptly at the face of a wall of rock 50 feet from the summit. At one point only, this wall was broken by a sort of gap or cleft some 3 feet wide at the bottom, and slanting as steeply as the roof of a house. The bottom was worn almost smooth by the rains of centuries and by the feet of cattle, and Hugh had to sling his gun behind him and use both hands to grasp the irregularities of the rock on either side to get up. On reaching the top, he found that the summit was almost flat, a couple of 100 yards in length, and as many feet in width. It was covered with grass, and several trees, some of considerable size, were scattered about over the surface. "Well, Bill," he said as Royce came up to him, "have you found any water?" "Yes, there's a rock pool in the center there by that big tree. There's water enough for us and the horses for maybe a week, enough for us without the horses for a month or more." "What are you going to do, bring the horses up here?" "We haven't settled that yet. I reckon we shall bring the best of them up anyhow." "I suppose there is no possible place the Indians can get up except by that gap?" "Nary one. Everywhere else the rock goes straight down to the plain. There ain't no way, except by flying, to get up here if you don't come by this gap. Anyhow, we shall bring the horses a good long way up the slope. It is a long line along the bottom there, and the Redskins might crawl up in the night, and we should pretty nigh all have to keep guard. Steve says that though where we came up the ground were smooth enough, it ain't so over the rest of the slope, but that, what with the boulders and the undergrowth and the thorns, it is pretty nigh impossible to get up through the trees anywhere else. He expects that it's been water washing down the earth and sand through that gap that has filled up between the boulders and made it smooth going where we came up. So we will bring up the horses and get the best of them up here and tie the others just below the gap. We can take them down water in our hats if we decide to keep them, or get them up tomorrow if we like. Anyhow, we shall want to keep 4 men at watch down below them." "I should have thought it best to bring them all up at once, Bill. What is the use of leaving them below?" "Well, Hugh, there ain't grass enough to bring them all up here, and every morning we can take them down and let them graze below. There ain't no fear the Injuns coming close to drive them off, and if they tried it, the critters would come up the path again of their own accord, except those we took from the Indians. They can get a good lot of sweet grass under the trees down there, and as long as they get that, they can do pretty well without water. Thar, do you see that there are 2 or 3 more lots of Indians coming down to join the others? They'll have 300 of them down there before long." "It don't make much difference how many of them there are if they dare not attack us," Hugh said. "That's where you were wrong, Hugh," Bronco Harry, who had now joined them, said. The more there are of them, the closer watch they can keep to see that none of us gets away, and the more there are of them, the bigger the party must be that comes to rescue us. You may be sure that they have scouts for miles and miles off, and if they get news that there's a party coming up, they will just leave a guard to keep us here and go down and fall on them." "I didn't think of that, Harry. Yes, it will need a very strong party to bring us off, but perhaps they will get tired and go." "Don't you bet on that, Hugh. If there are one thing an Injun never gets tired of, it's waiting. Time ain't nothing to them. Them chaps can send out parties to hunt just as if they were in their own villages. The boys will bring down corn and gather their firewood for them, and as long as we're up here, they will stop down there if it was 6 months. They know how many of us there are up here. Lots of them must have been up here at one time or another, and knowing the time of year and how much rain has fallen lately, there ain't no doubt they can calculate pretty well how much water there is in this pool. They will know that we shall keep our horses as long as we can, and they will reckon that 3 weeks at the outside will see the end of the water. As for food, of course, we're all right. We've got the horses to eat, and horses pretty nigh as good as cow beef. I would just as soon have one as the other. A young bronco's a sight tenderer than an old cow any day." Hugh now took a turn round the edge of the butte. It was, as Royce had said, a mass of rock rising perpendicularly from the plain. It was separated from the other butte by a gap of 150 feet wide. It was clear that they had once formed one mass, for between them was a rocky shoulder connecting them. This was very steep on both sides, narrowing almost to a razor edge at the top where it joined the butte on which they were standing. This edge was 50 feet below the top, but it rose as it retreated from it, and on the opposite side reached up to a level with the plateau. A fire had already been lighted on the top of the butte, and over this the women were cooking some of the meat they had brought from the Indian village, and in a short time the whole party except 2, who were placed on sentry to watch the movements of the Indians, gathered round it. "Well, boys," Steve said when the meal was finished, "I reckon that there ain't no time to lose, and that I'd best start tonight. There ain't no denying that we are in a pretty tight fix here, and it won't be easy to get if forces can fight their way through that crowd. I reckon I shall not be able to gather over 50 cowboys on the Canadian, and so I'll have to ride to the nearest fort and get the troops to help. That are about 200 miles from the Canadian. It'll take me 3 days to get there after I leave the ranches. It'll take 4 at the very least before the troops will get down there. You can't reckon less than a week. I shall be 2 days getting down to the ranches, as there won't be any traveling by day. So you see, if I start tonight, you can't reckon on seeing us back afore 10 days at the earliest." "That will be about it, Steve. I don't see as you can do without the troops no way. Well, we can hold out a fortnight easy. We must put the horses on mighty short allowance of water so as to make it last a fortnight. If we find it running out quicker'n we expect, we must kill off half the animals. It don't matter about them a bit if you come up strong enough to thrash the Redskins without our help. Yes, I think you'd better go tonight. You are as likely to get out tonight as any night, but you'll have to look mighty sharp, Steve, for you may bet your life them Injuns will be as thick as bees around the butte." "How do you mean to go, Steve?" Hugh asked. "Tie the ropes together, Lightning, and get lower down over the edge." "I have been looking at the ridge that runs from this butte to the other," Hugh said, "and it struck me that if you were lowered down onto it, you might get onto the other butte. Of course, 2 others would be lowered with you, and then you could be let down from the farthest side of the other butte. You said nobody had ever been on it, and anyhow, the Indians are not likely to be as thick over there as they would be round this one." "Thunder! You are right again, Lightning. I will go and have a look at it at once. It will soon be getting dark. Bronco, do you and Long Tom go along with me. We will lie down afore we get to the edge. You may be sure that there are plenty of sharp eyes watching all round, and if they was to see us standing there and looking at that ledge of rock, they might guess what we had in our minds. While we are away, the rest of you might go down and get up the ponies." It took some time to lead all the horses up the slope. Prince and 4 others were brought up to the plateau, but it was necessary to tie strips of blanket under their feet to enable them to get sufficient footing to climb up through the gap. "I shouldn't have thought that cattle could have come where horses can't," Hugh said. "Cattle can climb pretty nigh anywhere," the cowboy he addressed replied. "I've seen cattle climb places where you would have thought that nothing but a goat could get to. You see, their hooves are softer than horses and get a better hold on rocks. But horses could get up here easy enough if they weren't shod. They don't have a fair show with shoes on." By the time the horses had been brought up, night had fallen. 4 men were told off as a guard. 2 of them took up their post halfway down the slope. 2 went down to its foot. No attack was anticipated, for the Indians would be sure that a sharp watch would be kept, and there would be no chance whatever of their making their way up to the summit unobserved. Hugh was not with the first party on watch, and joined the crowd round the fire. What time are you going to start, Steve? As soon as it gets quite dark. There ain't no good in waiting. They're on watch now, and they will be on watch all night, so there's no difference that way, and the sooner I goes, the farther I will get before morning. It is settled that if I'm caught tonight, Jim Gatlin will try next. If he goes down too, Bronco Harry will try. After that, you can settle among yourselves. I will volunteer to be next, Hugh said. Another couple of days, and Prince will be ready to do anything. If I was to try, I should start on his back and take my chance. The Indians cannot have many horses as fast as he is, and if I can get through safely, they may ride as hard as they like. There won't be many who can catch me anyhow, and if they came up one at a time, I have my revolver and can hold my own. I shouldn't like to try tonight, for many of their horses are fresh, and Prince wants at least 24 hours before he is fit for work again. But if you like to give up your attempt tonight, Steve, I will try tomorrow night. No, lad, we will do as we have planned. You might do it and you might not. More likely you would not, for like enough you would run again a dozen of them going out and would get a lasso dropped over your shoulders before you saw or heard them. Besides, you are young, lad. You've got your life afore you. I'm getting on, and Rosie will have Jim to look after her, so it don't make much matter along of me. An hour later it was perfectly dark. Steve had left his hat lying on the edge of the rock exactly above the ridge when he had visited it with Harry and Long Tom. Several of the ropes were knotted together. While this was being done, Steve withdrew with his daughter and Jim Gatling from the fire and was absent 5 or 6 minutes. He came back by himself. I'm ready, he said. Goodbye to you all. I hope as I'll see you all again afore long. He shook hands with them all around, and then, taking up his rifle, walked away without looking round, followed by Bronco Harry and Long Tom, the latter saying to Hugh and 2 others, You come too. We shall want you to lower the last of us down and to hoist us up again. The hat was soon found. All 3 men took off their boots. Bronco Harry tied those of Steve together by a short piece of rope and slung them over his shoulder, and he and Tom left their revolvers and belts behind them. Now we are ready, Harry said. Mind, Steve, as you go down, you keep your face to the rock so that gun of yours shan't strike it. You can't be too careful, you know. A loop was placed round Steve's shoulder under the arm. You lie down, Hugh, with your face over the edge, and then Steve can tell you if we are on one side or the other of the ledge. It looked plumb down from here, but it mayn't be. Harry had, rather to Hugh's surprise, taken up his blanket as he left the fire, but now he saw the object. It was partly folded and laid over the edge so as to prevent any chance of the rope touching a rock and being cut by it. Now, Tom and I will hold it out a bit beyond the face, Harry said, and you 2 do the lowering away. Now, Steve. Steve knelt down at the edge and lowered himself until the strain came on the rope. This Bronco and Tom held out as far as they could, and the other 2 steadily lowered it. It was so dark that Hugh could not see the ridge and presently lost sight of Steve. Soon, however, he heard his voice. About a foot more to the right. A few seconds later, the strain on the rope ceased. Are you all right, Steve? Hugh asked. Yes, I'm astride of it. It is wider than I thought it was. Now I will move on. You can let Bronco down as soon as you like. The other 2 men were lowered, and then there was a long silence. It was no easy matter, Hugh knew, to crawl along the ridge, for it was by no means even. The great danger was that there might be loose pieces which would be dislodged and go clattering down below. When, however, 10 minutes had passed without any sound being heard, the watchers felt sure that the 3 men must have gained the opposite summit. There was nothing to do now but to sit and wait. At the end of an hour and a half, Hugh, who was again leaning over listening intently, heard a voice below him. Lower down that other rope, Hugh. We're both here. The short rope was lowered, for the long one had been taken by them to lower Steve from the other butte, and in a short time Bronco and Long Tom stood beside them. I think the old man has got safe off, Bronco Harry said. We have stood over there listening all this time and ain't heard a sound. There are plenty of the varmint about. You hear that barking of prairie dogs and hooting of owls? That's them letting each other know where they are. They are thick everywhere, I guess, round the foot of this butte. But we didn't hear them on the other side, and I reckon there ain't many of them there anyhow. Steve must have got beyond them by this time. That were a first-rate idea of yours, Hugh. He never would have got through if we had lowered him off here. But it wasn't no joke getting along that ridge in the dark, I can tell you. We're all accustomed to balance ourselves in the saddle, and so made a shift to get across, but in some places the rock were pretty nigh as sharp as a knife. Do you think there is any chance of a night attack, Bronco? One can never answer for the varmint, but I don't reckon as they are like to try it. They know they couldn't get up to the top, and all they could hope for would be to kill some of the horses and cut off the men on watch. It wouldn't be worth risking many lives to do that. Besides, it ain't a nice place to climb in the dark. They can crawl along out on the plain without making more noise than a snake would do. but that is a different thing to climbing up among the bush and rock in the dark. They couldn't reckon on doing it without being heard. No, Hugh, it may be that one or two of the young bucks wanting to distinguish themselves and thirsting for scalps may crawl up and see if they can catch anyone napping down below there, but I reckon that is all, and that ain't likely to be tried tonight. They are all out there trying to make sure that no one gets away. That is their first concern. Besides, like enough the chiefs will try in the morning to get us to surrender, and it wouldn't do for any young brave to make a venture out on his own account until it is sartain that they ain't going to get us without fighting. Still, I wouldn't say that when it comes to your turn to be on guard, Lightning, it would be altogether safe for you to put your rifle down and take an hour's sleep. Well, I am not likely to try that experiment anyhow, Bronco. No, I didn't guess as you was. I only said as it wouldn't be safe. I don't think Steve put enough men on guard. I'm going to talk to the others about it. I reckon we ought to divide into 2 guards, say 10 on each watch, 4 down below, 4 up with the horses, 2 up here at the top of the path. We shan't have much to do all day and can sleep as much as we like. Steve is an old engine fighter, and he knows better than we do what the chances are. Still, there ain't no good taking risks. I quite agree with you, Bronco. Now that Steve has got safe away, we know we shall get help before very long, and it would be foolish to run any risk merely from want of care. I would go even farther and let 15 men be on watch at night, and let 5 sleep and keep lookout during the day. That would be no better, lad. That would be worse, for it is difficult to keep awake the whole night, especially if night after night passes without an alarm. By this time they had reached the others, and there was much rejoicing when it was heard that Steve Rutherford had got safe away. Do you feel sure, Harry, that they might not have caught him and killed him without any noise? Rosie asked anxiously. Sartain. Steve's last words was, I shall keep my 6-shooter in my hand, and if they riddle me with arrows, Bronco, I will fire a shot or 2 before I drop. Don't you fear about that. And he would do it. Besides, it ain't in Injun nature to kill an enemy without setting up a yell over it. A redskin's like a hen laying an egg. He's got to boast of it loud enough for all the world to hear. No, you needn't be a bit afeard, gal. Your father has got off safe, and by this time I reckon he is 10 miles away. Harry then made the proposal that half the men should be always on guard, to which they at once agreed, and 6 of them, taking up their arms, left the fire without further words, and started to take up their post on the slope. Now, Rosie, you shall give us a pan of tea and a bit of meat, and then the sooner we are all asleep, the better. We shall want to use our eyes when it is our turn on watch. At 12 o'clock they were on their feet again and went down the hill. Now, Harry, said Long Tom, Lightning and you and me will go along to the bottom. 3 others keep about 50 yards behind us, 2 up below the horses and 2 on the top here. As they took their places and the men they relieved returned to the summit, Long Tom said, Listen to the calls, Lightning. The Redskins have heard us moving and are warning each other to look sharp. I reckon they are as thick as peas all around here, for they know that if one of us tries to make a bolt on horseback, it is here he must start, but they can hardly suppose that we are such fools as that comes to. Now you move away 5 or 6 yards to the right and post yourself behind a rock. You've got to keep your eyes in front of you to see if you can see anything moving in the grass, and you've got to listen for any sounds over there to the right in case any of the Redskins should try to crawl up through the bushes to circumvent us. I'll go to the left, and Bronco can take the middle of the path. Hugh took up his post and maintained a vigilant watch. He was much more afraid of an attempt on the part of the Indians to crawl up on the right than of an attack in front, and listened intently for the slightest sound of moving leaves on that side, for he knew that the Indians would not be likely to break the smallest twig in their progress. In front of him he could discern the expanse of the plain stretching out. There were a few low bushes here and there, and at times, to his straining eyes, it seemed that some of the dark masses moved, but he knew that this might be only fancy. Hour after hour passed. Presently Harry stole up to his side. Day will be breaking in an hour, Hugh. Keep a sharp lookout now. They will try it, if they try it at all, just as the sky begins to lighten. All, however, remained quiet, and Hugh felt in no slight degree relieved as the light stole gradually up the eastern sky, and he felt that Harry's anticipations were incorrect and that no attack would be made. As soon as the sun rose, the sentries were relieved, and the party on watch retired to the crest, for from there a view over the whole of the plain was obtainable, and it was impossible for the Indians to crawl up toward the buttes without being seen. 2 hours later, a party were seen approaching from the main Indian camp. They stopped 500 yards away. Then 2 Indians advanced and held up their arms to show they had left their rifles behind them. I thought they would be wanting to have a talk this morning, Bronco Harry said. I suppose 2 of us had better go down to meet them. You and Jim Gatlin had better go, Bronco. No, Jim said. Rayson had better go with you, Bronco. He speaks a little of their language, and I don't. It is not likely either of the chiefs speak English. All right, Bronco said. It is as well to understand what they say, though we know well enough that nothing will come of it. Put your 6-shooter in your pocket, Rayson. They will have their tomahawks and knives hidden about them somewhere. Half a dozen of the rest had better come down the slope. It ain't likely they will make a rush, but when they find we won't agree to their terms, they may turn nasty. Hugh watched the meeting from the top of the butte. It lasted about 10 minutes, and then the envoys separated and returned to their respective parties. The result was clear enough, for when the Indian chiefs reached their followers, they raised a defiant war cry, which was taken up all over the plain. Just as I expected, Harry said. The Redskins always like to have a talk before they begin to fight, even when they know well enough that nothing can come of it. What were their proposals? They said that they knew we could hold out for a time, but that the water would soon be finished, and we must give in then. We had stolen the white women out of their camp and had killed their young men, but if we would give up the women and surrender our arms and ammunition, they would let us depart free. What did you say, Bronco, in return? I said that we was very comfortable up here, and that if we had taken the women, they had stolen them away from us. As to our arms, we thought they was more useful in our hands than they would be in theirs. But if they would go back to their villages, we would promise to do them no further harm until they troubled us again. Who were the chiefs, Harry? One was the Eagle. He's the big chief. I've often heard of him. The other was the Owl. I fancy the Eagle is the fighting chief and the Owl is the counselor. He is a crafty-looking beggar. The Eagle is a fine, tall Redskin, a sort of chap I shouldn't care about having a hand-to-hand fight with knives and tomahawks. He told us it were no use our hoping for assistance, for that none could come to us, and unless we could fly, we could not get through his young men, and that even if we could, our scalps would be hanging in their lodges long before we could get down to the ranches. I said he might have our scalps if he could take them, but that if he did, it would be off dead bodies, for as long as one of us had strength to draw trigger, he would not get up onto the butte. That was all. He knew well enough what the answer would be. He wanted to see, I fancy, how we took it and whether we were in good heart. It were just a game of bluff, and neither of us were going to show our hands. That night Bronco Harry's party went first on watch and were relieved at 12 o'clock. The Indians had remained quiet all the day, and Harry said to Hugh as they returned up the hill after being relieved, I shouldn't be surprised if they try and attack before morning. In the first place, they have been wonderful quiet all day, and in the next place, I reckon that when the chief said he acknowledged that we could hold the place, he just meant to give us the idea that he didn't mean to attack and were only going to starve us out. In course, they will do that afterwards, but I think they will try one rush first. I'll tell you what, Hugh, we will set to work now and get the rest of the horses to the top. They can't pick up much where they are now, and they may as well be out of the way if there is a fight. The 10 men soon got the horses up onto the plateau and then lay down to sleep. The morning was just breaking when the crack of a rifle was heard, and it was followed instantly by a score of others and an outburst of fierce yelling. Every man sprang to his feet and ran to the top of the path. Hugh, do you and 2 others take your place along the edge of the rock on the top of the gap. Tom, you and Stumpy and Rayson, take your places on the left and cover us as we fall back if we have to, as is like enough. Come on with me, the rest of you. Standing on the edge of the cliff, Hugh saw the flashes bursting out rapidly among the rocks and trees at the foot of the slope, and soon perceived that they were mounting upwards. A crowd of Indians must have thrown themselves suddenly forward and established themselves in cover, and they were now fighting their way up. The defenders had fallen back, for the answering flashes were halfway up the slope. The rattle of musketry was incessant, but far above it rose the yells of the Indians. The whites fought silently. It was still too dark to make out the figures, and Hugh and his companions remained inactive. Our men are falling back, Bill, he said presently to Royce, who was standing a few yards away on the other side of the gap. They're sure to do that, Royce replied. I guess there are 200 Injuns down there, and though it is difficult for them to make their way through the bushes, they will do it. You'll see our fellows will soon be up here. 5 minutes later, indeed, 3 or 4 figures were seen coming up the path. Who are you? Hugh shouted. It is all right, one of them called out. There are too many for us, and Bronco has ordered us to fall back and help you cover the rest. Gradually, the flashes of the defenders' rifles ceased to spurt out from among the rocks and died away altogether. Then at full speed, the men dashed up the pathway, followed closely by a number of leaping figures. Then the rifles of those along the edge of the rock cracked out. There was a chorus of cries and yells, and the pursuers bounded in among the rocks and bushes again, and their rifles flashed out angrily. Rayson fell backwards, shot through the head, and a cry on the other side of the gap showed that at least one was hit there. Lie down, Hugh shouted, and fire over the edge. In a minute, the whole party were gathered on the crest. The daylight was now broadening rapidly, but not one of the assailants could be seen, though the puffs of smoke from behind rock and bush showed how thickly they were gathered. "Will they try a rush, do you think?" Hugh asked Bronco, who had taken his post beside him. "I don't think so," Harry said. "I expect they didn't reckon on finding so many men on guard on the slope, and thought they might carry it with a rush and get here afore we was ready for them, and before it were light enough for us to shoot straight. They can't gather thick enough among the rocks down there to give them a chance of making a big rush." Apparently this was also the opinion of the Indians, who soon learned that it was dangerous to show their position by firing, for every shot was answered instantly, and several were killed as they raised their heads to fire from behind the rocks. The firing, therefore, gradually ceased. "Now we are just as we was before," Harry said. "It were sartin we couldn't hold the slope if they made an attack. The only thing is, they are nearer for a rush in the dark than they was afore. There ain't no fear they're trying it as long as it is light. 6 will be enough to keep guard at present. We will talk over what is best to be done." 6 men were picked out as a guard, the rest assembled in council. "We have got to block up that gap somehow," Harry said. "If they make a rush in the dark, we may kill a lot of them, but the chances are they will get up. It seems to me that we had best kill half the horses and pile them up down near the mouth. That will make a breastwork and will stop their bullets." There was a general chorus of assent. Then Hugh said, "That seems a very good idea, Harry, but I should think that it would be better if we were to make that breastwork halfway up the gap, and to cut off some big arms of these trees and pile them in front of it. If we were to pretty well fill up the gap with boughs, it would be very difficult to get through, and a couple of us behind the breastwork with 6-shooters would prevent them from clearing it away, especially as the others could fire down from above on them." "That's it," Bronco Harry said. "That will make us as safe as if there were no gap at all. Bully for you again, young'un. Let us set to work about it at once." There was not a hatchet among them, and it took them the whole day to cut off 5 or 6 stout boughs of trees with their bowie knives. However, it was done at last. The boughs were dragged along until near the mouth of the gap and then dropped into it, the butt ends inwards. Bronco Harry and 2 or 3 of the others going down into the gap and arranging them so that a dense screen was formed outwards with the boughs and leaves. 1 or 2 shots came up from the bottom of the slope, but these were harmless, and the guard took care that no one was able to fire from a direct line with the gap from anywhere near the summit. At last the boughs were all in position, and a dense hedge filled the gap 12 feet high. "We can spare the horses," Harry said. "They can't get through that hedge with us above them. They will never even try it. They see as we are up to something by their firing, but I don't suppose they can make out what it is. Like enough, one of them will crawl up after it gets dark to see, and when he reports what we have done, they will know that the game is up as far as taking the place by storm is concerned." From this time forward, no attempt was made to renew the attack. The Indians still held the slope, for shots were occasionally fired whenever one of the defenders came near enough to the edge to allow his head to be seen. Otherwise, all was quiet. As soon as the meat brought up was finished, one of the Indian horses was killed, and Hugh found that its flesh was by no means bad eating. The water was carefully husbanded, horses as well as men being placed on the smallest possible allowance. The horses, too, were picketed so as to prevent them from grazing at will, and the grass was cut and supplied to them in small bundles, mixed with leaves from the trees. With good management, it was agreed that they would be able to hold out for a fortnight without difficulty. End of Chapter 14, read by Dory Smith. Chapter 15 of Redskin and Cowboy, A Tale of the Western Plains by G.A. Henty. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 15, With the Waggon Teams. Soon after daybreak on the 12th day, the watch, which had now been carefully kept up for some days, reported that 2 Indians were galloping at full speed up the valley. A cheer broke from the defenders of the butte, for they doubted not that these brought news of the approach of a relieving party. When the horsemen arrived at the main encampment out on the plain, a stir was immediately visible, and in 2 or 3 minutes the Indians were seen running out to the horses grazing on the plain beyond, while loud yells rang through the air. "Those who have got rifles had better come to the edge," Long Tom shouted. "All these fellows who are here will be scooting out on the plain in a minute. We must stop a few of them anyhow." A minute or 2 later, scores of Indians dashed out from the trees at the foot of the buttes and ran toward their encampment. The whites at once opened fire, but a running man far below was a difficult mark, and not a single shot took effect. "Y'all don't call that shooting," Bronco Harry said indignantly. "It is all very well, Harry," Hugh said, "but a brown spot 300 feet below you and as many yards away isn't an easy mark." "Well," Harry said, "it can't be helped. Now we will get ready to go out to lend a hand to our friends. Let us have a couple of ropes. We will tie them to the branches one by one and haul them up. There's no fear of an attack. Now, look here, Jim. You and your lot had best stop here to guard the women, and we will sally out. There are 5 of you. That will be plenty." The man on watch now gave a shout. "I can see them," he said. "How many of them?" "I guess there's about 80. There's a thick clump in the middle. I reckon that they are the soldiers, and 30 or 4 riding loose. I allow they are cowboys." "That is just about the right number," Harry said. "If there was more of them, the Indians wouldn't fight. I don't know as they will now, but seeing as there must be 300 of them, I expect they'll try it. Now then, up with these branches." In a quarter of an hour, the branches were all hauled out of the gap. While this had been going on, the women had given a feed and a good drink of water to the horses, for there was no occasion any longer to husband their resources. The animals were now saddled and led down through the gap. By this time, the Indians were all mounted and were moving in a close body across the plain to meet the advancing foe. "Now, Jim," Bronco Harry said, "you stand on the ledge, and when you see the fight begin, you wave your hand. We can't make a start until they are at it, and we shan't be able to see down below there." The cowboys made their way down through the plain and then mounted. They sat for 10 minutes with their eyes fixed upon Jim Gatling. Presently he waved his arm, and with a shout they started at a gallop. As soon as they were fairly out on the plain, they heard the sound of firearms, and after galloping half a mile, came suddenly in view of the combat. The Indians had boldly closed with the troops and cowboys, who were now driven together. A desperate hand-to-hand conflict was raging. Swords flashing in the sun, waving tomahawks and spears could be seen above the masses. The cracking of revolvers was incessant, and a light smoke hung over the conflict. "They are hard at it, boys," Long Tom explained. "Now don't shout until we're on them. They are too busy to notice us. Keep well together, and we shall go through them like a knife." Not a word was spoken as they galloped down upon the scene of conflict. When they were within 100 yards, a cry of warning was raised, and some of the Indians faced round. But in a moment, with a loud shout, the band of cowboys charged down upon them and cleft their way into the mass, horse and rider rolling over under the impetus of the onslaught. The deadly 6-shooters spoke out, while the Indians fell thickly around them, and in a minute they had joined the whites in the center of the mass. There was a shout of welcome, and then the officer commanding the troops cried, "Now's your time, lads! Press them hard! Give it them hot!" And the united party attacked the Indians with fresh vigor. Up to this time there had been little advantage on either side. Many more of the Indians had fallen than of the whites, owing to the superiority of the latter's weapons, especially the revolvers of the cowboy section. Still, their great superiority in numbers was telling, and when the 6-shooters were emptied, the cowboys had no weapons to oppose the spears and tomahawks of the Indians. The sudden attack from the rear, however, had shaken the Redskins. In the momentary pause that had ensued, many of the cowboys slipped fresh cartridges into their pistols, and in a short time the Indians began to give ground, while the less courageous of them wheeled about their horses' heads. War Eagle and some of the chiefs fought desperately, but when the former fell, cut down by one of the troopers, a panic spread among his followers, and, as if by a sudden impulse, they turned and fled. The pursuit was a short one, for the horses of the rescuing force were jaded with the long journey they had performed. Those of the party from the butte were weakened by hunger, while the ponies of the Indians had been doing nothing for days and speedily left them behind. After hearty congratulations by the rescuers and sincere thanks by those whom they had relieved from their peril, the party returned to the scene of the conflict. 4 troopers and 2 cowboys had fallen, and a score had received wounds more or less serious, while on the part of the Indians over 30 lay dead. Graves were dug for the fallen whites, the wounds of the others were bandaged up, and they then proceeded to the butte, at whose foot the women and the settlers who had been left to guard them had already gathered, they having hurried down as soon as they saw the plain covered with flying Indians. Steve had returned with the rescuing party and had been severely wounded in the fight. A blow from a tomahawk having cut off one of his ears, wounded his cheek, and inflicted a terrible gash on his shoulder. He was, however, in the highest spirits. "I shan't look so purty, my dear," he said to his daughter, who burst into tears at the sight of his injury. "But then, I was not anything uncommon afore, and I haven't any thought of going courting again. Well, we have given the Injuns a smart lesson." When the handshaking and congratulations ceased, the captain commanding the cavalry held a consultation with Steve and some of the cowboys as to the advisability of following up the victory and attacking the Indians in their own villages. "I should not feel justified in doing it unless I was pretty certain of success. The commandant of the fort gave me orders to rescue this party, and I've done so, but he said nothing about engaging in a regular campaign with the Indians." "I shouldn't try, Captain," Steve said. I reckon they haven't half their force here today, no, nor a quarter, for they reckon to put 1,000 fighting men in the field. They didn't guess as any of us had got off to get help, and knew that they had plenty here to keep us caged upon the butte. Another thing is, the cowboys with us are all employed on the ranches, and although they came off willing to rescue the women and pay the Injuns off for that murdering business at our settlement, I reckon they will want to be off again to their work. But even with them, we ain't no match for the forces the Redskins can collect, so if you will take my advice, Captain, you won't waste a minute, for there's no saying how soon they will be down on us again, and if they did come, the fight today wouldn't be a circumstance to the next. You are right, the officer said. It would be folly to risk anything by waiting here. I suppose you're all ready to start? I reckon so, Steve said. The horses have all been brought down from the hill. The officer at once gave orders to mount. While this conversation had been going on, Hugh, who was occupied in giving Prince a good feed from the grain the soldiers had brought for their horses, saw one of the troopers staring at him. "Hello, Luscombe!" he exclaimed. "Who would have thought of seeing you here?" "I thought I couldn't be mistaken, Hugh," the other exclaimed as they grasped each other's hands. "But you have changed so much, and you widened out so tremendously in the 18 months since I left you, that for a moment I wasn't sure it was you. Well, this is luck, and it is quite a fluke, too. I was getting heartily sick of doing duty at that wretched fort, where one day was just like another, and there was nothing in the world to do except cleaning one's traps, when a letter arrived from the governor. I told you the old boy was sure to give in sooner or later, and he sent me money to get my discharge and take me home. I was just going to the commanding officer to make my application when Rutherford rode into camp. It was evidently something very important, for his horse fell dead as he drew rein. So I waited to hear the news and found that our troop was ordered to mount instantly to ride to the rescue of a party of settlers and cowboys who were besieged by the Indians. You may guess I dropped my letter into my pocket and said nothing about it. We have done a good deal of scouting and had 2 or 3 paltry skirmishes with the Indians, but nothing worth talking about, and this seemed, from what Rutherford said, to be likely to be a regular battle, and so you see, here I am. It has been a jolly wind-up for my soldiering, and to think that you should be one of the party we have ridden something like 300 miles to rescue. Now, tell me all about yourself." At this moment, the trumpet to saddle sounded. "I will tell you as we ride along," Hugh said. "I don't suppose there will be any particular order kept on our way back." 5 minutes later, the whole party were cantering down the valley. They did not draw rein until late in the afternoon, and then halted on the banks of the Canadian. A strong cordon of sentries was posted that night, but there were no signs of Indians, and the next day the party reached one of the ranch stations. During the 2 days' march and at the camp, Hugh and Luscombe had kept together, the latter having obtained permission from his officer to fall out of the ranks upon his telling him that one of the cowboys was an old friend who had come with him from Europe. "I shall be off in a month or 2, Luscombe said when they parted that evening. "I expect there are formalities to be gone through here just as there are in England. You are quite sure there is no chance of your going home with me?" "Quite sure. I have another 3 years to stop out here yet, and then I can go back and claim my own. I wrote to Randolph, my trustee, you know, to tell him I am alive and well, and very glad that I did not kill that uncle of mine, and saying that I shall return when I am of age, but not before. What do you mean to do, Luscombe?" "I am going to settle down," Luscombe said. "I can tell you a year's work as trooper in one of these Yankee forts is about enough to make a man sick of soldiering. I have eaten the bread of adversity, and very hard bread it is, too, and there is mighty little butter on it. I am going in for fatted calf when I go back, and am quite prepared to settle down into a traditional squire, to look after fat beeves, become interested in turnips, and to be a father to my people. Well, anyhow, Hugh, you will let me know when you come back to England. You know my address, and as soon as you have kicked that uncle of yours out and have squared matters generally, you must come straight to me. You will be sure of the heartiest welcome. The governor is a capital old boy, and if he did cut up rusty, the wonder is he didn't do it long before. My mother is a dear old lady, and the girls, there are 2 of them, are first-rate girls, and the youngest, by the way, is just about the right age for you. She was 14 when I came away." Hugh laughed. "I shall very likely bring home an Indian squaw or a Mexican, so we won't build on that, Luscombe. But when I go back to England, you shall hear of me, and I accept the invitation beforehand." On the following morning, the party broke up. The troops started back for the fort. Steve Rutherford and the cowboys rode for a time southwest, and then worked their way over the foothills and came down into the plains of Texas, and after a week's travel returned to the village from which they had started. It had already begun to rise from its ruins. Wagon loads of lumber had been brought up from below, and there was no lack of willing hands from other scattered settlements to aid in the work of rebuilding the houses. Little attention was paid to the party as they rode up from the plains, for it was not on that side that a watch had been kept up for their return, and indeed the eyes of the survivors had almost ceased to turn towards the mountains, for hope had well nigh died out, and it had been regarded as certain that the whole party had been cut off and massacred by the Indians. As soon, however, as the news spread that there were women among the approaching troop, axes, saws, and hammers were thrown down, and there was a rush to meet them. The scene was an affecting one, as mothers clasped daughters and women embraced their husbands, whom they had never thought to see again. The cowboys were pressed to stay there for the night, but they refused as they were anxious to return to the ranch from which they had been absent more than 3 weeks. Fortunately, the busy season was almost over when they left, and they knew that there were enough hands on the ranch to look after the cattle during their absence. On the way back, Bronco Harry said to Hugh, "I expect, Hugh, a good many of us will be getting our tickets before long. They don't keep on more than half their strength through the winter. What are you thinking of doing? If you would like to stop on, I'll speak to the boss. I reckon I shall have charge of an outfit this winter and can manage for you and Stumpy." "Thank you very much, Bronco, but as I have told you often, I don't want to stop. I have had a season's life as a cowboy, but I have no idea of sticking to it and mean to have a try at something else. I intend to go back to England when I am 21. I have some property there and have no need to work. I got into a scrape at home with the man who is my guardian and don't care about turning up until he has no longer any authority over me." "Well, you know your own business, Lightning. It is a pity, for in another year you would make one of the best hands on the plains." "If I were to stay for another year, I expect I should stay for good, Harry. It is a hard life, a terribly hard life, but it is a grand one for all that. There is nothing like it in the way of excitement, and I don't wonder that men who once take to it find it very difficult to settle down to anything else afterwards. Therefore, you see, it is just as well to stop before one gets too fond of it. I know I shall always look back upon this as the jolliest time of my life, and I am lucky to have gone through it without having been damaged by a cow, or having my neck broken by a bronco, or being shot by an Indian. Royce has made up his mind to go with me, and as soon as we get our discharge we shall make our way to New Mexico, and perhaps down into Arizona, but of course that must depend upon other things." Upon reaching the station they found that, as Harry had predicted, hands were already being discharged. The manager said, when they went to him and told him that they wished to leave, "Well, I had intended to keep you both on for the winter, but of course if you wish to go, there is an end of it, and there are so many anxious to be kept on that a man in my position feels almost grateful to those who voluntarily afford vacancies." There were very hearty adieus between Hugh and Royce and Bronco Harry, Long Tom, and the others who had been their close companions for months. Then they mounted and rode off from the station. They had heard from a man who had just arrived that a large wagon train was on the point of starting from Decatur for Santa Fe. It was composed of several parties who had been waiting until a sufficient force was collected to venture across the Indian country. There were several wagon trains going with supplies for the troops stationed at the chain of forts along the line. Others had goods for Santa Fe, while a third was freighted with machinery and stores for mining enterprises farther south in New Mexico. It took Royce and Hugh a week to traverse the country to Decatur, and on arriving there they heard that the teams had started 2 days before. They waited a day at Decatur to buy a pack horse and the necessary stores for their journey, and then set out. In 2 days they overtook the train, which consisted of 40 wagons. Learning which man had been selected as the leader of the party, they rode up to him. "We're going to Santa Fe," Royce said. "We are both good shots and hunters, and we propose to travel with you. We are ready to scout and bring in game if you will supply us with other food." "That's a bargain," the man said briefly, by no means sorry at the addition of strength to the fighting force. "I reckon you will earn your grub. They say the Injuns are on the warpath." "They are right enough there," Royce said. "We've been engaged in a fight with a band of the Comanches who made a raid down on a little settlement named Gainesford, killed a score of settlers, and carried off 5 women. We got together a band from the ranch we were working on and went after them, and we had some pretty tough fighting before we got through." "Well, you will just suit us," the man said. "I hear pretty near all the tribes are up, but I doubt whether they will venture to attack a party like this." "I don't think they will if we keep together and are cautious," Royce said. "You have 40 wagons. That at 2 men to a wagon makes 80. "That's so," the other agreed. "And what with cooks and bosses and one thing and another, we mount up to pretty nigh 100, and of course every man has got a rifle along with him." "That makes a strong party," Royce said, "and with the advantage you will have of fighting from the cover of the wagons, I don't think the Redskins would dare to attack you. We've got a pack animal along with us, as you see, and our blankets and things. We will hitch him to the tail of one of the wagons." The man nodded. "I've got 4 teams here of my own," he said, "and a spare man who cooks and so on for my outfit, so you may as well join in with that. They are the last 4 wagons in the line." The journey occupied 6 weeks. They kept at first up the west fork of the Trinity River, crossing a patch of heavily timbered country. Then they struck the main fork of the Brazos River and followed it for some distance, then took the track across to the Rio Pecos. It led them by a toilsome journey across an elevated and arid country without wood or water, save that which they obtained at the headwaters of the Double Mountain River, and from 4 small streams which united lower down to form the North Fork of the Colorado River. From this point until they reached the Pecos, a distance of over 100 miles, there was no water. At ordinary times, caravans would not have followed this route, but would have kept far to the north. But they would have been exposed to attacks by the Comanches and Utes, so in spite of their strength, they thought it prudent to follow the longer and safer route. With a view to this journey across the desert, each wagon carried an empty hogshead slung behind it. These were filled at the last springs, and the water, doled out sparingly, sufficed to enable the men and animals to subsist for the 5 days the journey occupied, although the allowance was so small that the sufferings of the cattle were severe. Up to this time, Hugh and Royce had succeeded almost daily in bringing a couple of stags into camp, but game was scarce in this parched and arid region, where not only water was wanting, but grass was scanty in the extreme, and the only sustenance for deer was the herbage of the scattered bushes. They therefore rode with the caravan and aided it as far as they could. The wagons, which were of great size, were generally drawn by 12 oxen or mules, and in crossing the deep sand it was sometimes necessary to use the teams of 2 wagons to drag one over the sandhills. Sometimes even this failed to move them, and the mounted men fastened their ropes to the spokes of the wheels and so helped to get the wagons out of the holes into which they had sunk. "I would rather run the risks of a fight with the Indians," Hugh said to Royce on the last day of their journey across the plain, "than have to perform this frightful journey. The heat is simply awful, and I feel as if I could drink a bucket of water." "You will get plenty of water tonight, Hugh. The Pecos is a good big river. I believe the animals smell it already. Look how hard they are pulling. The drivers crack their whips and shout as usual, but the beasts are doing their best without that. We've been very lucky that we've had no sandstorms or anything to delay us and confuse us as to the track. Well, we are over the worst of the journey now. Except the Guadalupe Pass, there ain't much trouble between the Pecos and El Paso. Once there, we are on the Rio Grande all the way up to Santa Fe." Towards the afternoon, the ground became harder, and the animals quickened their pace almost to a trot, straining at the ropes with heaving flanks, while their tongues hanging out and their bloodshot eyes showed how they were suffering. An hour before sunset, a shout broke from the men as, on ascending a slight rise, the river lay before them. The instant they reached its bank and the animals were loosed, they rushed in a body into the stream and plunged their nostrils deeply into the water, while the men, ascending the banks a short distance, lay down at the edge of the stream and satisfied their thirst. 5 minutes later, all had stripped and were enjoying a bath. Hugh had been much struck with the difference between the teamsters and the cowboys. The former did not wear the chaparajos or leather overalls with fringed seams, or the bright silk neck handkerchiefs or flat-brimmed hats of the cowboys. Their attire was sober rather than bright. They wore soft hats with slouched brims and great cowhide boots. There was none of that dashing, reckless air that characterized the cowboys or the quick alertness that showed the readiness to cope with any emergency that might occur. Nor in the camp at night was there any trace of the light-hearted gaiety which showed itself in song, laughter, and dance in the gatherings round the cowboys' fires. They were for the most part silent and moody men, as if the dull, monotonous labor in which they were engaged, and the months of solitary journeying, with nothing to break the silence save the cracking of the whips and the shouts of encouragement to the animals, had left their mark upon them. Hugh and Royce agreed cordially that, with all its dangers and its unmeasured toil, they would infinitely prefer the life of a cowboy, short as it might be, to that of a teamster, even with the prospect of acquiring a competence upon which to settle down in old age. 2 days' halt was made on the banks of the Pecos to rest the footsore animals. Then the journey was recommenced, the river crossed at a shallow ford, and its banks followed until, after 3 days' journey, a small stream running in from the west was reached. Hence the route lay due west to El Paso. The country was flat until they reached the Guadalupe range of hills, which they crossed by a winding and difficult pass, each wagon being taken up by 3 teams. Then, skirting the Alamos Hills, they crossed the Sierra Hueco by the pass of the same name, which was far easier than that of Guadalupe, and then one long day's march took them down to Fort Bliss, which stands on the Rio Grande, facing the town of El Paso. They had now arrived at the borders of civilization. Mexican villages and towns and United States posts were scattered thickly along the course of the river, all the way from El Paso up to Santa Fe. "Where do you think of doing, young fella?" the head of the party asked Hugh as they sat by the fire of the encampment a short distance out of El Paso. "You see, we shall kind of break up here. I'll go with my teams to the forts along the river and then strike out east to the outlying posts. About half my freight is ammunition and such like. Well, then pretty nigh half the wagons go up to the mines. They have powder, tools, and machinery. 1 or 2 stay here. They bring hardware and store goods of all sorts for this town. The rest go up to Santa Fe. Now, what are you thinking of doing? You can make up your mind to stay here, or you can go up to Santa Fe. You told me you had a fancy for joining some prospecting party and going out west into Arizona. I doubt whether you will find anyone much bent on that job at present, seeing as how the engines is stirring. Though I don't know that makes much difference, seeing they is always again anyone going into what they calls their country. Anyhow, the miners will all have to work with a pick in one hand and a rifle in the other. You've got the Apaches here, and they're worse than the Comanches. The Comanches have had to deal with Western hunters and pioneers, and know that there ain't much to be got out of them but lead, so beyond stealing cattle, they've got into the way of being mostly quiet, though now and again they break out, just as they have at present. Now, the Apache has had to deal all along with Mexicans, and he has pretty good reason for thinking he is much better fighter than the white man. He has been raiding on the Mexican villages for hundreds of years, burning and killing and carrying off their women and gals, and I guess there's pretty good sprinkling of Mexican blood in his veins, though that don't make him better or worse as far as I know. Still, take them together, they are the savagest and hardest tribe of Redskins on this continent. However, if you like to go prospecting among our hills and to run the risk of losing your scalp, that is your business. But if you do, this is the place to start from and not Santa Fe. There's gold pretty nigh everywhere in the valley of the Gila, and that lies a bit to the northwest from here. At any rate, it seems to me that this is the place that you are most likely to fall in with the party starting out. But let me give you a warning, lad. You will find this town is pretty nigh full of gold miners, and you won't find one of them who won't tell you that he knows of some place that's a sartin fortune up among the hills. Now, don't you believe them. Don't you go and put your money into any job like that. If you find a party being got up and others think it is good enough to join, of course you can chip in, but don't you go and find the money for the whole show. There is no fear of that, Hugh laughed. I had about 25 pounds when I went on to the ranch, and I have got that and 6 months' pay in my belt. That won't go far towards fitting out an expedition. No, it won't, the teamster agreed. It will be enough for you to be able to chip in with the others, but, as you say, not to stand the whole racket. Well, what do you think? I am very much obliged to you for your advice, Hugh said, and I think we can't do better than stay about here for a bit at any rate. What do you say, Royce? It is all one to me, Royce replied, but there's no doubt that El Paso is as good a place as any, if not better, for looking around. Then that is settled, Bill, and to tell you the truth, I have had pretty nigh enough riding for the present, and shan't be sorry for a fortnight's rest. Same here, Bill said. I feel as if I was getting part of the horse, and should like to get about on foot for a bit so as to feel that I hadn't quite lost the use of my legs. Accordingly, the next morning they bade goodbye to their comrades of the last 2 months, and, mounting, rode into El Paso. It was a town of some size, and purely Mexican in its features and appearance. The inhabitants almost all belonged to that nationality, but in the street were a considerable number of red-shirted miners and teamsters. Hugh and his companions rode up to one of the principal haciendas and handed over the 3 horses to a lounging Mexican. They have been fed this morning, Royce said. We will come in and give them some corn in 2 hours. I will see after Prince, Hugh said, patting his horse's neck. Don't you be afraid that I am going to leave you to the care of strangers. We have been together too long for that, old boy. They then went into the hotel and ordered a room and breakfast. I don't care much for this Mexican stuff with its oil and garlic, Royce said as they had finished the meal. Don't you? I call it first rate. After living on fried beef and broiled beef for over a year, it is a comfort to get hold of vegetables. These beans were delicious, and the coffee is a treat. It isn't bad for one meal. Royce admitted reluctantly, "but you'll get pretty sick of Mexican cookery after a bit, and long for a chunk of plain beef hot from the fire." "Perhaps I shall," Hugh laughed, "but I think it will be some little time first. Now let us take a stroll round the town." It was all new to Hugh. He had seen the Mexican women in their native dress in the villages among the hills, but here they indulged in much more finery than the peasant girls. The poblanas were all dressed in gay colors, with a scarf or rebezo over their heads, with gold pins and ornaments in their glossy black hair, and with earrings, necklaces, and generally bracelets of the same metal. No small share of a peasant's wealth is exhibited on the persons of his womankind. They wore short skirts, generally of red or green, trimmed with rows of black braid, while a snow-white petticoat below and a white chemisette partly hidden by a gay handkerchief over the shoulders completed the costume. They were almost all barefooted, but Hugh observed that their feet and ankles were exceedingly small and well-formed, as were their hands and plump brown arms. Here and there were a good many of the upper-class half shrouded in black mantles, wearing the Spanish mantilla, worn so as partly to conceal the face, though it needed but the slightest movement to draw it aside when they wished to recognize anyone they met. Most of these were on their way to a church, whose bell was pealing out a summons, and carried their mass book in one hand and a fan in the other. Many a look of admiration was bestowed by the merry peasant girls upon Hugh as he walked along. He was now 18 and had attained his full height, and his life on horseback gave an easy and lissome appearance to his tall, powerful figure. His work among the cattle had given to his face something of the keen, watchful expression that characterizes the cowboys, but not to a sufficient extent to materially affect the frank, pleasant look that was his chief characteristic. His gray eyes and the light brown hair with the slightest tinge of gold in it, typical of the hardy North Country race, were very attractive to the dark-skinned Mexicans. He and his companions had both donned their best attire before leaving camp, and this differed but slightly from that of the Mexican vaqueros, and though sufficiently gay to attract general attention elsewhere, passed unnoticed at El Paso. The Western cowboy was not an unusual figure there, for many of those discharged during the winter were in the habit of working down upon the New Mexican ranches and taking temporary employment with the native cattle raisers, by whom their services were much valued, especially where the ranches were in the neighborhood of those worked by white cowboys. These in any disputes as to cattle with the Mexican vaqueros were accustomed to carry matters with a high hand. But the white cowboys in Mexican service were just as ready to fight for their employers' rights as were those on the American ranches, and the herds were safe from depredation when under their charge. There were many priests in the streets, and numerous as they were always saluted with the deepest respect by the peasant women. "It is wonderful how much women think of their priests," Royce observed philosophically. "Back east it used to make me pretty well sick when I was a young chap to hear them go on about their ministers. But these Mexican women go a lot farther. There is nothing they wouldn't do for these fat padres." "No, but they are not all fat, Royce," Hugh said. "I acknowledge they look for the most part plump and well-fed, and upon the best of terms with themselves, as well they may be, seeing how much they are respected." "They have got a pretty easy life, I reckon," Royce said contemptuously. "They've got to say Mass 2 or 3 times a day, sit in a box listening to the women's confessions, and fatten upon their gifts and offerings." "At any rate, Royce, the people here are religious. See, there are as many peasants as peasant women going into that church. Whatever may be said about it, religion goes for a good deal more in a Catholic country than in a Protestant. It is a pity there is not more religion among the cowboys." "How are we to get it?" Royce protested. "Once or twice a year a minister may arrive at a camp and preach, but that's about all. We always give him a fair show, and if any fellow were to make a muss, it would be worse for him. I don't say as cowboys don't use pretty hard language among themselves, but I will say this, that if a minister or a woman comes to camp, they will never hear a swear word if they stop there a week. No, sir, cowboys know how to behave when they like, and a woman might go through the ranches from end to end in Texas without being insulted." "I know that, Royce. The point is, if they can go without using what you call swear words when a woman is among them, why can't they always do so?" "It is all very fine to talk, Hugh, but when you get on a bucking bronco that sends you flying about 10 yards through the air and you come down kerplump, I never seed a man yet as would pick himself up and speak as if he were in a church. No, sir, it's not in human nature." When they got back to the hotel, Hugh observed that questioning glances were cast at them by several men who were lounging about the steps. Royce observed it also. "What have those fellows got in their heads, I wonder?" he said. Do they reckon we are two bad, bold men who have been holding up some Mexican village, or do they take us for horse thieves? There's something wrong, Hugh, you bet." "They certainly didn't look friendly, Royce, though I am sure I don't know what it is about. You haven't been winking at any of their women, have you?" "Go along with you," Royce laughed. "As if any of them would look at a little chap like me while I'm walking along of you. If there has been any winking, it's you as has done it." "I am quite innocent, Royce, I assure you. Still, there is something wrong. Well, let us go and see that the horses are fed." There were 5 or 6 men in the yard. They were talking excitedly together when Hugh and his companion came out of the hotel, but they were at once silent and stood looking at them as they crossed the yard and went into the stable. "There's something wrong," Royce repeated. "If my horse were as good as yours, Hugh, I should say let's settle up quietly and ride out and make a bolt, but they would overtake me in no time." "That would never do, Royce. I don't know what their suspicions are, but they would be confirmed if we were to try to escape, and if they overtook us, the chances are they wouldn't give us much time for explanations." "You are right there, Hugh. The Mexicans hates the whites. They know that one of us can lick any 3 of them, and it riles them pretty considerable. They don't give a white man much show if they get their hands on him." "Well, it is no use worrying about it, Royce. I suppose we shall hear sooner or later what it is all about." Passing through the hotel, they took their seats at some tables placed in the shade in front of the house, and there sat smoking and talking for some time. "If those fellows round the door keep on looking at us much longer," Royce said, "I shall get up and ask them what they mean." "Don't do that, Royce. It would only bring on a fight. That is no use here." "Well," Royce said doggedly, "I haven't got to sit here to be stared at, and some of them fellows is going to get wiped out if they go on at it." "We are sure to hear before long, Royce. See, there is a knot of 4 or 5 fellows in uniform at the other end of the square. I suppose that they are a sort of policemen. I have seen them looking this way. You will see they are going to arrest us presently, and then, I suppose, we shall hear all about it." "I wish we had Bronco Harry and the rest of our outfit here," Royce said. "We would clear out the whole town." Half an hour later, there was a clatter of horses' hoofs, and 2 gentlemen, followed by half a dozen Mexican vaqueros, rode into the square and made straight for the hotel. Simultaneously, the guardians of the peace moved across the square, and there was a stir among the loungers at the entrance to the hotel. "The affair is coming to a crisis, Royce." One of the Mexicans was an elderly man, the other a lad 17 or 18 years old. The latter dismounted and entered the hotel. In 2 minutes he reappeared and spoke to the other, who also dismounted, and after a word or two with one of the men belonging to the hotel, and a short conversation with the leader of the party of civil guards, advanced to the table at which Hugh and Royce were sitting. He saluted them as they rose to their feet. Hugh returned the salutation. "Signors," he said courteously in very fair English, "you have, I understand, just arrived here, having accompanied a wagon train across the deserts from Texas." "It is perfectly true, Signor," Hugh replied. "Is there anything unusual in our doing so?" "By no means," the Mexican said. "The matter that concerns me is that one of you is riding a horse which belonged to my son, Don Esteban Perales." "You mean the bay?" The Mexican made a gesture of assent. "I purchased that horse at McKinney, a small town northeast of Texas." "May I ask who you purchased it from?" "Certainly, Signor. It must have passed from the hands of your son before it was offered for sale to me. I bought it from 2 men whom I had never seen before." A little crowd had gathered behind the Mexican, and at this answer there were exclamations of, "A likely story that," and "Death to the horse thieves." 2 men in mining costume, the one a tall, powerfully built man some 50 years old, the other small and of slight figure, with snow-white hair, who had just strolled up, separated themselves from the rest and ranged themselves by Hugh's side, the big man saying in Mexican, "Softly, senores, softly. You ain't neither judges nor jury on this case, and me and my mate is going to see fair play." "There is no intention, Signor, of doing anything unfair," the Mexican said. "The matter is a simple one. These strangers have just ridden in here with a horse belonging to my son. He started from here with 3 servants and a party going to Texas. This was upwards of 18 months ago. He had business at New York. His intention was to spend a few weeks in Texas hunting, then to proceed to the nearest railway station and take the train to New York. From the time he started, we have never heard from him. Some members of the party he accompanied have long since returned. It seems that he accompanied them until they had passed the Badlands, and then left them to carry out his intention of hunting. We have never heard of him since. He certainly has never arrived at New York. and now that these strangers arrive here with his horse, which was recognized as soon as it entered the stables, I have a right to inquire how they obtained it." "Surely, Signor," Hugh said. "The men from whom I bought it were, as I said, strangers. They were two very doubtful-looking characters, and as they appeared very anxious to sell the horse and were willing to part with it considerably under its value, my opinion was that undoubtedly they had not become possessed of it honestly. My friend here was with me at the time, and the only terms upon which I would purchase it and a pack-horse they also had to sell were that they should give me a formal receipt signed in the presence of the sheriff and judge, in order that, should I at any time come across the owner of the animal, I should be in a position to prove that I at least had come by it honestly. That receipt I have here." And taking a small leather case from his pocket, he produced the receipt. "These are the signatures, Signor, and the official stamps of the writers, and you will see that they testify also to their personal knowledge of me as a resident of the town. I may add that it is certain that, had I been an accomplice of the thieves, I should have taken good care not to bring the horse to a locality where he would be at once recognized." The Mexican glanced through the paper. "That is perfectly satisfactory, Signor, and I must apologize for having for a moment entertained suspicions of you. Explain this, Carlos," he said to his son. "I would have further talk with these gentlemen." The young Mexican translated in his own language the effect of what had passed, and the little crowd speedily dispersed, several having walked away as soon as the two miners sided with the accused, as a fray with four determined men armed with revolvers was not to be lightly entered upon. The miners were also turning away when Hugh said to the Mexican, "Excuse me a moment, Signor." "Thank you greatly," he went on, turning to the miners, "for siding with us. We are strangers here. Will you let us see you again and have a talk with you? At present, as you see, this gentleman, who has lost his son, who has most probably been murdered by these horse thieves, wants to question me. Do me the favor to come in this evening and drink a bottle of wine with us, when we can again thank you for your aid." "There are no thanks due," the bigger of the two men said. "Me and my mate know nothing of the affair, but seeing two of our own color facing a lot of these Mexicans, we naturally ranged up alongside of you to see fair play. But as you're strangers, and we have nothing particular to do, I don't mind if we come in and have a talk this evening, eh, mate?" The little man nodded, and the two walked off together. Hugh then turned to the Mexican. "Now, Signor, we are at your service." "Signors," he said courteously, "my name is Don Ramon Perales. My hacienda lies 3 miles away. This is scarcely a place for quiet conversation. I am anxious to learn all particulars that you can give me as to the men from whom you bought the horse. May I ask if you would mount your horses and ride back with me?" "With pleasure, Signor," Hugh said. "Our time is entirely our own, and I can readily understand your anxiety to hear all you can about this matter." End of chapter 15. Read by Dory Smith. Chapter 16 of Redskin and Cowboy, A Tale of the Western Plains by G.A. Henty. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 16, A Mining Expedition. In a few minutes, Hugh and Royce remounted and joined the two Mexican gentlemen and set out with the party of vaqueros riding behind them. "You came in with quite a strong force, Don Ramon," Hugh said, smiling. "It might have been necessary," the Mexican replied. "I could not tell with whom I had to deal. Our guard do not care very much about risking their skins, especially when it is a question of Texan cowboys who have, if you will excuse my saying so, a terrible reputation, and can use their pistols with a skill that is extraordinary. I could not guess that I had to do with gentlemen." "There's nothing that way about me, Signor," Royce said abruptly. "I'm a cowboy, or a teamster, or a miner, or anything that comes to hand, but nary a claim to be a gentleman." "My friend is a good fellow, Signor, in every way," Hugh said, "and is my staunch and true friend. I myself am an Englishman who has come out to enjoy the hunting and the rough life of the plains of the West for a few years before settling down at home." "And now, Signor," the Mexican said with a bow, "will you let me begin to question you, for I am full of anxiety as to my unfortunate son. I feared before that he was lost to us. I fear now even more than before, for I am sure that he would never have parted with his horse, which he had reared from a colt and was much attached to. These men from whom you bought it, were they known in that locality?" "No," he replied. "Wherever they came from, they did not belong to that corner of Texas, for neither the judge nor the sheriff had ever seen them before. Had they known that they were bad characters, they would have arrested them and held them until an owner was found for the horse, but as they knew nothing against them, they did not feel justified in doing so. "Will you describe them to me?" the Mexican said. They were men of between 30 and 40. From their attire, they might have been hunters. They were dressed a good deal like your vaqueros. They wore chaparajos with red sashes around their waist and flannel shirts. They had jackets with silver buttons, which you don't see much among our cowboys on the plains, and broad, soft felt hats. I should say that one was a half-breed, that is to say, half Mexican, half American. Both had black mustaches and what I should call hang-dog faces. "I have no doubt from your description," Don Ramon said. "They were 2 men who joined the caravan a day or 2 before my son left it. These men said they were hunters, and I was told that my son engaged them to accompany him while he was hunting, to act as guides, and show him the best places for game. They were described to me by some of the party that returned here, and I feared at the time that if evil had befallen him, it was through them. Now that you tell me they sold you his horse, I feel but too certain this was so." "They seem to have ridden fast and far. Their own horses and the bay were in fair condition, senor, but the pack horse was very poor. The men were evidently in great haste to get away, and I should judge from this that if, as you fear, they murdered your son and his 3 servants, they probably did it at the last camping place before they arrived at McKinney. Had they done it when far out on the plains, there would have been no good reason why they should have been in so much haste. But if it had been but a short distance away, they might have feared that someone might find the bodies and organize a pursuit at once." "Why should they have delayed so long if their intention was murder?" the younger Mexican asked. "That I cannot say, Don Carlos. They may have fallen in with other hunters after leaving the caravan, and these may have kept with them all the time they were out on the plains, and they may have had no opportunity of carrying out their designs till the party separated. Or, again, your brother's attendants might have been suspicious of them and may have kept up too vigilant a watch for them to venture on an attack before. But this watch may have been relaxed when the journey was just at an end, and it seemed to them that their fears were unfounded." "That is the most likely explanation," Don Ramon said. "They were 3 picked men. 2 of them were hunters, the other my son's body servant. It is likely enough that the hunters would have kept alternate watch at night had they suspected these fellows. Those 2 were to have remained in charge of the horses at the town where my son took rail, and to await his return there. The other man was to accompany him to New York. My son had an ample supply of gold for his expenses, and I fear it was that, rather than the horse, that attracted the scoundrels." They were by this time approaching a large and handsome building, standing in extensive grounds. As they halted before it, a number of peons ran out and took the horses. Prince had quickened his pace as he neared the house, and had given a joyful neigh as of recognition. When Hugh alighted, the horse, as usual, laid his muzzle on his shoulder to receive a caress before turning away, and then, without waiting for one of the peons to take his rein, walked away toward the stables. "I see he is fond of you, senor. You have been a kind master to him." "I love horses," Hugh said, "and Prince, as I have called him, has been my companion night and day for 18 months. We have hunted together and roped in cattle and fought Indians and divided out last crust together." Don Ramon led the way into the house and then into a room where an elderly lady and 2 young ones were sitting. They rose as he entered. "What news, Ramon?" the elderly lady asked. "Such news as there is bad, Maria. These caballeros, Don Hugh Tunstall and—" he hesitated and looked at Royce, with whose name he was not acquainted. "Bill Royce, without any Don," the cowboy put in. The Mexican repeated the name. "Have been good enough to ride over here with me in order that you, as well as I, might question them as to what they know of our son. Unhappily, they know little. We were not misinformed. Don Hugh has indeed our son's horse, but he bought it, as he has proved to me, from 2 strangers who tally exactly with the description we have received of the 2 hunters who left the caravan with our son. I feared all along that these men were at the bottom of whatever might have befallen Estefan. I fear now that there is no doubt whatever about it. Caballeros, this is my wife, Donna Maria Perales. These are my 2 daughters, Dolores and Nina." For an hour, Hugh and his companion remained answering questions of Donna Perales. Then Hugh rose, feeling that the ladies would be glad to be alone in their grief, for the confirmation of their fears respecting Don Estefan had brought their loss back to them freshly. Don Ramon and his son accompanied them to the door. "I pray you," the former said, "that if at any time you come upon the villains, you give them in custody. I and my son will make the journey to appear against them, however far it may be." "You need not trouble on that score," Royce said. "If we meet them, I warrant you we can manage their business without any bother of judge or jury. They will have a cowboy trial, and after the evidence Hugh and I can give, you may be sure that a rope will very soon settle their affair." "I must ask you, Don Ramon," Hugh said, "to lend me a horse back to the town and to send a vaquero with me to bring it back." "But why, sir?" the Mexican asked in surprise. "You have your own horse." "No, senor, Prince is not mine. He was your son's and is yours. A man who buys stolen property is liable to lose it if he meets the proper owner, and when I bought Prince for half his value, I knew that I was running that risk." "No, Senor Englishman, I do not say that a man who has lost his horse has not the right to reclaim it wherever he may find it. That is, if he happens to be in a place where the law is respected, or if not, if he happens to be with the strongest party. But in the present case, I could not think of depriving you of the horse. It is evident that he has found a good master, and that you stand in his affections, just as my son did. Besides, if you will pardon my saying so, the horse is more to you than it is to me. There are many thousands of horses running wild on my estates, and although my son used to assert that there was not one which was equal to his horse, there are numbers that are but little inferior, for our horses are famous. They are mustangs crossed with pure Arab blood, which my grandfather had selected and sent over to him, regardless of cost. Pray, therefore, keep the bay. May it carry you long and safely. It will be a real pleasure to my wife and myself to know that poor Estefan's favorite horse is in such good hands. I have also," he said courteously to Royce, "taken the liberty of ordering my peons to change the saddle of the horse you rode to one more worthy of being a companion to the bay. It is of no use for one man to be well mounted if his comrade does not bestride a steed of similar swiftness." Hugh and Royce warmly thanked Don Ramon for his kindness. The horses were brought round, and that of Royce fully bore out the commendation of the Mexican. "We hope to see you again tomorrow," Don Ramon said as they mounted. "You will always be welcome guests here." "And you will not forget," Don Carlos said in a low tone, "if you ever meet those men." "That has been a fortunate adventure," Royce said as they rode off. "I have often wondered whether we should ever fall upon the original owner of your horse, and pictured to myself that we might have a bad time of it if we did. It isn't everyone who would have accepted that receipt of yours as proof." "No, I always felt that myself, Royce. Well, that sorrel of yours is a splendid animal and really worthy to go with Prince. I often wished you had a mount as good as mine, for my sake as well as your own, for there is no doubt of the truth of what he said. When two friends are riding together, their pace is only that of the slowest horse." "That is so," Royce agreed. "So there is some Arab blood in them. I have often talked over the bay in the camps. We all agreed we had never seen so good a mustang. There are good mustangs, but they are never a match for a really first-rate States horse, and yet we could not see any signs of such a cross in Prince. He were mustang, but there seemed more whipcord and wire about him than a mustang has. I've heard say that the mustangs are the descendants of Spanish barbs, and that the barbs were Moorish horses." "Yes, that is so, Royce. The barb is related to the Arab, but is not, I believe, of such pure blood. It is a coarser animal, and if Don Ramon's grandfather brought over some pure Arabs of first-rate strain, they would, no doubt, greatly improve the mustangs." "Well, Hugh, if we ever do meet those two murdering villains, I reckon their chances of getting away from us ain't worth mentioning." The reception on their return to the hotel was very different to that they had before experienced. They had been visitors at Don Ramon's hacienda, and Don Ramon was the richest proprietor in the district of El Paso. After they had finished supper that evening and were enjoying coffee and cigars at a table placed with others in a garden behind the hotel, the two miners who had stood by them in the morning came up and took seats beside them. "You had a pretty rough welcome this morning at El Paso," the big man said. "But, by the way, I do not know what to call you. My own name is Sim. I am generally known as Surly Sim. My friend's name is Frank. I generally call him the doctor." "My name is Bill," Royce said, "and out on the plain the boys call me Stumpy, which don't need any explanation. My mate's name is Hugh, and he's got the name of Lightning." "Ah, and why is that, may I ask?" the white-haired little man said. "Well, it is because of one of his accomplishments, Doctor. He's got the knack of drawing a pistol that sharp that almost before you see his hand move, you're looking down the tube of a pistol." "A very useful accomplishment," the little man remarked. always supposing that it is not used too often, and that it is only used in self-defense. I'm a peaceful man myself," he went on, "and have a horror of the use of firearms." His companion laughed. "Now you know that is so, Sim," the little man said earnestly. "Well, doctor, I don't go for to say that you are quarrelsome, and if anyone said so in my hearing, I should tell him he were a liar. But for a peaceable man, doctor, and I don't deny as you were peaceable, I don't know as there is a man in the mining regions who has used his weapon oftener than you have." "But always on the side of peace, Sim," the little man said earnestly. "Please to remember, always on the side of peace." "Yes, in the same way that a New York policeman uses his club, doctor." "Well, I can assure you I don't often use what you call my accomplishment," Hugh said. "I practice it so that I may be able to defend my life if I am attacked, but except in a fight with a band of Comanches, I have only once had occasion to draw my pistol." "And he weakened?" Sim asked. "Yes, I had the drop of him. There was nothing else for him to do." "And what are you going to do at El Paso?" "You're too abrupt, Sim, much too abrupt," the little man said deprecatingly. "Not at all, doctor. If it is anything they don't want to tell, they won't tell it. If it isn't, we may be useful to them." "We have no particular object in view," Hugh said. "I am an Englishman, but not a rich Englishman who comes out to buy ranches or to speculate in mines. But I have come rather to pass 3 or 4 years in seeing life on the western plains than to make money. I worked for 6 months in McKinney, had 3 or 4 months hunting, and then worked 6 months as a cowboy, and I thought that, for a change, I should like to come this way and see something of mining adventure in New Mexico or Arizona. My mate here has been with me for nearly 2 years and has thrown in his fortune with mine. There's adventure enough, and more than enough, in mining down there in Arizona. The doctor and I have been at it for some years. We haven't made a penny, but we have saved our scalps, so we may be considered lucky." "I was told," Hugh went on, "that El Paso was the most central place to come to. My idea was that I might find some party setting out on a prospecting expedition, and that I might be able to join it." "It ain't a good time for prospecting expeditions," Sim said. "Even on the upper Gila, the mining camps is all on guard, knowing that any day the Apaches may be down on them, and it would want a man to be a wonderful fond of gold for him to go out prospecting down in Arizona." "I don't care much for gold," Hugh laughed, "though I don't say I should object to take my share if we hit on a rich lode. I should go for the sake of the excitement and to see the life." "Well, at other times you might find any number of people here in El Paso who would be glad enough to take you out on such an expedition," the doctor said. "You ask the first man you meet, Mexican or white, and he will tell you he knows of a mine and will take you to it if you will fit out an expedition." "You are exceptions to the rule, doctor." "No, I don't say that," the doctor replied, though his companion gave a growling protest. "Oh, yes, we know of a mine," he went on, not heeding the growl. "At least we believe we do, which is, I suppose, as much as anybody could say. But we're like the rest. We say that it is better to stay at El Paso and keep our scalps on, even if we are poor, than to go and throw away our lives in looking for a mine. We've been out working for the last 6 months on a mine in the Gila Valley on shares with 6 others. We weren't doing so badly, but the Mexicans who were working for us got scared and wouldn't stay, so we've given it up and come down here. Some day or other, when things settle down again, I suppose the mine will be worked, but it won't be by us. We're looking out for someone who will buy our shares, but I don't suppose anyone will give $5 for them, and they would be right. The thing paid in our hands, but it wouldn't pay in Mexicans. They are poor, shiftless creatures and have no idea of hard work. We should have given it up anyhow, even without these Indian troubles, which don't make much difference, for the Apaches are always ready to come down when they see a chance. It is always war between them and the whites. But we were there 6 months, and 6 months are about the outside Sim and I ever stop anywhere." "When you do go prospecting, do you often get any hints from the Indians as to where gold is to be found?" "Never," Sim Howlett said. "The Injuns are too lazy to work themselves, and they know that when the whites get hold of gold, they pour down in numbers. I believe they do know often where there are lodes. I don't see how they can be off knowing it, for a Redskin is always keeping his eyes on the move. Nothing escapes him, and it would be strange if, wandering about as they do, and knowing every foot of their country, they didn't notice gold when it is there to see. Besides, they've got tales handed down from father to son. In old times they had gold ornaments and such like, but you never see them now. They know well enough that such things would draw the whites. Sometimes a Redskin will tell a white who has done him some great service where there is a lode, gold or silver or copper, but it don't happen often. Besides, most of the times the place lies right in the heart of their country, and for all the good it is, it might as well be in the middle of the sea. Of course, if it was gold and the metal was found in nuggets, and a horse load or two could be got in a month, it might be done. But not when it comes to settling there and sinking shafts and mining. That can't be done until the Apaches are wiped out. But are there such places as that, Sim? Well, there might be, but I've never seen them. The doctor and me have struck it rich many a time, but not as rich as that. Still, I reckon there are places where the first comer might gather a big pile if the Redskins would but let him alone for a month. I suppose you are absent some time on one of these expeditions. Do prospectors generally go on foot or horseback? They, in general, takes a critter apiece, and 2 others to carry grub and a pick and shovel. Sometimes they go 2 together, but more often one goes by himself. In course where 2 men knows each other and can trust each other, 2 is kind of handier than 1. We shouldn't like to work alone, should we, Doc? But then, you see, we have been 12 years together. Sometimes a man finds his own outfit. Sometimes he goes to a trader in a town. And if he is known to be a good miner and a straight man, the storekeeper will give him a sack of flour and a side of bacon and such other things as are required, and then they go partners in what is found. Sometimes this goes on for months, sometimes for years. Sometimes the trader loses his money, sometimes he makes a fortune. You see, there are plenty of places as ain't in what you may call the Indian country, but somehow or other it do seem as if the Redskins had just been put down where the best places is, so as to prevent the gold being dug. In Arizona, some big finds have been made, but nobody's any the richer for them. The Redskins is always on the lookout. Often an exploring party never comes back. Sometimes 1 or 2 come back with the news that the others have all been wiped out, but what with the awful country and the want of water and the sartainty of having to fight, and of sooner or later being surprised and scalped, there ain't many men as cares about following the thing up. I suppose you know of such places, Sim? Well, maybe we do, the miner said cautiously. Maybe we do, eh, Doctor? The little man did not reply, but sat looking searchingly at Hugh. When he did speak, it was not in direct answer to the question. I like your face, young fellow, he said. It reminds me of one I have seen somewhere, though I can't say where. You look to me as if you were downright honest. I hope I am, Hugh said with a laugh. You may bet your boots on that, Bill Royce said. He is as straight a man as you will find in Texas. And you are out here, the other went on, part for pleasure, part just to see life, and part, I suppose, to make money if you see a chance? I have never thought much of making money, Hugh replied, although I should certainly have no objection if I saw a chance, but I have never thought of doing more than keeping myself. And he has been with you, you say, nigh 2 years, he nodded at Royce. And you can speak for him as he does for you? That I can, Hugh said warmly. We have worked together and hunted together. We have been mates in the same outfit, and we have fought the Comanches together, and I can answer for him as for myself. He gave up his work and went with me, not because there was any chance of making more money that way than any other, but because we liked each other. Well, Sim, the little man said, it seems to me that these 2 would make good mates for that job of ours. Well, Doctor, you know I leave these things to you. I kind of feels that way myself towards them, and anyhow, I don't see as there can't be no harm in setting it afore them, seeing as there ain't no need to give them the indications. But I reckon there is too many about here to talk on a matter like that. Well, it comes to this, he went on, turning to Hugh. If you're disposed to make a joint expedition with us, and ain't afeard neither of roughing it nor of Redskins, you meet us tomorrow 3 miles outside of town on the South Road, and we will talk to you straight. That is just what would suit me, Hugh said. And you, Royce? It's all the same to me, Lightning. If you are for an expedition, you know you can count me in. Good night, then, Sim Hallett said, rising. We've sat here quite long enough talking together if we mean to do anything. I reckon there is a score of these Mexicans have been saying to themselves afore now, what can those 2 miners and them cowboys be a-talking together about? And when a Mexican begins to wonder, he begins to try and find out, so off we are. 3 miles out on the South Road at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. About half a mile past a village you will see a stone cross by the road. There is a path turns off by it. You follow that, and you will come across us afore you have gone 200 yards. What do you think of it, Royce? Hugh asked when they were alone. Don't think nothing of it one way or the other. Most of them miners have got some tale or other. However, they seem to me straight men. I feel sure they are, Hugh said. The big one looks an honest fellow. I don't so much understand the little one, but evidently he is the head of the party. He is a curious little fellow with his white hair and gentle voice. He doesn't look strong enough for such a life as they lead, but I suppose he is able to do his share, or they would never have been working 12 years together. At any rate, I came here to see something of life among the mines, and this seems as good a chance as we are likely to have. The next morning they breakfasted at 7, and at 8:30 saddled their horses and rode out. They found their 2 companions of the previous night at the appointed place. As the miners saw them approaching, they turned off the path and preceded them to a Mexican hut, and there waited for them to come up. "Good morning," the doctor said as they dismounted. "There's no fear of our being overheard up here. The Mexican who lives here has often been up with us among the hills, and started for the town a quarter of an hour ago, when we told him we had a rendezvous here. Now, if you will hitch your horses up and sit down on these maize stalks, we can talk comfortably. A year ago, when Sim and I were working in a gulch among the mountains, we heard a call in the distance. We went to see what it was and found a man who had dropped down, just worn out and famished after he had given the cry that fetched us. He had been shot in 4 or 5 places, and we saw at once that his journey was nearly over. We carried him to our fire and brought him round, and did all we could for him for 3 weeks. Then he died. He told us he had been one of a party of 6 who had been prospecting in the hills west of the lower Gila. One of them had learned from an Indian he had helped in some way of a place where the bed of a stream was full of gold. They found it, but the next morning they were attacked by the Apaches, who had, I expect, been following them all the time. 2 of them were killed at once. The others got upon their horses and rode for it. 3 of them were shot down, but this man was well mounted and got off, though they chased him for 3 days. He lost his way, his horse fell dead, but he struggled on until he saw the smoke of our fire and made us out to be whites. Before he died, he told us how the place could be found. He said there was no doubt about the gold, and he had 3 or 4 nuggets in his pockets weighing 2 or 3 pounds each. He said he had lots of bigger ones, but had chucked them all away to lighten his horse. Well, it is a long journey. It will take us all a month, I reckon, to get there. We cannot go straight. The Apaches would have us to a certainty, but must go north into the Moquis country, then down again from that side. We have been minded to try it ever since, but luck has been bad with us, and besides, 2 men wouldn't be enough for such a journey. It ain't every one Sim and I would care about going with, but we have both taken a fancy to you. We saw you stand up straight before that crowd of Mexicans. Besides, we know it wants good grit for that cowboy life. Now this is the offer we make. We have got 2 horses, and we can buy 2 pack horses, but we can't go further than that. You have got 2 out-and-out horses. We saw you ride in yesterday afternoon. You will want another pack horse, and you will have to provide the outfit, say 2 bags of flour, 2 sides of bacon, 10 pounds of tea, and a couple of gallons of spirits. Then there will be sugar and some other things. We shall also want a small tent. Now, if you like to join us on these terms, you can. There's plenty of gold for us all, but mind you, it will be no child's play. The journey from the Moquis country there will be terrible, and there is the chance, and a pretty big chance it is, I tell you, of a fight with the Redskins. We may never find the place. We've got pretty good indications, but it is not an easy matter to find a place among these mountains. Still, there it is. If you get there and back, you will each have a horse-load of gold. If you don't, you will leave your bones there. What do you say to it?" Hugh looked at Royce. "I reckon we can take our chances if you can," the latter said. "At any rate, mates, you will find as we can take our share in whatever comes." "Then that is agreed," the doctor said. "Now, about preparations. It will never do for you to be buying the things here, for if we were seen to start off together, we should be followed sure enough. It would be guessed at once we had told you of something good. We must not be seen together again. We will get our pack horses and load up, and go as if we were undertaking a job on our own account, and camp up somewhere 20 miles away and stop there a week. After we have gone, you can get your outfit and move off and join us. Sim and I have been talking over whether it will be a good thing to take Jose, that's the man here, with us instead of buying baggage horses. He's got 4 beasts. He could ride one himself, and the other 3, with the one you have, would make up the number. Jose can be trusted. Besides, we should not tell him where we were going, but we should have to say it would be a long journey and a dangerous one. He is a widower with 1 child, and these horses are his only possession, and I think he would want their value put down before he started, say $75 apiece for them and their saddles. That is $300. You wouldn't buy them for less. So, as far as money goes, it would come to the same thing. You will get it back again if Jose and the animals come back. But if we all do come back, $300 would be nothing one way or the other. Then comes the point. Would it be worthwhile to take him? There would be one more rifle in case we had to fight, and Jose has plenty of courage. I've seen him in a fix before now. He would look after the beasts and leave our hands free, and his pay would cost us nothing, for if we got there, he would help us gather and wash the gold. What is the drawback, then? Hugh asked. The drawback is that if we have to ride for it, he might hinder us. There ain't much in that, Doc, Sim Howlett put in. Our horses are pretty good, though they ain't much to look at. But the horses our mates here have got would leave them standing, and I don't know that Jose's best is much slower than ours. Besides, when you are working among those mountains, speed goes for nothing. A horse accustomed to them would pick his way among the rocks faster than a racehorse. If we are attacked, their running won't be much good to us. If we get fairly from the hills with the gold and the patches are on our trail, why, then we must trust to cunning, and our mates here can ride clear away. We shan't do that, Sim, Hugh said. If we throw in our lot with you, we shall share it to the end, whatever it is. Well, that is all right, lad, but there are times when stopping to fight is just throwing away your life without doing no good. The doctor here and me ain't meant to desert mates, but when a time comes where it ain't no sort of good in the world to fight, and when those mates must get rubbed out whether you stick by them or not, then it is downright unreasonable for anyone as can get clear off to throw away his life foolish. Well, anyhow, Sim, Hugh said, it seems to me that it will be best to take Jose and his horses with us. It will, as you say, leave our hands free, and it will make the journey much more pleasant, and will add one to our strength. Well, that would cost, you say, $300. How much will the rest of the outfit cost? $300 at the outside, the doctor said. We've been reckoning it up. Of course, we have all got kits, and it's only grub and ammunition we've got to buy, and 2 or 3 more shovels, and some pans for washing the sand, and another pick or 2, and a couple of crowbars. $300 will get as much grub as the 4 pack horses will carry, and make a good proper outfit for us. Will your money run to that? Hardly, Hugh said. That's just about what we have got between us. We had each 6 months' pay to draw when we left the ranch, and I had some before. I think we are about $20 short of the $600. That is plenty, the doctor said. If you put in $400, Sim and I can chip in another $200, as we shan't have to buy pack horses, so we have plenty between us. We shall see Jose tonight and talk it over with him, and if he agrees, he will come to you and bring a document for you to sign, saying that if he does not return in 6 months, the $300 are to be paid over for the use of his child. Then he will go with you to a priest and put the paper and the money in his hands. Then you can hand him over your pack horse. He will take charge of it. Then, if you will give us $100, we will engage to get the outfit all provided. When it is all done, we will let you know what day you are to meet us and where. You see, we are asking you to trust us right through. That is all right, Hugh said. We are trusting you with our lives, and the dollars don't go for much in comparison. That is so, Sim Howlett said. Well, there's nothing more to say now. You'd best ride back to the town and give yourself no more trouble about it. You will hear from us in a few days, or it may be a week. We shall buy half the things and send them on by Jose, then get the others and follow ourselves. It would set them talking here if we was to start with 4 loads. There are some pretty bad men about this place, you bet. Well, we shan't have much for them to plunder us of, Hugh said. 4 laden horses wouldn't be a bad haul, but it ain't that I'm afraid of. If there were a suspicion as we was going out to work a rich thing, there is plenty of men here would get up a party to track us and fall on us either there or on our way back. There are 2 or 3 bands of brigands upon the mountains, and they are getting worse. There have been several haciendas burned and their people killed not so many miles from El Paso. Parties have been got up several times to hunt them down, but they never find them. And there is people here as believe that the officers of the Guarda are in their pay. They have come across us more than once when we have been prospecting, but they don't interfere with men like us because, firstly, we haven't got anything worth taking. Anyway, nothing worth risking a half a dozen lives to get. And in the next place, if it had got known they had touched any of our lot, the miners would all join and hunt them down, and they know right enough that it would be a different thing altogether to having to deal with the Mexicans. 5 minutes later, Hugh and Royce were on their way back to El Paso. End of chapter 16, read by Dory Smith. Chapter 17 of Redskin and Cowboy, A Tale of the Western Plains by G.A. Henty. This librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 17, Carried Off. The next morning, in accordance with the promise they had given Don Ramon, Hugh rode out to the hacienda, Royce saying that they were two great swells for him, and he would rather stop quietly at El Paso. Besides, he said, most likely Jose will come this morning, and I will stop and fix up that business with him. Hugh did not try to dissuade him, for he had seen that Royce was ill at ease on the occasion of his first visit. On reaching the hacienda, he received a hearty welcome from Don Ramon and his family, and Don Carlos rode with him over a part of the estate where a large number of peons were engaged in the cultivation of tobacco, maize, and other grain. If you have time, Signor Hugh, you must go with me to see our other estates. Our principal one lies 20 leagues to the south. We have 500 square miles of land there, and big herds of cattle and droves of horses, but I suppose you have seen enough cattle. Yes, there is no novelty about that, Hugh replied. How many have you? There and in other places we have somewhere around 150,000 head. As to the horses, we don't know. They are quite wild, and we drive them in and catch them as they are wanted. We have about a score of our best here, but these are the only animals we keep here, except bullocks for the plow and the teams to take the crops down to market. I hear you have been rather troubled with brigands lately. Have you any fear of them? The scoundrels, the young man exclaimed passionately. It is a disgrace that they are not hunted down. Yes, they have been very daring lately, and my father and several of the other haciendas have written lately to the authorities of Santa Fe complaining of the inactivity of the police here. I have tried to persuade my father to move down to our house at El Paso until the bands have been destroyed, but he laughs at the idea of danger. We have 20 armed peons sleeping in the outhouses, and 12 male servants in the house, and indeed there is little chance of their attacking us. Still, one cannot but feel uncomfortable with the ladies here. There are 100 troops or so stationed in the fort at the other side of the river, and they have joined 2 or 3 times in the search for the brigands, but of course they are too far off to be any protection to us here. Besides, they are not of much use among the mountains. The officer in command is fonder of good wine than he is of the saddle. It is a difficult thing to rout out these brigands. Half the peasantry are in alliance with them, and they get information of everything that is going on, and even if we knew of their hiding places, there would be little chance of our taking them by surprise. However, sooner or later, I suppose, we shall have them. There is a large reward offered for their capture. Someone is sure to prove traitor at last. It is always the way with these bands. Someone thinks himself ill-used in the division of the booty, or takes offense with the leaders, or something of that sort, or is tempted by the reward, and then we get them all. If it wasn't for treachery, the country would soon become uninhabitable. His host would not hear of Hugh returning that evening to El Paso, but sent a peon in to tell Royce that he would not return until the next day. Hugh spent a delightful evening. The young ladies played on the mandolin and sang with their brother. The soft light, the luxurious appointments, and the ripple of female talk were strange and delightful after so long a time among rough surroundings, and it was with great reluctance that he mounted his horse and rode back on the following morning. He found on arrival that his comrade had arranged the matter with Jose and had deposited the money with the priest. As he was standing chatting to him at the door of the hotel, a ragged Mexican boy ran up, placed a scrap of paper in Hugh's hand, and at once started away. "It is from the doctor," Hugh said, opening it, and then read as follows. "I have something particular to say to you. It must be private. When you have received this, stroll quietly through the town as if you were only looking at the shops. Go down to the river and follow it up till you hear 3 whistles. Then come to them. You had better come alone. The doctor." "I wonder what the little man has got to say, Royce." "Dunno," the other said. "I suppose you had better go and see. You've got your 6-shooter anyhow?" Hugh obeyed his instructions and walked along the river bank till he heard the whistles. They came from a small clump of bushes standing apart from any others. As he approached it, he heard the doctor's voice. "Look round and see if there is anyone in sight." "No one that I can see," Hugh replied. "Then come in." Hugh pushed his way through the bushes. "Why, what is the matter, doctor?" he asked, surprised at all these precautions. "I will tell you. Sit down there. It is just as we fancied it might be. I told you that we might be watched. These confounded Mexicans have nothing to do but watch, and they have found out what we are after." "How did you learn that, doctor?" "Well," the doctor said reluctantly, "my mate has but one fault. He will sometimes go in for a drink. It's not often, but just occasionally, once perhaps every few months. It has always been so ever since I have known him. Well, last night it came over him. He thought it would be a long while before he would have a chance again, I suppose. He's not quarrelsome when he drinks, but you may be sure I always go with him so as to take care of him. So yesterday evening, seeing that he had made up his mind for it and was not to be turned, I went with him to a little wine shop near where we lodge. There were half a dozen Mexicans in there drinking and talking, and as they stopped talking directly we went in, I saw we were not wanted. But I noticed more than that. I saw two of them glance at each other, and though I could not recollect I had ever set eyes on them before, I knew they saw us. We hadn't any money on us beyond what was wanted to pay for the liquor, so though I didn't like the look of them, I was not uneasy. We sat down and called for some liquor, and I managed to say to Sim, "These chaps know us, Sim, don't you go drinking." He nodded. We drank for a bit, at least he did. I don't touch spirits. Then, talking carelessly out loud, we, in whispered asides, made out a plan. We agreed that we should quarrel, and I should go out, and that he should seem to go on drinking until he got drunk and stupid, and then, like enough, he might hear something. So we carried that out. As soon as he had drunk his glass, he called for another, and then another. I got up a row with him and told him he was always making a beast of himself. He said he would drink if he chose and wouldn't be interfered with by anyone. Then I got nasty, and we had a big row, and I went out. Then Sim went on drinking. He can stand a lot more than would floor most Mexicans. They got in to talk with him, and he could see they were trying to pump him as to what we were going to do, but you bet he didn't let much out. Then he got gradually stupid, and at last rolled off the seat onto the ground. For a bit the Mexicans went on talking together, and then one of them crept over and felt his pockets and took the few dollars he had in them out. That convinced them he was dead off to sleep, and they went on talking. What he gathered was this. The fellows were spies of one of these bands. They had noticed you particularly when you came in, because it seems their captain was in the town and recognized your horse and told them he didn't like your being here, and they were to watch you sharp. They were in the crowd when there was the row about the horse, and they saw us having our talk with you. They followed you out to the Don's and back again, and when you rode out in the morning to meet us, they sent a boy after you, and he kept you in sight and tracked you up to the hut and then crawled up close and overheard what we were saying. They sent off word at once to their chief, and we were to be followed by two men. When they have traced us to this place, one is to ride back to some place where a dozen of them will be waiting to attack us on our way back. That is bad, Hugh said. What is to be done? This has got to be put a stop to, the doctor said calmly, though I don't see how yet. At any rate, Sim and I think we'd better not hurry. A few days won't make any difference, and something may occur. He picked up from their talk that the villains had something else in hand just at present, some stroke from which they expect to make a lot of money, but they talked low, and he couldn't catch much of what they said. Maybe it will go wrong, and the country may be roused and hunt them down, and if so, you bet we'll be in it. We have got chances enough to take in this job as it is. We don't want to reckon on brigands. Not that there is any much fear of them now that we know their plans. We have only got to ambush the men they send after us. Still, we ain't going to take any chances. These fellows may follow direct. They are sure to choose someone who knows the mountains well, and they may judge by our direction the course we are taking and go by other paths. They would know pretty well we are not the sort of people to fool with. Still, it is better to wait a little while and see if there is a chance of putting a stop to it here. It is not that we are afeard of the skunks. If we could not throw them off our trail, we could fight them anyway, but one don't want to have them on one's mind. We have got plenty of things to think about without them. Oh, yes, I think it much better to stay here for a bit, Doctor. There is no hurry about a start on our expedition. I should certainly like to take a share in routing out these bandits, especially as, from what you say, it seems that the men at their head are the fellows who murdered Don Ramon Perales' son and sold me his horse. I wonder which hacienda it is that they are meaning to attack. Yes, it is a pity Sim didn't manage to find that out. We would have caught them then. Have you any idea how strong the band is? They are not often over 20, the doctor replied. 20 is enough for their work, and if there were more, the shares of the plunder would be too small. But as I said, they have got friends everywhere and could probably gather 30 or 40 more if they knew the troops were going to attack them. A Mexican is always ready on principle to join in if there is a chance of getting a shot at an American soldier. I suppose you have not the least idea in what direction these fellows have their headquarters? Well, I have some sort of an idea. At any rate, I know of one place where there is a party who don't care about being interfered with by strangers. 2 or 3 months ago, when Sim and I were about 40 miles over to the northwest, we were in a village just at the mouth of a bit of a valley, and the girl who waited on us at the little wine shop whispered in my ear when the landlord's back was turned, "Don't go up the valley." Well, we were not thinking of going up the valley, which was only a sort of gulch leading nowhere, but after that we thought that we would have a look at it. We took a goodish look round so as to get above it and look down, and we saw a house lying among some trees, and lower down near the mouth of the valley made out two men sitting among some rocks on the shoulder. The sun shone on their gun barrels, but that didn't go for much, for the Mexicans out in the country pretty well always go armed. We watched them for a couple of hours, and as they didn't stir, we concluded they were sentries. The girl wouldn't have given us that warning unless there had been something wrong, and I expect that house was the headquarters of one of these gangs. What made her do it, I wonder, Doctor? That I can't say, Lightning. It is never easy to say why a woman does a thing. She may have thought it a pity that Sim and I should get our throats cut, though I own that wouldn't be a thing likely to trouble a Mexican girl. Then she may have had a grudge against them. Perhaps they had shot some lover of hers, or one of them may have jilted her. Anyhow, there it was, and if we hear of any attack of brigands upon a hacienda, we will try that place before going any further. And now, lad, you had better be going back. I shall lie here quiet for an hour or two in case there should be anyone watching you, as is likely enough. Hugh returned to the hotel and told Royce what he had heard. That will suit me, Bill said. I'm death on border ruffians, and if ever I see two of them, it were them fellows as sold you the horse at McKinney. And so it's their intention to follow us and wipe us out and get our swag? Well, maybe it will be the other way. If I was you, Lightning, I would ride over to Don Ramon's this evening and give him a hint to be on his guard. There's no reason why it should be his place they have got in their mind more than any other, but the fact that they stole the son's horse, to say nothing of killing him, might turn their thoughts that way. If you do a fellow one injury, I reckon that like as not you will do him another. I don't know why it is so, but I reckon it's human nature. I will ride over at once, Hugh said. I wouldn't do that, Hugh. You don't know who may have been watching you, and if it is known that you had been meeting the doctor quiet, and the doctor is a mate of Sim's, and Sim was in that wine shop, they will be putting things together, and if you ride straight over to Don Ramon now, they will think it is because of something the doctor has been saying to you. Then if it should chance, as that is the place they are thinking of, it are long odds that Sim and the doctor get a knife between their shoulders afore bedtime. You go quietly off in the cool of the evening, just jogging along as if you was going to pay a visit of no particular account. They ain't got no interest in us except as to this expedition to find gold, and they won't concern themselves in your movements as long as I'm here at the hotel and the others ain't getting ready to make a start. They've learned all they want to learn about our going. Just as the sun was setting, Hugh set out. It was dark when he reached Don Ramon's hacienda. After chatting a while with Don Ramon, his wife and son, the two girls, their father said, being somewhere out in the garden, Hugh said quietly to the Mexican that he wanted to speak to him for a moment in private. Don Ramon lighted a fresh cigarette and then said carelessly, It is a lovely evening. We may as well stroll outside and find the girls. I don't suppose they know that you are here? Don Carlos followed them into the broad veranda outside the house. Your son can hear what I have to say, Hugh said in reply to an inquiring look from Don Ramon, and then reported the conversation that Sim had overheard. Father and son were both much excited at the statement that the horse had been recognized. Then poor Estefan's murderers are somewhere in this neighborhood, the Don exclaimed. That is the part of the story that interests me most, Senor. As to attacking my hacienda, I don't believe they would venture upon it. They must know that they would meet with a stout resistance, and El Paso is but 3 miles away. Daring as they are, they would scarcely venture on such an undertaking. But I will, of course, take every precaution. I will order 4 men to be on guard at night, bid the others sleep with their arms ready at hand, and see that the shutters and doors are barred at night. But the other matter touches us nearly. If Estefan's murderers are in the province, we will hunt them down if I have to arm all the vaqueros and peons and have a regular campaign against them. You were quite right not to mention this before my wife. She and my daughters had better know nothing about it. By the way, I wonder where the girls are. They are not generally as late as this. I suppose the evening has tempted them. It is full moon tomorrow. He raised his voice and called the girls. There was no reply. Carlos, do you go and look for them, and tell them from me to come up to the house. And now, Senor, we will have a cup of coffee. In a quarter of an hour, Carlos returned. I cannot find them, Father. I have been all around the garden calling them. Don Ramon rose from his seat and struck a bell on the table. They must have gone up to their rooms, he said, without coming in here. When the servant appeared, he said, Rosita, go up to the senorita's rooms and tell them that Don Hugh Turnstall is here. They are not there, Senor. I have just come down from their rooms. What can have become of them, Carlos? Don Ramon said. I have no idea, father. They had Lion with them. He was asleep here when they called him from outside, and I saw him get up and dash through the open window. I can't understand it, the Don said anxiously, for the evening is cold. Besides, they would scarcely go outside the garden after nightfall. They might be down at Chiquita's cottage, father. Oh, yes, I didn't think of that, Carlos, Don Ramon said. Yes, they are often down at their old nurse's. Rosita, tell Juan to go down to Chiquita's cottage and beg the young ladies to return, as I want them. In 10 minutes the servant came back. They are not there, Signor. They left there just as it was getting dark. Surely there is nothing to be uneasy about, Ramon, his wife said. The girls are often out as late as this on a moonlight evening. They are sure to be about the garden somewhere. But Carlos has been around, Don Ramon said. Well, we will go and have another look for them. Followed by the 2 young men, he stepped out onto the veranda. Carlos, he said, go round to the men's quarters and tell them your sisters are missing, and that they are all to turn out in search. I don't like this, he said to Hugh after his son had left. I should have thought nothing of it at any other time, but after what you have just been telling me, I feel nervous. Now let us go round the garden. They traversed all the walks, Don Ramon repeatedly calling the girls' names. They were joined in their search by Don Carlos and a number of the men. They are certainly not in the garden, Don Ramon said at last. Now, let us go down towards Chiquita's cottage. They may either have followed the road on their way back or have come along a bypath to the garden. We will go by the path and return the other way. The path lay through a shrubbery. Just as they entered it, a man met them running. Well, what is it, Juan? Don Ramon asked as he came up, and he could see his face by the light of the torches some of the men were carrying. I don't know, Signor, but we have just come upon some fresh blood on the path. With a cry of alarm, Don Ramon ran forward with his son and Hugh. 50 yards farther, they saw 2 of the men standing with torches in the middle of the path. Here is blood, Signor, one of them said. We passed it without noticing it on our way to the cottage. We were not examining the ground. But on our way back, the light of the torches fell upon it. Don Ramon stood staring in speechless horror at the large patch of blood on the path. There has been a struggle here, Hugh said, examining the ground. See, there are marks of large feet. Some of them have trod in the blood. See, Don Carlos, and he pointed to a line of blood drops leading to one of the bushes. Search, Hugh, the young man groaned. I dare not. Hugh motioned one of the men with a torch to follow him. The father and son stood gazing after them as they entered the bushes. A moment later, Hugh called out, It is the dog, Signors. There is nothing else. An exclamation of joy broke from the 2 Mexicans. They were at least relieved of the overpowering dread that had seized them at the sight of the blood, and at once joined Hugh. The dog, a fine Cuban bloodhound, was lying dead, stabbed in a dozen places. What can it mean, father? Don Carlos said in a low voice. I can hardly think, the Mexican said, passing his hand across his forehead. I am afraid, Signor, it is too evident, Hugh put in. This is the explanation of what my friend heard. The brigands did not intend to attack the hacienda. They have carried off your daughters, and the hound has died in their defense. That must be it, Don Ramon exclaimed in the deepest anguish. Oh, my poor girls! How can it have happened? I expect they were in hiding here, Hugh said, and sprang up suddenly and seized and gagged the señoritas before they had time to scream. The hound doubtless sprang upon them, and as you see, they killed it with their knives. What is to be done? Don Ramon asked hopelessly. The first thing is to follow the path down to the road, Hugh said. Probably they had horses somewhere. Will you tell the men to go along cautiously with their torches near the ground? Don Carlos gave the order in Mexican. One of the party, who was the chief hunter at the hacienda, went a little ahead of the others with a torch. He stopped a short distance before he reached the junction of the path with the road, which they could see ahead of them in the moonlight. Here are fresh marks of horses' hooves, he said. See, and he held the torch above his head and pointed to the bushes. Twigs have been broken, and there are fresh leaves upon the ground. The horses must have been hidden here. Do not move until I examine down to the road. He went forward alone and returned in 2 or 3 minutes. There are faint tracks from the road to this point. They came along at a walk. There are deep ones down to the road, and along it. They went off at a gallop. There were 6 of them. What is to be done, Signor? Don Ramon said to Hugh. My brain seems on fire, and I cannot think. I should imagine your daughters can be in no immediate danger, Signor, Hugh said quietly. The brigands have doubtless carried them off in order to wring a heavy ransom from you. They must have got 2 hours' start, and I fear pursuit would be useless tonight, though I would send 3 of the men accustomed to tracking on at once to follow their traces and to learn the direction they have taken after leaving here. Of course it will be for you to decide whether you will go down to the town and see the alcalde and obtain a posse of men to join your vaqueros in a search for them, and then to cross the river to the fort and get help of the troops and scour the whole country, or whether you will wait until you hear, as you doubtless will, from the brigands. Let us go back to the house, Don Ramon replied. We must think it over. We must not do anything rash, or we might endanger their lives. The news had reached the house before they arrived there. Donna Maria was completely prostrated with grief. The women were crying and wringing their hands, and the wildest confusion prevailed. Don Ramon had by this time recovered himself and sternly ordered silence. He then proceeded to the room where his wife had been carried and endeavored to assure her that there was little fear for their daughters' lives, for the brigands could have no purpose in injuring them, and had only carried them off for the purpose of exacting a ransom. "What do you think really had best be done, my friend?" Don Carlos asked Hugh when they were alone together. "Of course, whatever ransom these villains ask must be paid, although I have no doubt it will be something enormous. But it is terrible to think of the girls being even for an hour in their hands, especially when we feel sure that these men are the murderers of my brother." "I should say," he replied, "that whatever they demand must be paid. It will not do to risk the señoritas' lives by doing anything as long as they are in their hands. But I should advise that the moment they are free, we should fall upon these scoundrels and exterminate them and recover the ransom. I think that I have a clue to the place where they are likely to be taken. One of my miner friends was speaking to me of a place that would be likely to be used for such a purpose. He could lead a party there, but it would never do to attempt it while the ladies are in their hands. You may be sure that a careful watch will be kept, and at the first alarm the villains might murder them. We will hear what your father says when he returns, and if he thinks, as I do, that we can attempt nothing until he receives some communication from the brigands, I will ride back to El Paso and consult my friends there." Don Ramon, on his return, said that he was strongly of opinion that it would risk the girls' lives were any movement made until he heard of them. As he could be of no utility, Hugh rode over to El Paso, Don Carlos saying that he would let him know the instant they received any communication from the brigands, but that he should anyhow see him in the morning, as he should ride over with his father to report the matter to the authorities. It was past 10 o'clock when Hugh reached the hotel. It happened to be a festa, and the square was full of people and the cafes and wine shops open. Royce was in the bar-room of the hotel. "Royce, do you know where Sim and the doctor are likely to be found?" "I saw them sitting in front of the wine shop in the corner of the square not more than 10 minutes ago." "Come along with me then, Bill." "But I thought we weren't to be seen with them," Royce said. "There could be no reason against it now," Hugh replied. "They have learned all they wanted to learn about it and know that we are going together. At any rate, our meeting would seem to be accidental." "Is anything up, Hugh?" Royce asked as they made their way through the crowd in the square. "You look troubled." "I will tell you directly, Bill." "There they are. They are still at the same table, Hugh." There were 2 empty chairs at the table. Hugh nodded carelessly to the doctor and Sim and sat down beside them. "After what you told me this morning, Doctor, there can be no harm in our being seen together. I want to talk to you badly. There are too many people about here. Do you mind both coming down to the river? We can talk as we go." Directly they were out of the square, he told the 3 men what had happened. "Carried off those 2 young ladies," Royce exclaimed. "By thunder, that is too bad. What is to be done, boys?" "Let us wait until we know all about it," Sim replied, while the doctor said in his quiet way, "This has really got to be put a stop to. Let us wait until we are down by the river. We must hear all this quietly, Lightning. 4 men can't talk as they walk." They soon gained a quiet spot away from the houses. "Now, tell us how it came about," the doctor said, "and while we are talking, each of you keep his eyes and ears open. We have behaved like fools once and let ourselves be overheard. We won't do it again." Hugh told the whole story of the girl's abduction and stated the determination arrived at by Don Ramon not to attempt a pursuit, but to pay whatever ransom was demanded and then to hunt the brigands down. "That is all very well," the doctor said, "but when they have once got the money, and you may be sure it will be a very big sum, they will divide it and scatter, and there won't be one of them in the district 12 hours after the girls are given up." "But what is he to do, Doctor?" Sim Howlett said. "He daren't move until he gets the gals. They would cut their throats sure if he did." "My idea was, Sim," Hugh said, "that if this is the work of the band in that house the doctor was telling me about this morning, we could be in hiding near it, and directly the men who take the girls back to their father return with the ransom, we could fall upon them, destroy the whole band, and get back the money." We should want a big force to surround the place, Sim replied, and there would be no getting it there without being seen. You bet there are a score of them on the lookout, and their friends would bring them word long before we got there of such a force being on the way. Besides, there's no surety that it is the place where the gals are, and even if it is, the whole band may leave when they send the gals away. They may scatter all over the country and meet again at night 50 miles off. Another thing is, you may bet your boots there will be a lot of trouble about handing over that ransom, and they won't give 'em up until after they have got the money. I see that there are all sorts of difficulties before us, Sim, but I am sure you and the doctor will see some way out of it. I am deeply interested in rescuing these poor girls, and we are all interested in this band being wiped out before we start. Have you any plan at all? The doctor asked. You've had longer time to think this over than we have. Well, doctor, my idea was that we could start tonight and get to some place among the hills where we could hide our horses a mile or two from this house where we suppose they are. We should lie quiet there tomorrow. The next evening we should make our way down and try to ascertain for certain whether they are there and see whether it is possible to carry them off. Of course, that couldn't be attempted unless we are absolutely certain of being able to protect them. If we could get them out without being seen, we might try to do it. If it is not certain we could do that and get off without being seen, I should say one of us should ride back next morning to Don Ramon and get him to bring up 20 or 30 of his men, or if not, a body of troops from the fort. We should guide them at night to a point as near the house as it would be safe for them to get. Then we 4 could crawl down to the house. The moment we are in a position to protect the girls, that is to say, if we can get into the room where they are kept, we will fire a pistol shot out of the window as a signal. Then we shall have to make as good a fight of it as we can till the others come up to help us. You may be sure that the brigands will be all pretty well occupied with us, and the other party will be able to surround the house and then rush in to our assistance. That looks like a good plan, by thunder, Sim Howlett said. What do you say, Doctor? Well, I think it might be worked somehow on those lines, the doctor agreed. I don't think there is much danger for the ladies, because if the brigands did come upon us when we were scouting, some of them would attack us and the rest would carry the ladies off to some other hiding place. I don't say if they were surrounded and saw no chance of escape, they mightn't kill them out of revenge, but they would never do that until the last thing, because they would reckon, and truly enough, that as long as they are in their hands, they have got the means of making terms for themselves. But to one thing I agree anyhow. Let us get our horses and start at once. Don't let us go together. We will meet at the first crossroad a mile to the west of the town. No one is likely to notice us going out. There are plenty of people who have come in from the country to this festa. Besides, just at present, they won't be watching us. They know what our plans are and that we don't intend to start for another week, and they won't be giving a thought to us until this affair of the girls is settled. What do you say, Sim? That is right enough, Sim said, but we must be careful about the roads, Doctor. Like enough, they will have a man on every road going anywhere near the place and perhaps miles away. Yes, we must make a big circuit, the doctor agreed. Strike the hills 15 or 20 miles away from their place and then work up through them so as to come down right from the other side. Shall I get some provisions at the hotel? Hugh asked. No, we will attend to that. There are plenty of places open and we will get what is wanted. Now, do you and Bill go back by yourselves. We will follow in a minute or two. End of chapter 17. Read by Dory Smith. Chapter 18 of Redskin and Cowboy, A Tale of the Western Plains by G.A. Henty. This librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 18, The Brigand's Haunt. By daybreak on the following morning, Hugh and his 3 companions were far among the hills. They had halted an hour before and intended to wait until noon before pursuing their journey. They had already been 8 hours in the saddle and had traveled over 60 miles. They halted in a little valley where there was plenty of grass for the horses, and after cooking some food lay down and slept until the sun was nearly overhead. Fortunately, the 2 miners had traversed the country several times and were able to lead them across the mountains, where otherwise it would have been impossible to find a way. After 4 hours' riding, on emerging from a valley, the doctor said, There, do you see that village 3 miles away? That is the village where we stopped. The gorge in which the house lies runs from the village in this direction. You cannot see it here. It is sort of a canyon cut out ages ago by the water. The sides are nearly perpendicular, but at the upper end the bottom rises rapidly, and as far as we could see from the spot from which we looked at it, there is no difficulty in getting down there. As you see, there are woods lying back to the left. We have got to come down at the back of them, and there is no chance of our being seen, even if they have got men on the lookout on the high ground above the house. They will be looking the other way. They can see miles across the plain there. Of course, they have no reason to believe that anyone knows of their haunt. Still, they are always on the lookout against treachery. Well, let's go on at a trot now, Doctor. We shall be in the wood before sunset. When they reached the trees, they dismounted and led their horses until they perceived daylight through the trunks on the opposite side. Now we will finish the remainder of our dinner, the doctor said, and talk matters over. We are about half a mile now from the end of the valley, and it is another half mile down to the house. Now, what are we going to do? Are we all going, or only one? Hugh was silent. These men understood matters better than he did. Only one, of course, Sim Hallett said. The others can come on to the top of the valley so as to lend a hand if he is chased, but it would be just chucking our lives away for more than one to go. Well, it is either you or me, Doc. Why? Hugh asked. I am quite ready to go, and I am sure Bill is too. Besides, this question of the young ladies is more my affair than yours, since you do not know them, and I certainly think I ought to be the one to go. There is one reason again it, Lightning, Sim said. What you say is true, and if it came to running, you could leg it a good bit faster than the Doc or me. But that don't count for much in the dark. It is creeping and crawling that is wanted more than running. The reason why the Doc or I must go is you don't speak Mexican and we do. It ain't likely that the young ladies will be seen out in the veranda, and one can't go and look into each of the windows till we find the right one. We've got to listen, and that way we may find whether they are there, and if we are lucky, which room they are in. So, you see, it is for one of us to go. I shall go, Sim, the doctor said quietly. I can walk as lightly as a cat. I haven't above half as much bulk to hide as you have, and I am cunning while you are strong, and this is a case where cunning is of more use than strength. So, it is settled that I go, but you may as well give me your 6-shooter. I may want 12 barrels. I shall be sorry for the Mexicans if you use them all, Doc, Sim Hallett said, handing over his pistol to the doctor. I would rather go myself, but I know when you have once made up your mind to anything, it ain't no sort of use arguing. That's right, the doctor said, putting the weapon into his belt. Well, there is just time for a pipe before I start. The sun has been down nearly half an hour, and the moon won't be up over those hills there for another hour, so we shall have it dark till I get well down into the valley, and the moon won't be high enough to throw its light down before I am back again. A wonderful man is the doctor, Sim Hallett said when, with noiseless step, he had made his way down into the upper end of the ravine. You wouldn't think much of him to look at him, but you bet he has got as much grit as if he was 10 times as big. See him going about, and you would say he might be one of them missionaries, or a scientific chap, such as those as comes round looking after birds and snakes and such like. He sorter seems most like a woman, with his low talk and gentle way, and yet I suppose he has killed more downright bad men than any 5 men on this side of Missouri. You don't say so, Hugh said in surprise. Yes, sir. He is a whole team and a little dog under the wagon, he is. He ain't a chap to quarrel. He don't drink and he don't gamble, and he speaks everyone fair and civil. It ain't that, but he has got something in him that seems to swell up when he hears of bad goings-on. When there is a real bad man comes to the camp where he is, and takes to bossing the show and to shooting free, after a time you can see the doctor gets uncomfortable in his mind, but he goes on till that bad man does something out of the way, shoots a fella just out of pure cussedness or something of that kind. Then he just says this must be put down, and off he goes and faces that bad man and gives him a fair show and lays him out. You mean he doesn't fire until the other man is healed, Sim? Yes, I mean that. Then how is it he hasn't got himself killed? That is what we have said 100 times, Lightning. He has been shot all over, but never mortally. One thing, his looks are enough to scare a man. Somehow he don't look altogether earthly with that white hair of his, and it has been the same color ever since I've known him, floating back from his face. He goes in general bareheaded when he sets out to shoot, and the hair somehow seems to stand out, not a bit like it does other times. I heard a chap who had been a doctor afore he took to gold digging say his hair looked as if it had been electrified. Then he gets as white as snow, and his eyes just blaze out. I tell you, sirree, it is something frightful to see him. And when he comes right into a crowded saloon and says to the men, as he always does say in a sort of tone that seems to somehow frizz up the blood of every man that hears it, it is time for you to die. You bet it makes the very hardest man weaken. I tell you, I would rather face Judge Lynch and 100 regulators than stand up agin the doctor when his fit is on. and I've seen men who never missed their mark afore shoot wide of him altogether." "And he never misses?" Royce asked. "Miss?" Sim repeated. "The doctor couldn't miss if he tried. I've never known his bullet to go a hair's breadth off the mark. It always hits plumb in the center of the forehead. If there is more than one of them, the doc turns on the others and warns them, 'Get out of the camp before night.' And you bet they get. He gives me a lot of trouble, the doc does, in the way of nursing. I've put it to him over and over again if it is fair on me that he should be on his back 3 months every year, 'cause that is about what it's been since I've known him. He allows as it ain't fair, but, as he says, it ain't me, Sim. I've got to do it. I'm like a Malay running amuck. Them's chaps out somewhere near China, he tells me, as gets mad and goes for a whole crowd, and I can't help it, and I don't think he can. And yet, at other times he is just about the kindest chap that breathes. He is always a-nussing the sick and sitting up nights with them and such like. That is why he got the name of doctor." "He isn't really a doctor, then?" Hugh asked. "Well, Lightning, all that's his secret, and if he thinks to tell you, he can do it. I know he is the best mate a man ever had, and one of the best critters in God's universe, and that is good enough for me. I reckon he must be somewhere down among them Mexicans by this time," he went on, changing the subject abruptly. "I almost wish one of us had gone with him," Royce said, "so that if he should get found out, we might make a better fight of it." "He ain't likely to get found out," Sim said quietly. "And if he does, he can fight his way out. I don't know what way the doctor will die, but I allowed years ago that it weren't going to be by a bullet. I ain't skeery about him. If I had thought there were any kind of risk, I would have gone with him, you bet." It was 2 hours before the doctor suddenly stood in the moonlight before them. They had been listening attentively for some time, but had not heard the slightest sound until he emerged from the shadow of the ravine. "Well, doctor, are we on the right scent?" "The girls are there, Sim, sure enough. Now let us go back to the wood before we talk. We have been caught asleep once on this expedition when we thought we were so safe that we needn't be on the watch, and I don't propose to throw away a chance again." They went back without another word to the wood. As soon as they reached it, the doctor sat down at the foot of the tree and lighted his pipe. The others followed his example. "Well, there was no danger about that job," he began. "It seems not to have struck the fools that anyone was likely to come down from this end of the gulch. Down at the other end, they have got 2 sentries on each side upon the heights. I could see them in the moonlight. I reckon they have some more at the mouth of the valley, down near the village, but you may guess I asked no questions about it. I saw no one in the gulch until I got down close to the house. It is as strong a place as if it had been built for the purpose. It stands on a sort of table of rock that juts out from the hillside, so that on 3 sides it goes straight down. There is a space around the house 40 or 50 feet wide. On the side where the rock stands out from the hill, they have got a wall 12 feet high with a strong gate in it. On that side of the house, they have bricked all the windows up so as to prevent their being commanded by a force on the hillside above them, and all the windows on the ground floor all round are bricked up too. I expect the rooms are lighted from a courtyard inside. So you see, it is a pretty difficult sort of place to take all of a sudden. I could hear the voices of 5 or 6 men sitting smoking and talking outside the door, which is not on the side facing the hill, but on the other side. I guessed that when the house was built, there must have been steps up from that side, for there is a road that runs along the bottom of the valley. So I crawled up and found that it was so. There had been a broad flight of steps there. They had been broken away and pulled down. Still, they were good enough for me. There were 1 or 2 blocks still sticking out from the rock, and there were holes where other blocks had been let in, and I made a shift to climb up without much difficulty till I got my eyes level with the top. The moon hadn't risen over the brow. Still, it was lighter than I liked, but one had to risk something, so I first of all pulled myself up, crawled along the edge till I got round the corner, and then went up to the house and examined the windows on the other side, and then got back to the top of the steps and began to listen. I soon heard the girls were there. They had brought them straight there after they had carried them off. A man had started early the next morning with a letter to Don Ramon demanding ransom. He was expected back sometime tonight. They had had news so far that the Don was taking no steps to raise the country, though the news of the girls being carried off was generally known. I didn't hear what the sum named for the ransom was, but the men were talking over what they should each do with their share of it, and they reckoned that each would have $7,000 or $8,000. Well, there wasn't anything new about this. The matter of interest to us was which was the room where the girls were, as the journey would have been of no sort of use if I could not find that out. There was nothing to do but get up again and crawl along to the house. I had reckoned that I should most likely want my rope, and had wound it around my waist. There was a guard at the gate, so it was one of the sides I had to try. I had learned from what the men said that most of the gang were away scattered all over the country down to El Paso, so as to bring news at once if there was any search for the girls going on. The chief and his lieutenant were down in the village and would ride in with the messenger who brought down Ramon's answer. There was a guard inside the house because the men at the fire said it was time for 2 of them to go and relieve them, but I guessed that otherwise the house was empty. I threw my rope over a balcony and climbed up, opened the fastening of the window with my knife, and went in. Everything was quiet. I felt my way across the room to a window on the other side. I opened that and looked down into the courtyard. 2 or 3 lanterns were burning there, and I saw 2 men sitting on a bench that was placed across a door. They were smoking cigarettes and had their guns leaning against the wall beside them. There was no doubt that was the room where the girls were. It was on the opposite side of the courtyard to that where I was standing, that is, on the side of the house facing down the valley, and was the corner room. I had learned everything I wanted now, so I had nothing to do but to shut the window, slide down the rope, shake it off the balcony, and come back again, and here I am. Well done, Doctor. You have succeeded splendidly. But what a pity we didn't all go with you. We could have cleared out that lot and rescued the girls at once. You might not have gone as quietly as I did, the doctor said. 4 men make a lot more noise than 1, and at the slightest noise, the 7 men at the door would have been inside, the door bolted, and the first pistol shot would have brought in the guard at the gate, the 4 sentries on the height, and I expect as many more from the mouth of the valley. It would have been mighty difficult to break into the house with 9 men inside and as many out. Besides, it would never do to run risks, and even if we had done it and hadn't found the girls with their throats cut, we should have had to fight our way up the valley to the horses, and a bullet might have hit one of them. No. This is a case where we have no right to risk anything. It's for the Don to decide what is to be done. Now, we all know about it and can lay it before him. Lightning, you had better saddle up and ride with me. You must go because he knows you and will believe what you tell him. I must go because he will want me to guide the force back here so as to avoid any chance of their being seen on the way. The horses have done 80 miles since this time yesterday, so it's no use thinking of starting tonight. Besides, there's no hurry. We will be off in the morning. After breakfast, Sim was about to saddle the doctor's horse when Royce said, The doctor had better take my horse. He is miles faster than his own. The girths were tightened. The doctor, as he mounted, said to Sim, You will keep a sharp lookout over the house and reckon up how many go in and come out. I expect if the Don writes to say he will pay the money, a good many of those outside will come here. We will keep our eyes open, Doctor. It may be 2 or 3 days before you hear of us, Sim. There's no hurry, Doctor. There will be lots of talk about how the ransom is to be paid before anything is done. Do you mean to go back the same way we came? Hugh asked the doctor as they rode off. No, there's no occasion for that. We will ride 30 miles or so along the foot of the hills east, and then strike straight by the road for El Paso. It is about 9 o'clock now. We shall be there by 5 o'clock. We won't go in together. I will wait on the road and come in by some other way after dark, or, what would be better, put up at Jose's. You had better not go up to the Don's until tomorrow morning. Were you to go up directly you return, the scoundrels who are watching both you and the Don might suspect that your journey has had a connection with his business. Next morning, Hugh arrived at Don Ramon's, having obtained another horse at the hotel. Why, where have you been, Senor Hugh? Don Carlos exclaimed as the servant showed him into the room where they were at breakfast. When I rode with my father into the town to give the alcalde notice, I went to the hotel and found that you were out. We sent over there 3 times yesterday and the day before, but they knew nothing of you. You had taken your horse and gone out the evening you returned, and had left no word when you would come back. We have been quite anxious about you, and feared that some harm had befallen you also. We were quite sure that you would not have left without telling us of your intentions. No, indeed, Hugh said. I should have been ungrateful indeed for your kindness if I had left you in such terrible trouble. But before I tell you what I have been doing, please let me know what has happened here. About midday, the day after my daughters had been stolen, Don Ramon said, a horseman rode up. I saw him coming and guessed he was the man we were expecting. He was shown in here, and Carlos and myself received him. He handed me a letter. Here it is. I will translate it. Senor Don Ramon Perales, if you wish to see your daughters alive, you will, as speedily as possible, collect $200,000 in gold and hand them over to the messenger I will send for them. When I receive the money, your daughters shall be returned to you. I give you warning that if any effort is made to discover their whereabouts, or if any armed body is collected by you for the purpose of rescue, your daughters will at once be put to death. Signed, Ignatius Ritiero. And what did you reply, Don Ramon? I wrote that it would take some time to collect so great a sum in gold, but that I would send up to Santa Fe at once and use every effort to get it together in the shortest possible time. I demanded, however, what assurance I could have that after the money was paid, my daughters would be returned to me. To that I have received no answer. No, you could hardly get one before this morning, Hugh said. You look surprised, Signor, but we have found out where they are hidden. You have found that out, the others cried in astonishment. My companions and I, Hugh said. Indeed, beyond riding a good many miles, I have had but little to do with the matter. The credit lies entirely with the 2 miners I spoke to you of, with whom I was going shortly to start on an expedition to a placer they know of. He then related the reason why the miners had suspected where the gang of brigands had their headquarters, and the steps by which they had ascertained that the girls were really there, and then explained the scheme that he and the doctor had, on their ride down, arranged for their rescue. Don Ramon, his wife and son, were greatly moved at the narrative. You have indeed rendered us a service that we can never repay, Don Ramon said. But the risk is terrible. Should you fail, it would cost you your lives and would ensure the fate of my daughters. We are in no way afraid about our own lives, Don Ramon. There are not likely to be more than 20 of these scoundrels there, and if we were discovered before we could get to your daughters, we could fight our way off, I think. In that case, seeing that there were only 4 of us, they certainly would not throw away their prospect of a ransom by injuring their captives. They would suppose that we had undertaken it on our own account as a sort of speculation, and though no doubt they would remove your daughters at once to some other place, they would not injure them. You see, our plan is that the force we propose shall be at hand, shall not advance unless they hear 3 shots fired at regular intervals. That will be the signal that we have succeeded in entering your daughter's apartment and that they are safe with us. In that case, you will push forward at once to assist us. If, on the other hand, you hear an outbreak of firing, you will know that we have been discovered before we reached your daughters and will retreat with your force silently and return to El Paso by the same route by which you went out, and you would then, of course, continue your negotiations for a ransom. At any rate, Don Carlos said, I claim the right of accompanying you. It is my sisters who are in peril, and I will not permit strangers to risk their lives for them when I remain safe at a distance. You must agree to that, Signor. I agree to that at once, Hugh said. I thought that it was probable that you would insist upon going with us. It is clearly your right to do so. It must not be attempted, Don Ramon said gravely, if in any way I can recover my daughters by paying the ransom. The risk would be terrible, and although $200,000 is a large sum, I would pay it 4 times over rather than that risk should be run. The question is, what guarantee the brigands will give that they will return their captives after they have received the money? I shall know that soon. We will decide nothing until I receive the answer. Would it not be well, Signor, for you to go over to arrange with the officer in command of the fort for 20 or 30 men to start with you at a moment's notice? If you decide to make this attempt to rescue your daughters, the sooner we set about it, the better. That is, if you intend to take troops instead of a party of your own men. I have already seen the commandant, Don Ramon said. He is a personal friend, and rode over here directly he heard the news, and offered to place the whole of his force at my disposal, should I think fit to use it. At this moment a servant entered, and said that a man wished to see Don Ramon. The Mexican left the room, and returned in a minute with a letter. It was brief. Signor, if you want your daughters back again, you must trust us. We give no guarantees beyond our solemn pledge. You will tell my messenger on what day you will have the money ready, and do not delay more than a week. He will come again to fetch it. See that he is not followed, for it will cost your daughters their lives if an attempt is made to find out where he goes. Your daughters will be returned within 24 hours of your sending out the money. We will try your plan, Signor, Don Ramon said firmly. I would not trust the word of these cutthroats, or their oaths even, in the smallest matter, and assuredly not in one such as this. What shall I say in reply to this letter? I should write and say that, although their conditions are hard, you must accept them, but that you doubt whether you can raise so large a sum of gold in the course of a week, and you beg them to give 10 days before the messenger returns for it, and you pledge your honor that no attempt whatever shall be made to follow or to ascertain the course he takes. Don Ramon wrote the letter and took it down to the hall where the messenger was waiting, surrounded by servants who were regarding him with no friendly aspect. There is my answer, Don Ramon said as he handed the letter to the man. Tell your leader I shall keep my word, and that I trust him to keep his. Now, Signor Hugh, will you give me the details of your plan? How do you propose that the troops are to be close at hand when required without their presence being suspected? The doctor's idea was this, Signor, that you should this morning send a letter by a servant to the commandant. Will you tell him that you believe you have a clue to your daughter's hiding place, but that everything depends upon the troops getting near the spot without suspicion being excited? Will you beg him to maintain an absolute silence as to any movements of the troops until tonight, and to issue no orders until the gates are shut and all communication closed? Will he then order an officer and 20 men to be ready at 4 o'clock in the morning to start under the guidance of a miner who will tonight arrive at the fort bearing your card? This will, of course, be the doctor. Request the officer to place himself absolutely in his hands. Our plan is that they shall keep the other side of the river, travel some 30 miles up, and then halt until nightfall. At that point, they would be as far from the brigands' hiding place as they are here, and if the fact that a detachment has started becomes known to the friends of the brigands, it will not be suspected that there is any connection between their journey and the affair with your daughters. After nightfall, they will start again, cross the river, and meet you and myself at 1 o'clock near the village of Vijanco. Thence we shall go up into the hills, rest there all day, and come down upon the gulch where the brigands' haunt lies. That sounds an excellent plan, Signor. But how do you propose that we shall get away without being noticed tomorrow evening? The doctor and I agreed that the best plan you could adopt would be to ride over and see your banker the first thing in the morning. That will seem perfectly natural. Then in the evening, after dark, you and Don Carlos should again ride down to him. You will naturally take at least 4 of your men down with you as a guard. You will leave your horses with them when you enter the banker's. You will then pass through his house and at once leave by the back entrance, wrapped in your cloaks. You will then proceed to a spot half a mile out of the town where Juan, who you say knows the country, will be waiting with your horses, and I also will be there. The people who are watching you, and you will certainly be watched, will naturally suppose that you are at the banker's. At 10 o'clock you will come to the door and tell your men to return home with your horses and to bring them back at 10 in the morning, as you and your son will sleep there. Even should anything be suspected, which is hardly likely, the scoundrels would have no clue whatever as to the direction you will have taken, as, at any rate, you will have had 2 hours' start before they can begin to think that anything is wrong. That is a capital plan, Signor. You keep on adding to our already deep obligations to you. Everything was carried out in accordance with the arrangements. Hugh returned at once to El Paso, and in the evening the doctor mounted his horse and rode to the fort. The next day passed quietly, and as soon as it became dark, Hugh went out to the stable, saddled his horse without seeing any of the men about the yard, and rode off in the direction of Don Ramon's, and then, making a circuit of the town, arrived at the spot where Juan was waiting with the horses. They had been placed in a thicket a short distance from the road so as to be unobserved by anyone who might happen to pass. Hugh took his post close to the road, and an hour later Don Ramon and his son came up. The horses were at once brought out, and they mounted and rode off, Juan riding ahead to show the way. They maintained a fast pace, for at 1 o'clock they were to meet the troops at the appointed place. They arrived a quarter of an hour before the time, and 10 minutes after the hour heard the tramping of horses. The doctor was riding ahead, and halted when he came up to the group. "Has it all gone well, Lightning?" he asked. "Excellently, as far as we know." "This is Lieutenant Mason, who is in command of the troops," the doctor said as a figure rode forward. "Lieutenant Mason, this is Don Ramon Perales." "You are punctual, Signor," the officer said. "I have orders to place myself and my men entirely at your disposal. I think we had better have half an hour's halt before we go further. We have ridden fast, and you must have ridden faster, as your guide told me you were not to leave El Paso until 8 o'clock, and I presume we have a good deal farther to go tonight." "Another 20 miles, the doctor said. "The moon will be getting higher, and we shall want all her light. It will do no harm if we halt an hour, Lieutenant, and eat our supper while the horses are eating theirs." During the halt, the doctor had a long talk with Juan, who came from this part of the country and knew it well. When they mounted, instead of riding through the town, they struck off by a bypath before they reached it. 3 hours later they were deep among the hills, and then again halted after turning off from the track they had been following into a ravine. The girths were loosened and the horses allowed to graze, and the men, wrapping themselves in cloaks or blankets, were soon asleep, a sentry being placed at the entrance to the ravine. At 10 o'clock all were on their feet. Fires were lighted and breakfast cooked, and then, following mountain paths, they rode until 2 in the afternoon, at which time they reached the valley from which the party had before made their way down to the wood near the ravine. At dusk they again mounted and rode on to the wood. They were met at the edge of the trees by Sim Howlett and Royce. "I was expecting you tonight, boys," Sim said. "We looked out for you last night, but I didn't reckon as you could possibly do it." "Have you any news of my daughters?" Don Ramon asked eagerly. "Nary a word," Sim replied. "Bill and me have never had our eyes off the house from sun up to sundown. Lots of fellows have come and gone on horseback. Of course, we cannot answer for what has been done after nightfall, but we reckon there's about 30 men there now, not counting those they may have in the village and the sentries down by the mouth of the valley. I calculate the best part of the gang is there now. The chiefs would like to keep them under their eye. They will think the only thing they have got to be afraid of is treachery. I suppose matters stand as they did when you left, Doc? Just the same. We four and Don Carlos are to go on and get at the ladies. When we are in there safe, 3 pistol shots are to be the signal. Then Don Ramon and the soldiers are to come down and surround them." Don Ramon had been very anxious to accompany the party, but the doctor had positively refused to take him with them. "It would add greatly to our risks," he said, "and do no good. If we can get to your daughters, Don Ramon, we 5 can keep the fellows at bay until you come up easily enough. I believe we could thrash the lot, but it is no good taking chances. But anyhow, we can keep them off. I would rather have gone without your son, but as Lightnin has passed his word, there's nothing more to be said. On a job like this, the fewer there are, the better. Each man after the first pretty nearly doubles the risk." By this time the troopers had dismounted and fastened their horses to the trees. Meat that had been cooked in the morning and biscuits were produced from their haversacks. When the meal had been eaten, the soldiers lit their pipes, while their officer proceeded with Hugh and the others to the lower end of the wood and walked on to the head of the ravine. "There are the lights," Hugh said. "Ah, I see they have lighted a fire on the terrace, Bill." "I expect they are pretty crowded in the house," Bill said, "but they go in to sleep. Sim and I have been down near the house twice, and though we were not quite close, we were able to make pretty sure that except one sentry there and another at the gate, the rest all go in." "How far are we to go down?" the officer asked. "Well, I would rather you did not go down at all," Sim Howlett said. "You can get down there from here in 10 minutes after you start if you look spry, and I'm desperately afraid some of your men might make a noise, which they would hear certain if everything was quiet. There is no fear of their being heard when the firing once begins down there, but if one of them fell over a rock and his gun went off before we had done our part of the affair, there would be an end of the whole business." "That is what I think, Sim," the doctor agreed. "We have said all along we might get the ladies out by ourselves, but again we mayn't be able to get them off at all. But we can defend them easy enough if we can get into their room. 5 minutes won't make any difference about that, and it is everything to avoid the risk of noise until we get at them. If they discover us before we get there, we just fall back fighting. They will think that we are only a small party, and the ladies will be none the worse." "If you think that is the best way, we must agree to it," Don Ramon said. "But we shall have a terrible time until we get to you." "Don't you be afeared," Sim Howlett said. "The doctor, me, Lightnin, and Bill could pretty well wipe them out by ourselves, and we reckon on our 6-shooters a sight more than we do on the soldiers." End of Chapter 18. Read by Dory Smith. Chapter 19 of Redskin and Cowboy, A Tale of the Western Plains by G.A. Henty. This librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 19. A Fight and a Rescue. Soon after sunset the 5 men started. The doctor was of opinion that it was better not to wait until the brigands had retired to rest. "Of course, we cannot begin operations," he said, "until all is quiet, but as long as the men are sitting around the fire smoking and singing, they will keep a very careless guard, and any noise we make will pass unobserved. When they once get quiet, the sentries will begin to listen, but until then we might almost walk up to their fires without being observed." It was necessary to move slowly and cautiously, lest they should fall over a rock or stump, but the doctor led the way and the others followed close behind him. 20 minutes' stealthy walking took them to the spot whence the doctor had before reconnoitered the house. A fire blazed on the terrace, and some 15 men were sitting or lying round it. The light fell upon bottles and glasses. One of the party was playing upon a mandolin and singing, but few of the others were attending to him, a noisy conversation plentifully sprinkled with Spanish oaths being kept up. "The room where your sisters are confined," the doctor said to Don Carlos, "is round the other side of the house. I did not mean to begin until all were asleep, but they are making such a noise down there that I do think it will be best to move at once, and if possible to let your sisters know that we are here. So we will work quietly round to that side. They had no sentry there last time, but they may have tonight." After 20 minutes of cautious movement, they reached the foot of the rock on which the house stood. The doctor had brought out from El Paso a small grapnel and rope. The former had been carefully wrapped round with strips of cloth so as to deaden any sound. It was now thrown up, and at the second attempt became firmly fixed above. "Do you mount first, Lightning," he said to Hugh. "When you get up, lie quiet for a minute or two. When you have quite assured yourself that all is clear, give the rope a shake. We others will come up one by one. Let each man, when he gets to the top, lie down." Don Carlos followed Hugh, and the others soon joined them. "You see that light there?" the doctor said to Don Carlos. "That is your sister's room. As I told you, the windows on the ground floor are all blocked up, but 3 or 4 bricks have been left out just at the top of each for the sake of light and air. Now, Sim and you had better go together. He will stand against the wall, and if you climb onto his shoulders, I think you can just about reach that hole. Pull yourself up and look in. I need not tell you to be as silent as possible, for there may be someone in with them. If they are alone, tell them what we are going to do. See whether there are any bars inside the brickwork. I'm afraid there are sure to be. The Spanish houses most always have bars to the lower windows. Royce, you and I will go to the right-hand corner of the house. You go to the left, Lightning. If you hear anyone coming, give a low hiss as a warning. Then we must all lie down close to the wall. It is so dark now that unless a man kicks against us, he won't see us. If he does touch one of you, he is likely to think it is one of his own party lying down there for a sleep. But if he stoops over to see who it is, you have got either to stab him or to grip him by the throat so that he can't shout. Now, I think we all understand." The 5 men crawled cautiously to their respective stations. "Now, young fella," Sim said to Don Carlos, "if, when you are mounted on my shoulders, you find you cannot reach the hole, put your foot on my head. You won't hurt me with them moccasins on. Directly you've got your fingers on the edge, give a little pat with your foot to let me know, and I will put my hands under your feet and help hoist you up. You can put a biggish slice of your weight on me. When I'm tired, I will let you know. I will lean right forward against the wall. That will help you to climb up. Now." When he stood up on Sim's shoulders, the young Mexican found that he could reach the opening. Getting his fingers firmly upon it, he gave the signal, and with Sim's aid had no difficulty in raising himself so that he could look into the room. 2 candles burned upon the table, and by their light he could see the girls stretched on couches. "Hush, girls, hush," he said in a low voice. "It is I, Carlos. Silence for your lives." The 2 girls sprang to their feet. "Did you hear it, Nina?" the elder exclaimed in a low voice. "Yes, it was the voice of Carlos. We could not both have been dreaming, surely." "I am up here at the opening," Carlos said. "We are here, girls, a party to rescue you. But we must get in beside you before we are discovered, or else harm might come to you. Wait a moment." He broke in as the girls in their delight were about to throw themselves upon their knees to return thanks to the Virgin. "I am being held up here and must get down in an instant. I can see that there is a grating to the window. Is it a strong one?" "Yes, a very strong one." "Very well. We will saw through it presently. Do you keep on talking loudly to each other to drown any noise that we may make. That will do, Sim. You can let me down now." "Now, young fella," Sim said as soon as Don Carlos reached the ground, "you go along and tell Bill Royce to come here and help. The doctor will go on keeping watch. Then go to the other end and send Lightning here, and you take his place. He is better for work than you are." Sim was soon joined by Royce and Hugh. He had already set to work. "These bricks are only adobe," he said. "My knife will soon cut through them." In a few minutes he had made a hole through the unbaked bricks. "Senoritas," he said in Mexican, "place a chair against this hole and throw something over it so that if anyone comes it won't be observed." The men worked in turns with their keen bowies, and in half an hour the hole was large enough for a head and shoulders to pass through. "Now for the files, Lightning. You may as well take the first spell, as you have got them in the oil." It took 2 hours' work to file through the bars. Just as the work was finished, Sim said, "You had better fetch the lad, Lightning. Send him through first." "Don't you think, Doctor," Hugh said when they were gathered round the hole, "that we might get the girls off without a fight at all?" "I doubt it," the doctor said. "The men have just gone in except for 2 who are left as sentries, and the night is very still. They would be almost sure to hear some of us, and if they did, the girls might get shot in the fight. Still, it might be worth trying. As soon as you get in, Don Carlos, begin to move the furniture quietly against the door." All this time the girls had been singing hymns, but their prudence left them as their brother entered the room. They stopped singing abruptly and threw themselves into his arms with a little cry of joy. Almost instantly there was a loud knock at the door. "What are you doing there? I am coming in," and the door was heard to unlock. Carlos threw himself against it. "Fire the signal, Doctor!" Sim exclaimed as he thrust Hugh, who was in the act of getting through the hole, into the room. As he did so, 3 shots were fired outside. The instant Hugh was through, he leapt to his feet and ran forward. The pressure against the door had ceased, the man having, in his surprise at the sound of the shots, sprung back. Hugh seized the handle of the door so that it could not be turned. "Pile up the furniture," he said to Don Carlos. "Get into the corner of the room, señoritas. They will be firing through the door in a moment." By this time a tremendous din was heard in the house. As yet none of the brigands knew what had happened, and their general impulse was to rush out on the terrace to hear the cause of the shots. The doctor had followed Hugh closely into the room, the hole being large enough to admit of his getting through without any difficulty. Royce followed immediately, and as he got through, Sim Hallett's pistol cracked out twice as the sentries ran around the corner of the house, their figures being visible to him by the light from the fire. Then he thrust himself through the opening. The instant he was through, he seized one of the cushions of the couches and placed it across the hole by which he had entered. Several attempts had been made to turn the handle of the door, but Hugh held it firmly, while the doctor and Carlos moved the couches and chairs against it. "Here, Doctor, you watch this hole. I will do that work," Sim said. They worked as silently as possible and could hear through the opening at the top of the window the sound of shouts and oaths as a number of men ran past on the terrace. Then one voice shouted angrily for silence. "There's no one here," he said. "Martinez, go in and fetch torches. What has happened? What have you seen, Lopez?" "I have seen nothing," the voice replied. "I was lying close to the door when Domingo, who was on guard at the señorita's door, said something. Then almost directly 3 shots were fired outside. I jumped up and unfastened the door and ran out. Martos and Juan, who were on guard outside, were just running across. I heard 2 more shots fired, and down they both fell. I waited a moment until all the others came out, and then we ran round the corner together. As far as I see, there is nobody here." "Mil demonios!" the first speaker exclaimed. "It must be some plot to get the girls away. Perez, run in and ask Domingo if he heard any sounds within. Open the door and see that the captives are safe." There was a pause for a minute, and then Perez ran out. "Domingo cannot open the door," he said. "They are moving the furniture against it, and the handle won't turn. He says there must be something wrong there." "Fool! What occasion is there to say that, as if anyone could not see there was something wrong? Ah, here come the torches. Search all round the terrace and ask whoever is on guard at the gate whether he has heard anything. We will see about breaking down the door afterwards." There was a pause, and then the men came back again. "There is no one on the terrace. Nobody has been through the gate." Then there was a sudden, sharp exclamation. "See here, Vargas, there is a hole here. The bricks have been cut through." A fresh volley of oaths burst out, and then the man in authority gave his orders. "Perez, do you and Martinez take your post here. Whether there is 1 or half a dozen inside, they can only crawl out 1 at a time. You have only got to fire at the first head you see. The rest come inside and break open the door. We will soon settle with them." "That is much better than I expected," the doctor said. "We have gained nearly 5 minutes. Now let them come as soon as they like. Bill, will you stop at this end and guard this cushion? When the fight begins, they may try to push it aside and fire through at us. Let the upper end lean back a little against this chair. Yes, like that. Now you see, you can look down, and if you see a hand trying to push the cushion aside, put a bullet through it. Don't attend to us unless we are badly pressed and call for you." There was now a furious onslaught made on the door from the outside, heavy blows being struck upon it with axes and crowbars. "Now, Sim, you may as well speak to them a little," the doctor said. "When you have emptied your Colt, I will have a turn while you are loading." The noise of the blows was a sufficient indication to Sim where the men wielding the weapons were standing. He had already recharged the 2 chambers he had emptied, and now, steadily and deliberately, he fired 6 shots through the panels of the door, and the yells and oaths told him that some of them had taken effect. There was a pause for a moment, and then the assault recommenced. The wood gave way beneath the axes, and the door began to splinter, while a number of shots were fired from the outside. The doctor, however, was stooping low, and the others stood outside the line of fire, while Bill at his end was kneeling by the cushion. The doctor's revolver answered the shots, and when he had emptied his pistol, Hugh took his place. By the furious shouts and cries without, there was no doubt the fire was doing execution. But the door was nearly yielding, and just as Hugh began to fire, one of the panels was burst in. The lock, too, had now given, the piece of wood he had jammed into it having fallen out. The Mexicans, however, were unable to force their way in, owing to the steady fire of the besieged, who had extinguished their candles and had the advantage of catching sight of their opponents through the open door by the light of the torches without. The besieged shifted their places after each shot so that the Mexicans fired almost at random. For 10 minutes the fight had raged when there was a sudden shout, followed by a discharge of firearms without. A cheer broke from the defenders of the room, and a cry of despair and fury from the Mexicans. The attack on the door ceased instantly, but a desperate struggle raged in the courtyard. This went on for 3 or 4 minutes, when the Mexicans shouted for mercy and the firing ceased. Then Don Ramon's voice was heard to call, "Where are you? Are you all safe?" There was a shout in reply. Then the furniture was pulled away and the splintered door removed, and as Don Ramon entered, his daughters, who had remained quietly in the corner while the fight went on, rushed into his arms. The success of the surprise had been complete. The man on guard at the gate had left his post to take part in the struggle going on in the house, and the officer in command of the troops had gained the terrace unobserved. He at once surrounded the house, and the 2 men outside the opening had been shot down at the same moment that he, with a dozen of his men, rushed into the courtyard and attacked the Mexicans. None of these had escaped. 18 had fallen in the house, 4 had been killed outside, and 12 had thrown down their arms and were now lying bound hand and foot in charge of the troops. No sooner had Don Ramon assured himself that his daughters were safe and uninjured than he turned to their rescuers and poured out his hearty thanks. They were not quite uninjured. Bill had escaped without a wound. Don Carlos was bleeding from a pistol ball which had grazed his cheek. Sim Hallett's right hand was disabled by a ball which had taken off his middle finger and plowed its way through the flesh of the forearm. Hugh had a bullet in the shoulder. The doctor's wound was the only serious one, he having been hit just above the hip. One of the soldiers had been killed, and 5 wounded while fighting in the courtyard. Leaving Don Ramon and his son to question the girls as to what had befallen them, and to tell them how their rescue had been brought about, the others went outside. "Let's have a blaze, Lieutenant," Sim said. "Most of us want dressing a bit, and the doctor is hit very hard. Let us make a good big fire out here on the terrace, then we shall see what we are doing. We were in a smother of gunpowder smoke inside." The officer gave an order, and the soldiers fetched out billets of wood from the store and piled them on the fire on the terrace, and soon a broad sheet of flame leapt up. "Now then, let us look at the wounds," Sim went on. "Let us lift you up and make you a little comfortable, doctor. I'm afraid that there is no doing anything with you till we get you down to the town. All you've got to do is lie quiet. And drink, Sim." "Ay, and drink. I'm as thirsty myself as if I had been lost on an alkali plain. Bill, will you get us some drink? Plenty of water, with just a drop of spirit in it. There's sure to be plenty in the house somewhere." Roy soon returned with a large jar of cold water and a bottle of spirits. "Only a few drops of spirits. Sim, if you don't want to get inflammation in that hand of yours." "What had I better do for it, doctor?" "Well, it would be better to have that stump of the middle finger taken out altogether. I could do it for you if I could stand and had a knife of the right shape here. As it is, you can't do better than wrap your hand up in plenty of cloths and keep them wet, and then put your arm in a sling. What's yours, Lightning?" "I'm hit in the shoulder, doctor. I don't think that it is bleeding now." "Well, you had better get Bill to bathe it in hot water, then lay a plug of cotton over the hole and bandage it up. The doctor at the fort will get the ball out for you as soon as you get down there. He is a good man, they say, and anyhow, he gets plenty of practice with pistol wounds at El Paso." Royce did his best for his 2 friends. Then they all sat quietly, talking until the young officer came out from the house. "We have been searching it from top to bottom," he said. "There is a lot of booty stored away. I want you to have a look at the 2 leaders of these scoundrels. They have both been shot. Don Ramon said that he believed they were the murderers of his son, and that 2 of you might recognize them if they were, as you did a horse trade with them." Hugh and Royce followed him to the other side of the house, where the bodies of the brigands who had fallen had been brought out and laid down. 2 soldiers brought torches. "I have no doubt whatsoever that these are the men," Hugh said after examining the bodies of the 2 leaders, who were placed at a short distance from the rest. "Them's the fellas," Royce said positively. "I could swear to them anywhere." "They are notorious scoundrels," the officer said, "and have for years been the scourge of New Mexico. They were away for a time 2 years ago. We had made the place so hot for them that they had to quit. We learned that from some of their gang whom we caught. They were away nearly a year, at least they were quiet. I suppose they carried on their games down in Texas till they had to leave there too, and then thinking the affair had blown over, they returned here. There has been a reward of $10,000 for their capture any time for the last 5 years. Properly, that ought to be divided between you, as it is entirely your doing that they have been caught. But as the reward says death or capture, I suppose my men will have to share it with you." "That is right enough," Sim Hallett said. "It will give us $300 or $400 apiece, and that don't make a bad week's work anyhow. When are you thinking of starting back, Lieutenant, and what are you going to do with this house here?" "I shall set fire to the house after we have got everything out of it. I guess it has been a den of brigands for the last 10 years. I have sent 4 men down to keep guard at the mouth of the valley, and I expect we shall get all their horses in the morning. They must be somewhere about here. The prisoners will ride their own, and that will leave us 20 or more for carrying down the best part of the plunder. There is a lot of wine and other things that they have carried off from the haciendas that they plundered. I will send those down in carts with an escort of 4 of my men." "Then I think we'd better get a bed in one of the carts and send my mate here down upon it. He's got a bullet somewhere in the hip and won't be able to sit a horse." "We will send him off the first thing in the morning," the officer said. "There is one of my own wounded to send down that way, too." "I will go with them as nurse," Sim said. "Get the cart to go straight through without a halt, Lieutenant. The sooner my mate is in the hands of your doctor, the better." "I will see about it now," the lieutenant said. "No time shall be lost. I will send a sergeant and 4 men down to the village at once to requisition a cart and bring it here. It will be much better for them traveling at night. I will tell the men I send as escort to get hold of another cart in the morning and send them straight on." "Thank you, Lieutenant. That will be the best plan by far." Don Ramon now came out of the house and joined the group. "In the name of my children, their mother, and myself, I thank you most deeply, senors, for the noble way in which you have risked your lives for their rescue. Had it not been for you, God knows whether I should have seen my daughters again, for I know that no oaths would have bound those villains, and that when they had obtained the ransom they would never have let my daughters free to give information that would have led to their capture. I shall always be your debtor, and the only drawback to my pleasure is that 3 of you have been wounded." "The doctor here is the only one wounded seriously," Sim Hallett said. "My hand and arm will soon heal up, and the loss of a finger is no great odds anyway. I don't suppose Lightning's shoulder will turn out worse than my arm. As for the doctor, he is hit hard, but he has been hit hard so many times and has pulled through it that I hope for the best." "Senor Hugh," Don Ramon said, "it was indeed a fortunate day for me when I questioned you concerning my son's horse, for it was to your advice and to your enlisting your friends on my behalf that I owe it chiefly that my daughters are with me this evening. I must leave it to their mother to thank you as you deserve." 2 hours later, the doctor and one of the wounded soldiers were placed on a bed laid at the bottom of a cart and started under the escort of 2 soldiers, Sim Hallett accompanying them. As the girls had expressed the greatest disinclination to remain in the house where they had been prisoners, and where so much blood had just been shed, they with the rest of the party returned with the sergeant and 6 soldiers carrying torches up the valley to the wood, where the horses had been left. Here 2 fires were soon blazing, and the girls were not long before they were asleep, wrapped in blankets that had been brought up from the house. The following morning, Hugh and Royce handed over their horses for the use of the girls, who were both accomplished horsewomen, and, mounting the horses of Sim and the doctor, they started with Don Ramon, his son, and daughters. 15 miles before they got to El Paso, they passed the cart with the wounded men, and Hugh said he would ride into the fort to ensure the doctor being there when they arrived. Royce and he accompanied Don Ramon and his party to the gate of the hacienda, which they reached just at sunset. The Mexican was warm in his entreaties to Hugh to become his guest until his wound was healed, but he declined this on the ground that he should be well cared for at the fort and should have the surgeon always on hand. "I shall be over the first thing in the morning to see you," Don Carlos said. "I shall want my own face strapped up, and I warn you, if the doctor says you can be moved, I shall bring you back with me." Royce accompanied Hugh to the fort. The commandant was highly gratified when he heard of the complete success of the expedition, and still more so when he learned that the 2 notorious brigands for whom he and his troopers had so often searched in vain were among the killed. Hugh was at once accommodated in the hospital, and the surgeon proceeded to examine his wound. It was so inflamed and swollen with the long ride, he said, that no attempt could be made at present to extract the ball, and rest and quiet were absolutely necessary. 2 hours later the cart arrived. The doctor was laid in a bed near that of Hugh, the 3rd bed in the ward being allotted to Sim Hallett. The doctor's wound was pronounced by the surgeon to be a very serious one. It was some days before, under the influence of poultices and embrocations, the inflammation subsided sufficiently for a search to be made for the bullet in Hugh's shoulder. The surgeon, however, was then successful in finding it embedded in the flesh behind the shoulder bone, and having found its position, he cut it out from behind. After this, Hugh's progress was rapid, and in a week he was out of bed with his arm in a sling. The doctor, contrary to the surgeon's expectations, also made fair progress. The bullet could not be found, and the surgeon, after one or two ineffectual attempts, decided that it would be better to allow it to remain where it was. The stump of Sim's finger was removed the morning after he came in, and the wound had almost completely healed by the time that Hugh was enabled to leave the hospital a month after entering it. Don Ramon and his son had ridden over every day to inquire after the invalids, and had seen that they were provided with every possible luxury, and he carried off Hugh to the hacienda as soon as the surgeon gave his consent to his making a short journey in the carriage. Doña Maria received him as warmly as if he had been a son of her own, and he had the greatest difficulty in persuading her that he did not require to be treated as an invalid and was perfectly capable of doing everything for himself. For a fortnight he lived a life of luxurious idleness, doing absolutely nothing beyond going over in the carriage every day to see how the doctor was going on. Hugh saw that he was not maintaining the progress that he had at first made. He had but little fever or pain, but he lay quiet and silent, and seemed incapable of making any effort whatever. Sim Hallett was very anxious about his comrade. "He don't seem to me to try to get well," he said to Hugh. "He looks to me like as if he thought he had done about enough and was ready to go. If one could rouse him up a bit, I believe he would pull round. He's gone through a lot, has the doctor, and I expect he thinks there ain't much worth living for. He just smiles when I speak to him, but he don't take no interest in things. Do you get talking with me when you go in, Lightning, and asking about what we've been doing, and I will tell you some of the things he and I have gone through together. Maybe that may stir him up a bit." "How long have you known him, Sim?" "I came across him in '49. I came round by Panama, being one of the first lot to leave New York when the news of gold came. I had been away logging for some months and had come down at the end of the season with 6 months' money in my pocket. I'd been saving up for a year or two and was going to put it all in partnership with a cousin of mine who undertook the building of piers and wharves and such like on the Hudson. Well, the first news that met me when I came down to New York was that Jim had busted up and had gone out west, some said, others that he had drowned himself. I was sorry for Jim, but I was mighty glad that I hadn't put my pile in. Well, I was wondering what to start on next when the talk about gold began, and as soon as I learned there were no mistake about it, I went down to the wharf and took my passage down to the isthmus. I'd been working about 3 months on the Yuba when I came across the doctor. I had seen him often afore we came to speak. If you were to see the doctor now for the first time when he is just sitting quiet and talking that woman sort of voice of his and with those big blue eyes, you would think maybe he was kind of softy, wouldn't you?" "I dare say I might, Sim. I saw him for the first time when he came up with you to take my part against that crowd of Mexicans. There didn't look anything soft about him then, and though I was struck with his gentle way of talking when I met him afterwards, I knew so well there was lots of fight in him that it didn't strike me he was anything of a softy, as you say. No? Well, the doctor has changed since I met him, but at that time he did look a softy, and most people put him down as being short of wits. He used just to go about the camp as if he paid no attention to what were going on. Sometimes he would go down to a bit of a claim he had taken up and wash out the gravel, just singing to himself, not as though it were to amuse him, but as though he did not know as he were singing, in a sort of a curious off sort of voice. But mostly he went about doing odd sorts of jobs. If there were a man down with the fever, the doctor would just walk into his tent and take him in hand and look after him, and when he got better would just drift away, and like enough not seem to know the man the next time he met him. Well, he got to be called softy, but men allowed as he were a good fella, and was just as choke full of kindness as his brain would hold, and as he walked about, any chap who was taking his grub would ask him to share it, for it was sartain that what gold he got wouldn't buy enough to keep a cat alive, much less a man. Well, it was this way. I got down with fever from working in the water under a hot sun. I hadn't any particular mates that time, and were living in a bit of a tent made of a couple of blankets, and though the boys looked in and did any job that were wanted, I were mighty bad and went off my head for a bit, and the first thing I seen when I came round was Softy in the tent tended me. If he had been a woman and I had been his son, he couldn't have looked after me tenderer. I found when I began to get round he had been getting meat for me from the boys and making soups, but as soon as I got round enough to know what was going on, I pointed out to him the place where I had hid my dust, and he took charge of it and got me what was wanted, till I picked up and got middlin' strong again. As soon as I did, Softy went off to look after someone else who was bad, but I think he took to me more than he took to anyone else, for he would come in and sit with me sometimes in the evening, and I found that he weren't really short of wits as people thought, but would talk on most things just as straight as anyone. He didn't seem to have much interest in the digging, which were about the only thing we thought of. But when I asked him what he had come to the mining camps for, if it wasn't to get gold, he just smiled gently and said he had a mission. What the mission were, he never said, and I concluded that though he was all there in other things, his brain had somehow got mixed on that point, unless it were that his mission was to look after the sick. Well, we were a rough lot in '49, you bet. Lynch law hadn't begun, and there was rows and fights of the wuss kind. Our camp had been pretty quiet until someone set up a saloon and gambling shop, and some pretty tough characters came. That was just as I were getting about again, though not able to work regular. It weren't long before two fellows became the terror of the camp, and they went on so bad that the boys began to talk among themselves that they must be put down. But no one cared about taking the lead. They'd shot 4 fellows in the first week after they came. I hadn't seen Softy for 10 days. He had been away nussing a woodman as had his leg broke by the fall of a tree. I was sitting outside my tent with the chap they call Red Sam. We had a bottle of brandy between us when them 2 fellows came along, and one of them just stooped and took up the bottle and put it to his lips and drank half of it off, and then passed it to the other without saying by your leave or anything. Red Sam said, "Well, I'm blowed," when the fellow who had drunk whipped out his bowie. 6-shooters had hardly come in then, and before Red Sam could get fairly to his feet, he struck him under the ribs. Well, I jumped up and drew my bowie, for it were my quarrel, you see. He made at me. I caught his wrist as the knife was coming down, and he caught mine, but I were like a child in his arms. I thought it were all over with me when I heard a shout, and Softy sprang on the man like a wildcat and drove his knife right into him, and he went down like a log. The other shouted out an oath and drew. Softy faced him. It were the strangest sight I ever seen. His hat had fallen off, and his hair, which were just as white then as it is now, fell back from his face, and his eyes that looked so soft and gentle were just blazing. It came across me then, as it have come across me many a time since, that he looked like a lion going to spring. And I think Buckskin, as the man called himself, who had often boasted as he didn't fear a living thing, was frighted. They stood facing each other for a moment, and then Softy sprang at him. He was so quick that instead of Buckskin's knife catching him as he intended, just in front of the shoulder and going straight down to the heart, it caught him behind the shoulder and laid open his back pretty near down to the waist. But there were no mistake about Softy's stroke. It went fair between the ribs, and Buckskin fell back dead with Softy on the top of him. Well, after that it were my turn to nuss the doctor, for no one called him Softy after that. He were laid up for over a month, and I think that letting out of blood did him good and cleared his brain like. When he got well, he were just as you see him now, just as clear and as sensible a chap as you could see. Why, he has got as much sense as you would find in any man west of Missouri, and he's the truest mate and the kindest heart. I've never seen the doctor out of temper, for you can't call it being out of temper when he rises up and goes for a man. That is his mission. He has never got that out of his head, and never will until he dies. He can put up with a deal, the doctor can, but when a man gets too bad for anything, then it just seems to him as he has got a call to wipe him out, and he wipes him out, you bet. You don't want lynch law where the doctor is. He is a judge and a posse all to himself, and for years he was the terror of hard characters down in California. They was just scared of him, and if a downright bad man came to a camp and heard the doctor were there, he would in general clear straight out again. He has been shot and cut all over, has the doctor, and half a dozen times it seemed to me I should never bring him round again. It ain't no use talking to him and asking him why he should take on himself to be a judge and jury. When it's all over, he always says in his gentle way that he is sorry about it, and I do think he is, and he says he will attend to his own business in future. But the next time it is just the same thing again. There ain't no holding him. You might as well try to stop a mountain lion when he smells blood. At such times he ain't hisself. If you had once seen him, you would never forget it. There were a British painting fellow who were traveling about taking pictures for a book. He were in camp once when the doctor's dander rose, and he went for a man. And the Britisher said afterwards to me it were like the berserk rage. I never heard tell of the berserks, but from what the old chap said, I guess they lived in the old time. Well, if they were like the doctor, I tell you that I shouldn't like to get into a muss with them, no, sir. Do you know what the doctor's history is, Sim? Yes, I do know, he said, but I don't suppose anyone else does. Maybe he will tell you some day if he ever gets over this. Oh, I don't want to know if it is a secret, Sim. Well, there ain't no secret in it, Lightning, but he don't talk about it, and in course I don't. It is a sort of thing that has happened to other men, and maybe after a bit they've got over it, but the doctor ain't. You see, he ain't a common man. He has got the heart of a woman, and for a time it pretty nigh crazed him. End of chapter 19. Read by Dory Smith. Chapter 20 of Redskin and Cowboy, A Tale of the Western Plains by G.A. Henty. This librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 20, The Avenger. Hugh told the coachman to go back to the hacienda and to return for him late in the evening, and then went in with Sim. The doctor smiled faintly as Hugh sat down beside him and asked how he was getting on. I'm getting on, lad, he said. I reckon I shall be there before long. Hugh affected to misunderstand him. You must pick up strength, he said, or we shall never carry out that expedition among the Apaches, you know. If you wait for that, you will wait a long time, the doctor said quietly. I hope not, Hugh said cheerily. By the way, Sim, you told me you would tell me of some of your adventures in the early days of California. I am interested in that because I had an uncle there. He was 10 years or so out there. What was his name, Lightnin'? Sim asked. His name was Will Tunstall. An exclamation burst from both his hearers. Your uncle! Sim exclaimed. Well, that beats all, and to think that we should have been all this time together and never known that. Is your name Tunstall, too? Yes, Hugh Tunstall. To think now, Doctor, Sim said, and we never knowed him except as Hugh or Lightnin', and he is Will Tunstall's nephew. Well, lad, Bill, English Bill we called him, was a mate of ours, and a better mate men never worked with. You are like him, lad, the doctor said in a voice so different from that in which he had spoken before that Hugh quite started. I thought you reminded me of someone, and now I know. It was English Bill. He was just as tall and as straight as you are, and laughed and talked just as you do. I wonder, Sim, we didn't notice it at once. Well, well, that is strange. Hugh was greatly surprised. It was indeed strange that he should have met these two mates of his uncle. Stranger still that they should have entertained such evident affection for a man who seemed to him to differ in character so widely from them. He was surprised, too, at the doctor's remarks about his resemblance to his uncle, for he could see no likeness whatever. Well, he said, I should have had no idea that I was like my uncle. I think you must have forgotten his figure. He is tall and muscular, certainly, but he is much darker than I am, and, I think, altogether different. The doctor and Sim looked at each other with astonishment. There must be some mistake, Sim said. Do you say your uncle is alive now? Certainly I do, Hugh replied and turned surprised. Ah, then, it isn't the same man, Sim said. Our Bill Tunstall was killed 10 years ago. It is odd, too. Tunstall ain't a common name, at least not in these parts. If you had ever said your own name before, I should have noticed it and asked you about it. But Royce always called you Lightnin' or Hugh, and one may know men here for years by the name they have got without ever thinking what name they might be born with. Is Tunstall a common name in England, Lightnin'? The doctor asked. No, I don't think so, Doctor. I never met any others. We came from the north of England, from Cumberland. So did English Bill, Sim said. Never heard tell of a chap that came out from there of that name, a tall, straight, strong fellow like you. He must have come out before you were born, though. Of course, we didn't know him for years afterwards. My uncle came out here before I was born, Hugh said, but I never heard of anyone else of the same name doing so. Still, if your friend is dead, of course it isn't the same, for my uncle is alive. At least he was 2 years ago. He is strong and active and well-knit, but he is not tall as I am by 2 inches, I should say. Lift me up in bed, Sim, the doctor said excitedly. How long ago did your uncle return? Over 6 years ago, Hugh replied, surprised at this strange excitement upon the part of a man who, 10 minutes before, had seemed to have no further interest in anything. 6 years ago, Sim. You hear that? 6 years ago. Gently, Doctor, gently. What are you driving at? Sim asked, really alarmed at his mate's excitement. The doctor paid no attention to him. And he had been a great many years away. Went away as a boy, and when he came back was so changed they wouldn't have known him. Yes, that was so, Hugh said, more and more surprised. You hear that, Sim? You hear that? The doctor exclaimed sharply. I hear it, mate, but do you lie down. You are not strong enough to be exciting yourself like this, though I am blamed if I can see what it is about. What did he go home for? The doctor asked, still unheeding Sim. He went home because my father had died, and he came in for a considerable property, and he was one of my guardians. Do you hear that, Sim? The doctor cried in a loud, shrill voice that was almost a scream. Do you see it all now? Just you run and call the surgeon, Lightning. The doc's going clear off his head. Stop, the doctor said as Hugh was about to hurry off. If Sim wasn't that thick-headed, he would see what I see. Give me a drink. Hugh handed him a glass of lemonade, which he tossed off. Now then, Sim, haven't I told you this young fellow was like someone, though I couldn't mind who? Don't you see it as our mate, English Bill? Yes, he is like him, Sim said. Now you name it. He is a bit taller, and his figure is loose yet, but he will widen out until he is just what Bill were. Like what his uncle was, the doctor broke in. Don't you see, Sim? His uncle was our mate. But how can that be, doctor? Don't you hear him say as his uncle is alive in England, and didn't we bury poor Bill? You've heard Hugh say what his uncle came home for. What was Bill going home for, Sim? Ah, Sim exclaimed suddenly as a light flashed across him. It was just what Lightning has been saying. His brother was dead, and he was going home to be guardian to his nephew, and because he had come into an estate. Quite so, only he never went, Sim, did he? No, certainly he never went, Doc. There is no doubt about that. But somebody did go, the doctor said, and we know who it was. The man who killed him and stole his papers. An exclamation of astonishment broke from Hugh, while Sim exclaimed earnestly, By thunder, doctor, but you may be right. I reckon it may be as you say, though how you came to figure it out beats me. That must be it. We could never make out why he should have been killed. He had money on him, but not enough to tempt the man as we suspected. Suspected? No, the man we knew did it, the doctor broke in. You see now, Lightning, how it is. It was known in camp that our mate had come into an estate in England. He said goodbye to us all and started, and his body was found a few miles away. We felt pretty sure of the man who had done it, for he was missing. He was a gambler. Bill had been pretty thick with him for some time, and I allow the fella had got the whole story out of him, and knew the place he was going to, and knew where it was, and had wormed a whole lot out of him that might be useful to him. Then he killed him, and wasn't seen any more in these parts. I searched for him for a year up and down California and Nevada and New Mexico and down into northern Mexico, but I never came across his track. If I had got as much as a sign which way he had gone, I would have hunted him down all over the world. But there was not a sign from the day he had left the camp. Nobody ever heard from him again. I found out he had a wife down in Southern California, a Mexican girl, and I went down there to hunt her out, but she had gone too, had left a few days after he had disappeared. Now we are on his track again, Sim. I guess in a week I will be up, and you and I will go straight off with this young fella to England and see this thing out. Lay me down now. I must be quiet for a bit. Take Lightning out and talk it over with him, and tell the cook to let me have some strong soup, for I've got to get out of this as soon as possible. Can all this be true, Sim, do you think? Hugh said. Or is the doctor lightheaded? Do you think it is possible that the man who murdered my uncle is the one who has taken his place all these years? It is gospel truth, Lightning. At least it is gospel truth that your uncle was murdered here, for there can't be no doubt that your Uncle Bill Tunstall and our mate is the same man. But I can't say whether the one as you thought was your uncle is the one that killed him. Your description is like enough to him. Tell me a little more about him. He is rather dark, with a mustache but no whiskers. He has a quiet manner. He is slight, but gives you the idea of being very strong. He has very white, well-made hands. He shows his teeth a little when he smiles, but even when I first knew him, I never liked his smile. There was something about it that wasn't honest. And he brought over with him a Mexican wife. That's him, Sim said in a tone of conviction. You have just described him. He has a light sort of walk like a cat, and a tigerish way with him all over. There ain't a doubt that is the man. And what is the woman like? She has always been very kind and good to me, Hugh said. No aunt could have been kinder. I am awfully sorry for her, but I hated the man. That was why I left England. I came into the room one day and found that he had knocked his wife down, and I seized him. Then he knocked me down, and I caught up the poker. I was no match for him then in strength. Then he drew a pistol, but I hit him before he could aim, and as he went down his head came against a sharp corner of a piece of furniture, and I thought that I had killed him, so I bolted at once, made my way to Hamburg, and crossed to New York. That is how I came to be here." "Has he got much of the property, lad?" "He has got what was my uncle's share," Hugh replied. "Now that I know who he is, I can understand things I could not understand before. If I had died before I came of age, he would have had the whole of the property. He used to get the most vicious horses he could find for me to ride, and I remember now when we were in Switzerland together. He wanted to take me up mountains with him, but my aunt wouldn't let me go. Then he offered to teach me pistol shooting, but somehow he dropped that, and my aunt taught me herself. I think she must have stopped him. Thinking it all over now, I feel sure that he must have intended to kill me somehow, and that she managed to save my life. There were often quarrels between them, but she didn't seem to be afraid of him. I think that she must have had some sort of hold over him." "Well, there is one thing," Sim said after a pause. "I believe this here discovery has saved the doctor's life. He had made up his mind that he had done with it and wasn't going to try to get better. Now, you see, he is all eagerness to get on this fellow's scent. If he had been a bloodhound, he could not have hunted the country closer than he did for that thar tarnal villain. He had an idea it were his business to wipe him out, and when the doctor gets set on an idea like that, he carries it out. It will pull him round now. You see if it don't." "I do hope so, indeed, Sim," Hugh said warmly. "The doctor is a wonderful fellow, and if it hadn't been for him, we should never have arrived at this discovery. Well, I am glad. Of course, I am sorry to hear that my uncle was murdered, but as I never saw him, that does not affect me so much. But I am glad to hear that this man whom I hated, a man who ill-treated his wife and who spent all his time at horse racing and gambling, is not my uncle and has no right to a share in the property that has been in our family for so many years. I only hope that this excitement will not do the doctor any harm." "I'm sure that it will do him good," Sim said confidently. "But it were strange to see a man who looked as if he were just dying out wake up like that. But that has always been his way. Just as quiet as a woman at most times, but blazing out when he felt that were a great wrong, and that it were his duty to set it right. I can tell you now what I know about his story. Now he knows you are English Bill's nephew, he won't mind your knowing. Well, his story ain't anything much out of the way. There are scores who have suffered the like, but it didn't have the effect on them like it did on the doctor. He is really a doctor trained and educated. He married out east. He were a quiet little fella and not fit to hustle round in towns and push himself forward. So he and his wife came round and settled in California somewhere about 36. There weren't many Americans here then, as you may guess. He settled down in the South, somewhere 100 miles or so from Los Angeles. He had some money of his own, and he bought a place and planted fruit trees and made a sort of little paradise of it. That is what he told me he lived on, doctoring when it came in his way. There were some rich Mexicans about, and he looked after most of them, but I guess he did more among the poor. He had 4 children, and things went on peaceable till 48. Then, you know, gold was discovered and turned California upside down. It brought pretty nigh all the roughs in creation there. They quarreled with the Mexicans, and they quarreled with the Injuns, and there was trouble of the wuss kind. There was gangs of fellas as guessed they could make more money by robbing the miners than they could by digging for gold, and I reckon they was about right. And when they warn't robbing the miners, they was plundering the Mexicans. Well, I never heard the rights of it. The doctor never could bring himself to talk about that. But one day, when he had been 20 miles away to visit a patient, he came back and found his place burned down and his wife and the 4 children murdered. He went off his head, and some of the people as knew him took him down to Los Angeles, and he were a year in the madhouse there. He were very quiet. I believe he used to just sit and cry. After a time he changed. He never used to speak a word, but just sot with those big eyes of his wide open, with his face working, as if he seen an enemy. Well, after a year he got better, and the Mexicans let him out of that madhouse. Someone had bought his place, and the money had been banked for him. He took it and went off. He never got to hear who the gang were as had been to his house. I think the idea comes to him ever since when he comes across a really bad man that he were one of that lot, and then he goes for him. It is either that or he believes he has got sort of a special call to wipe out bad men. As I told you, he is always ready to do a kindness to anyone, and if he has killed over a score or more of the wuss men in California, I guess he has saved 5 times as many by nussing them when they are ill, only he will never give them medicine. One of his ideas is that if he hadn't gone on doctoring, he wouldn't have been away when that gang came to his house, and that is why he will never do anything as a doctor again. He is just a nuss, he says, and nothing more. Now, don't you go for to think, Lightning, that the doctor is the least bit mad, because he ain't, and never have been since I first knew him, and I should like to see the man as would say that he were. He is just as sensible as I am. That ain't saying much. He is 10 times as sensible. He always knows the right thing to do, does the doctor, and does it. He are just an ornery man with heaps of good sense, and just the kindest heart in the world, only when there is regular downright bad men in the camp, the doctor takes him in hand all to himself. But, Sim, I thought you were going about this gold business, this placer, directly the doctor was able to move. That has got to wait, Sim said. Maybe some day or other, when this business of yours is over, I may come back and see about it. Maybe I won't. If the doctor is going to England with you, I'm going. That is certain. Besides, even if I would let him go alone, which aren't likely, maybe his word wouldn't be enough. One witness wouldn't do to swear that this man who has stepped into your uncle's shoes ain't what he pretends to be. But if there's 2 of us can swear to him as being Simmons the gambler, it'll go a long way. But you may have trouble even then. Anyhow, don't you worry yourself about the gold mine. Like enough, we should all have been wiped out by the Redskins if we had tried it. Now, I will look in and see how the doctor is afore you go. Sim returned in 2 minutes, saying that the doctor had drank a bowl of soup and had told the orderly who brought it that he was going to sleep, as he wanted to get strong, being bound to start for a journey in a week's time. As the carriage was not to return until late, Hugh started to walk over to Don Ramon's, as he wanted to think over the strange news he had heard. "Your friend is better, I hope," the Signora said as he entered, "or you would not have returned so soon." "He is better, Signora. We have made a strange discovery that has roused him up and given him new life, while it has closely affected me. With your permission, I will tell it to you all." "Is it a story, Signor Hugh?" the young girl said. "I love a story above all things." "It is a very curious story, Signorita, as I am sure you will agree when you hear it, but it is long, therefore I pray you to make yourselves comfortable before I begin." As soon as they had seated themselves, Hugh told the story of the flight of his uncle as a boy, of his long absence and return, of the life at home and the quarrel that had been the cause of his own flight from home, and how he had that day discovered that his companions in their late adventure had been his uncle's comrades and friends, and how, comparing notes, he had found that his uncle had been murdered and that his assassin had gone over and occupied his place in England. Many exclamations of surprise were uttered by his auditors. "And what are you going to do now, Signor?" "I am going to start for home as soon as the doctor is well enough to travel. I should have been willing to have gone first with them upon the expedition upon which we were about to start when your daughters were carried off, but Sim Hallett would not hear of it." "I intended to have had my say in the matter," Don Ramon said, "and have only been waiting to complete my arrangements. I have not hurried because I knew that until your companion died or recovered, you would not be making a move. I am, as you know, Signor, a very wealthy man, wealthy even for a Mexican, and we have among us fortunes far surpassing those of rich men among the Americans. In addition to my broad lands, my flocks and herds, I have some rich silver mines in Mexico, which alone bring me in far more than we can spend. The ransom that these brigands set upon my daughters was as nothing to me, and I would have paid it 5 times over had I been sure of recovering them. But, you see, this was what I was not sure of, and the fact that they had not asked more when they knew how wealthy I was, in itself assured me that they intended to play me false, and that it was their intention to keep them and to continue to extort further sums. You and your friends restored my daughters to me. Now, Signor Hugh, you are an English gentleman, and I know that you would feel the offer of any reward for your inestimable service as an insult, but your 3 companions are in a different position. 2 are minors, and 1 is a vaquero. I know well that in rendering me that service, there was no thought of gain in their minds, and that they risked their lives as freely as you did, and in the same spirit, that of a simple desire to rescue women from the hands of scoundrels. That, however, makes no difference whatever in my obligation towards them. My banker yesterday received the sum in gold that I directed him to obtain to pay the ransom, and I have today given him orders to place 3 sums of $25,000 each at their disposal, so that they need no longer lead their hard and perilous life, but can settle down where they will. I know the independence of the Americans, Senor, but I rely upon you to convince these 3 men that they can take this money without feeling that it is payment for their services. They have given me back my daughters at the risk of their lives, and they must not refuse to allow me in turn to make them a gift, which is but a small token of my gratitude, and will leave me still immeasurably their debtor. I will indeed do my best to persuade them to accept your gift, Don Ramon, and believe that I shall be able to do so. The doctor is a man of nearly 60, and Hallett is getting on in years, and it would be well indeed for them now to give up the hard life they have led for so long. As to Bill Royce, I have no doubt whatever. I have heard him say many a time that his greatest ambition is to settle down in a big farm, and this will enable him to do so in a manner surpassing anything he can ever have dreamt of. And now, Senor, about yourself. What you have just told us renders it far more difficult than I had hitherto thought. We have talked it over, I, my wife, Carlos, and my daughters. I knew that you were a gentleman, but I did not know that you were heir to property. I thought you were, like others of your countrymen, who, seeing no opening at home, had come out to make your way here. What we proposed was this, to ask you whether your inclinations had turned most to cattle breeding or to mining. In either case, we could have helped you on the way. Had you said ranching, I would have put you as manager on one of my largest ranches on such terms that you would in a few years have been its master. Had you said mining, I would have sent you down to my mine in Mexico, there to have first learned the nature of the work, then to have become manager, and finally to have been my partner in the affair. But now, what are we to do? You are going home, you have an estate awaiting you, and our intentions have come to naught. I am just as much obliged to you, Senor, as if you had carried them out, Hugh said warmly, and I thank you most deeply for having so kindly proposed to advance my fortunes. Had I remained here, I would indeed have accepted gratefully one or other of your offers. As it is, I shall want for nothing, and I can assure you I feel the small share I took in the rescue of your daughters is more than repaid by the great kindness that you have shown me. The next day, Hugh explained to 2 of his friends the gift that Don Ramon had made them. Bill Royce, to whom he first spoke, was delighted. Jehoshaphat, he exclaimed, that is something like. I thought when the judge here paid us over our share of the reward for the capture of those brigands that it was about the biggest bit of luck that I had ever heard of, but this beats all. That Don Ramon is a prince. Well, no more ranching for me. I shall go back east and buy a farm there. There was a girl promised to wait for me, but as that is 8 years ago, I don't suppose she has done it. Still, when I get back with $25,000 in my pocket, I reckon I shan't be long before I find someone ready to share it with me. And you say I can walk right into that bank and draw it in gold? Yes, you can, Bill, but I shouldn't advise you to do it. How am I to take the money then, Lightning? The bank will give you an order on some bank in New York, and when you get there, you can draw the money out as you like. Sim Hallett received the news in silence. Then he said, Well, Hugh, I don't see why we shouldn't take it. As Don Ramon says, it isn't much to him, and it is a big lump of money to us. I would have fought for the gals just as willing if they had been peons, but seeing as their father's got more money than he knows what to do with, it is reasonable and natural as he should want to get rid of the obligation to us. And anyhow, we saved him from having to pay $200,000 as a beginning, and perhaps as much as that over and over again afore he got them back. We had best say nothing to the doctor now his mind is set on one thing, and he is going to get well so as to carry it out. When that job is over, it will be time enough to tell him about this. I'm beginning to feel too stiff for work, and the doc was never good that way, and he is getting on now. I shall be able to persuade him when the time comes, and shall tell him that if he won't keep his money, I shall have to send mine back. But he is too sensible not to see, as I do, that it is reasonable on the part of the Don, and if he don't want it himself, he can give it to a hospital and share mine with me. I reckon we shall hang together as long as we both live, so you can tell the Don that it is settled, and that though we had no thought of money, we won't say no to his offer. Now that the doctor had made up his mind to live, he recovered with wonderful rapidity, and in a fortnight was ready to travel. Hugh took leave of Don Ramon and his family with great regret. They were all much affected at parting with him, and he was obliged to promise that if he ever crossed the Atlantic again, he would come and pay them a visit. Prince went back to his old stable, for the party were going to travel down the Rio Grande by boat. At Matamoros, the port at its mouth, they went by a coasting steamer to Galveston, and thence by another steamer to New York. Here Royce left them, and the other 3 crossed by a Cunarder to Liverpool. The The quiet and sea voyage quite restored the doctor, who was by far the most impatient of them to get to the journey's end. They had obtained a complete rig-out of what Sim called store clothes at New York, though Hugh had some difficulty in persuading him to adopt the white shirt of civilization. On arriving, Hugh wrote to Mr. Randolph saying that he had news of very great importance to communicate to him, but that he did not wish to appear at Carlisle until he had seen him, and therefore begged him to write and make an appointment to meet him at Kendal on the 3rd day after he received the letter. The answer came in due time. It was short and characteristic. My dear Hugh, I am delighted to hear that you are back in England again. You behaved like a fool in going away, and an even greater one in staying away so long. However, I will give you my opinion more fully when I see you. I am very glad, for many reasons, that you have returned. I can't think what you want to say to me, but I will arrive at Kendal by the train that gets in at 12 o'clock on Thursday next. When Mr. Randolph got out of the train at Kendal, Hugh was awaiting him on the platform. Bless me, is this you? He exclaimed as the young fellow strode up to him. You were a big lad when you left, but you are a big man now, and a Tunstall all over. Well, I have been gone nearly 3 years, you see, Mr. Randolph, and that makes a difference at my age. I am past 19. Yes, I suppose you are, now I think of it. Well, where are we to go? I have got a private sitting room at the hotel, and have 2 friends there whom I want to introduce you to. When I tell you that they have come all the way with me from Mexico to do me a service, they are, you will acknowledge, friends worth having. Well, that looks as if there were really something in what you have got to say to me, Hugh. Men don't take such a journey as that unless for some strong reason. What are your friends? For as I have no idea what you have been doing these 3 years, I do not know whether you have been consorting with princes or peasants. With a little of both, Mr. Randolph. One of my friends is a Californian miner, and as good a specimen of one as you can meet with. The other is a doctor, or rather, as I should say, has been a doctor, for he has ceased for some years to practice and has been exploring and mining. And they have both come over purely for the sake of doing you a service? Mr. Randolph asked, elevating his eyebrows a little. Simply that, Mr. Randolph, strange as it may appear to your legal mind. However, as this is the hotel where we are putting up, you won't be kept much longer in a state of curiosity. Sim and Doctor, this is my oldest friend and trustee, Mr. Randolph. Mr. Randolph, these are my 2 very good friends, Dr. Hunter and Mr. Sim Howlett. In the States, introductions are always performed ceremoniously, and the 2 men shook hands gravely with the lawyer. I said, Mr. Randolph, Hughes went on, that they were my good friends. I may add that they were also good friends of my late uncle, William Tunstall. Of your late uncle, Hugh? What are you thinking about? Why, he is alive and well, and more's the pity, he muttered to himself. I know what I am saying, Mr. Randolph. They were dear friends of my late uncle, William Tunstall, who was foully murdered in the town of Sacramento in California on his way to San Francisco in reply to your summons to return to England. Mr. Randolph looked in astonishment from one face to another as if to assure himself that he heard correctly, but their gravity showed him that he was not mistaken. Will Tunstall, murdered in California, he repeated. Then who is it that... The man who murdered him, and who, having possessed himself of his letters and papers, came over here and took his place, a gambler of the name of Simmons. My friend obtained a warrant from the sheriff at Sacramento for his arrest on this charge of murder, and for upwards of a year Dr. Hunter traveled over California and Mexico in search of him. It never struck them that it was anything but a case of murder for the money he had on him. The idea of the step Simmons really took, of personating the man he had murdered, never occurred to them. We met in New Mexico and were a considerable time together before they learned that my name was Tunstall, for out there men are known either by their Christian names or by some nickname. Then at once they said they had years before had a mate of the same name, and then gradually, on comparing notes, the truth came out. Well, Mr. Randolph murmured, seating himself helplessly in a chair. This is wonderful. You have taken away my breath. This is amazing indeed. I can hardly take it in yet, lad. You are sure of what you were saying? Quite sure that you are making no mistake? Quite certain. However, the doctor will tell you the story for himself. This the doctor proceeded to do, narrating the events at Cedar Gulch, how the murder had been discovered and the body identified, how a verdict of willful murder against some person unknown had been returned by a coroner's jury, how he and Sim Hallett had gone down to Sacramento, and how they had traced the deed to the gambler Simmons. "There can be no doubt," Mr. Randolph said when he concluded, "that it is as you say, and that this man is William Tunstall's murderer." "And we shall be able to bring him to justice, shall we not?" Hugh asked. "That was why I wanted you to meet me here, so that we could arrange to arrest him before he had any suspicion of my return." "Ah, that is a different thing altogether, Hugh. The evidence of your two friends and the confirmation that can doubtless be obtained from Sacramento as to the existence of the gravestone erected to William Tunstall and of the finding of the coroner's court will no doubt enable us to prove to the satisfaction of the courts here that this scoundrel is an impostor. But the murder case is different. In the first place, you would have to bring forward the charge and give your evidence in the United States and obtain an application for his extradition. British law has no jurisdiction as to a murder committed in a foreign country. Having set the United States authorities in action, you would return here and aid in obtaining an order from a magistrate here for that extradition. The evidence of your friends would doubtless be sufficient to induce a magistrate to grant such an order, and then he would be taken over to the States and, I suppose, sent down to California to be tried there. Your friends here will be best able to judge whether any jury out there would convict a man for murder committed 8 or 10 years ago, unless the very strongest evidence was forthcoming. It would be next to impossible to obtain the evidence of those people, the waiters and others, from whom your friends gleaned the facts that put them upon the trail of Simmons, and without that evidence there is no legal proof that would hang a man. Morally, of course, there would seem to be no doubt about it. He and you were in the mining camp together. He knew the object for which Will Tunstall was leaving for England, and that he was entitled to considerable property upon arriving here. He followed him down to Sacramento, or at any rate he went down at that time. They were together drinking. There your uncle was found murdered. This man appeared here with the letters that your uncle carried and obtained possession of the estate. It is a very strong chain of evidence, and were every link proved might suffice to hang him here. But at present you have no actual proof that Simmons ever was in Sacramento with him, or was the man he was drinking with, and even could you find the waiters and others, it is very unlikely that there would be any one to identify him after all this time. Simmons' counsel would argue that there was no proof whatever against his client, and he would, of course, claim that Simmons knew nothing about the murder, but that afterwards obtained the papers from the man who really committed the murder, and that the idea of coming over to England and personating Tunstall then for the first time occurred to him. So, I think you would find it extremely difficult to get a verdict out in California merely on the evidence of these two gentlemen, and of my own that he was possessed of a letter I wrote to Tunstall. But in any case, if you decide to have him arrested on the charge of murder, you will have to go back to California to set the law in motion there, to get the state authorities to apply to the supreme authorities of the United States to make an application to our government for his arrest and extradition. You must do all this before he has any idea that you have returned, or at any rate before he knows that you have any idea of his crime. Otherwise he will, of course, fly, and we shall have no means of stopping him, and he might be in Fiji before the application for his arrest was received here." Hugh and his companions looked helplessly at each other. This was an altogether unexpected blow. They had imagined they had but to give their evidence to ensure the arrest, trial, and execution of William Tunstall's murderer. The doctor's fingers twitched, and the look that Sim Hallett knew so well came into his eyes. He was about to spring to his feet when Sim touched him. "Wait, doctor," he said. "We will talk about that afterwards." "Then what do you advise, Mr. Randolph?" Hugh asked after a long pause. "I should say that for the present we should content ourselves with arresting him on the charge of impersonation and of obtaining possession of your uncle's estate by fraud. I think the proof we now have, in the evidence of these two gentlemen, and in this copy of the finding of the coroner's jury, will be quite sufficient to ensure his conviction, in which case he will get, I should say, 7 years penal servitude, perhaps 14. For although he will not be charged with that offense, the conviction that he murdered your uncle in order to obtain possession of the estate cannot but be very strong in the mind of the judge. Yes, I should think he would give him 14 years at least. We may, of course, want some other evidence that can be obtained from Sacramento, such as an official copy of the record of the proceedings at the coroner's inquest, but that would be a matter for counsel to decide. My own opinion is that the evidence of these two gentlemen that the William Tunstall who corresponded with your father, received my letter informing him of the will, and left the mining camp on his way to England, and was murdered on his way to Sacramento, was the real William Tunstall, will be quite sufficient. It is a very lucky thing for you, by the way, Hugh, that there were provisions in your father's will that if William Tunstall died without issue, his half of the property came back to you, for that clause has effectually prevented him from selling his estate, which he would have done long ago had it been possible to do so. To my knowledge, he has tried over and over again, and that clause has always prevented it. He has raised a little money on his life interest, but that will of course have no claim on the estate now. Now, what do you say? It is for you to decide. In the one case, you will have an enormous amount of trouble, and you may finally fail in getting an American jury to find this man guilty of the murder, and in any case, if they do find him so, they will not execute him for a murder committed so long ago, and it is probable that he will get off with imprisonment for life, and may be acquitted altogether. On the other hand, if you have him arrested at once here on the charge of impersonation and fraud, he is morally certain of getting a sentence which, at his age, will be pretty nearly equivalent to imprisonment for life. I certainly think that is the best plan, Hugh agreed. Don't you think so? He asked, turning to the others. I think so, Sim Hallett said at once, and even the doctor, though less readily, agreed. Since his last illness he had changed a good deal. He had no longer fits of abstraction, and was brighter and more cheerful than Sim Hallett had ever seen him before. The loss of blood and the low fever that had brought him to death's door had apparently relieved his brain of a load that had for years oppressed it. Let it be so, he said reluctantly. Had we met out in the West, it would have been different, but as it is, perhaps it is best. Late that evening, the party proceeded to Carlisle, and early the next morning, Mr. Randolph went with the others to one of the county magistrates, and after laying all the facts before him, obtained a warrant for the arrest of John Simmons, alias William Tunstall. I must congratulate you, Mr. Tunstall, the magistrate said to Hugh after he had signed the warrant, upon your discovery. This scoundrel has been a disgrace to your name. He has been for years a consorter with betting men and blacklegs, and stands in the worst odor. It is said that he has mortgaged his life interest in the estates and completely ruined himself. Mr. Randolph nodded. Yes, I believe he is pretty well at the end of his tether, and at any moment he might be turned out of Burnside. Well, there is an end to all that, the magistrate said, and the men who have proved themselves even sharper rogues than he is will be disappointed. I am sorry for the person who has passed as your aunt, for I know that she is spoken well of by the people in the neighborhood, and I fancy she has had a very hard time of it with him. But of course she must have been his accomplice in this impersonation of your uncle. I am sorry for her, very sorry, Hugh said. She was always most kind to me, and I have reason to believe that she did all in her power to protect me from him. You see, at my death he would have inherited the whole property, and we now know that he was not a man to stick at anything. I am sure that she acted in fear of him. I have private reasons for believing so too, Mr. Randolph said, for, unless I am greatly mistaken, she has deposited a document that, in case of her death, would have exposed the whole plot in the hands of some legal friends of mine. However, we will not occupy your time any longer, but will start at once with a couple of constables to execute this warrant. Returning to Carlisle, Mr. Randolph secured the services of 2 constables, and hiring vehicles, they started at once for Burnside. On arriving there, Mr. Randolph said to the servant, "Announce me to Mr. Tunstall. Do not say that I am not alone." Following him closely, they went across the hall, and as he opened the door and announced Mr. Randolph, the others entered. The man was standing on the hearthrug. The woman looked flushed and excited. They were evidently in the midst of a quarrel. Simmons looked up in angry surprise when the party entered. "Do your duty," Mr. Randolph said to one of the constables. "John Simmons, I arrest you under a warrant on the charge of impersonation and fraud." A deep Mexican oath burst from the lips of the man. Then he stood quiet again. "Who dares bring such a charge against me?" he asked. "I do," Hugh said, stepping forward, "and these are my witnesses, men who knew you at Cedar Gulch and who identified the body of my murdered uncle." "Traitress!" Simmons exclaimed in Mexican, and in an instant his arm was stretched out and there was a report of a pistol. "And she sent you out!" he exclaimed, turning to Hugh, but as he was in the act of again raising his arm there was the report of another pistol, and he fell shot through the brain. The others stood stupefied at the sudden catastrophe, but the doctor said quietly, "I saw his hand go behind him, and knew he was up to mischief. I ought not to have waited. It is always a mistake to wait in these cases." Hugh sprang forward towards the woman who had been kind to him, but she had fallen back in her chair. The gambler's bullet had done its work. It had struck her on the temple, and death had been instantaneous. The excitement in the county when the news spread of what had taken place at Burnside was great indeed, and the revelations made before the coroner's jury greatly added to it. They returned a verdict that Lola Simmons had been willfully murdered by John Simmons, and that the latter had come by his death at the hands of Frank Hunter, who had justifiably shot at and killed him while opposing by armed means the officers of the law, and that no blame attaches to the said Frank Hunter. When all was over, Hugh was warmly congratulated by the gentlemen who had come in to be present at the inquest, upon his recovery of the whole of his father's estate, and upon his escape from the danger he had certainly run at the hands of the murderer of his uncle. He was much affected by the death of the woman he still thought of as his aunt, and the document that she deposited at the lawyer's in London showed how completely she had acted under fear of her husband, and that she had knowingly risked her life to save his. The doctor and Sim Howlett remained for a fortnight with him at Burnside. He had urged upon them to make it their home for a while and to settle near him, but at the end of that time the doctor said to him one evening, "Sim and I have talked matters over, Hugh, and we have made up our minds. I have heard from him that we are each the owners of $25,000. I should not have taken it had I known it at the time, but I should not like to hurt the Don's feelings by sending it back now, and perhaps it will do more good in my hands than in his. So Sim and I are going back to California. We shall buy a place near the spot where I lived so many years ago. Sim tells me he has told you the story. And there we shall finish our days. When we die, the money will go to charities. That is our plan, lad. We shall find plenty to help, and what with that and a little gardening, our time will be well occupied, and Sim and I will have plenty in the past to look back upon and talk about." And so a week later they sailed. Hugh went with them to Liverpool and saw them off, and then traveled for a time on the continent, for Burnside was repugnant to him after the tragedy that had been enacted there. On his return he went down to Norfolk and stayed for some time with Luscombe, and the visit was so pleasant that it was repeated whenever he happened to be in England. 3 years later he had crossed the Atlantic again. He traversed the States more easily now, for the railway across was almost completed. After spending a month in California with the doctor and Sim Howlett, whom he found well and happy, he visited Don Ramon at El Paso. There had been changes here, for both Don Carlos and his 2 sisters were married, and all insisted upon his being their guest for a time. His first visit after his return to England was again to Norfolk. It was a short but important one, and on its termination he went back to Burnside to give orders for many changes and alterations that were to be made with all speed in view of the coming of a new mistress. It had for some time past been apparent to Luscombe that the remark he had laughingly made years before on the banks of the Canadian was likely to bear fruit, and that his sister Phyllis constituted no small portion of the attraction that brought Hugh down to Norfolk. Indeed, before leaving for the States, Hugh had chatted the matter over with him. "Of course, you have seen, Luscombe, how it has been. I shall be 23 by the time I get back, which is quite young enough for a man to talk about marriage. As soon as I do, I shall ask Phyllis." "Just as well to wait, Hugh. It seems to me that you and Phyllis pretty well understand each other, but I don't see any use in engagements till one can fix a date for the marriage, and as you have made up your mind to go on this trip, it will save you both a lot of trouble in the way of writing to leave it alone until you come back. It is a horrid nuisance to keep on writing letters when you are traveling. Besides, you know the governor has strong ideas against early marriages, and will think you quite young enough then, and so I should say, leave it as it stands." And so Hugh had left it, but it is doubtful whether he had left Phyllis quite in ignorance of what would be said on his return. At any rate, no time was required by her before giving an answer to the question when it was put, and 2 months later the marriage took place. Many as were the presents that the bride received, they were thrown completely into the shade by that which arrived as a joint gift from Don Ramon and his family a few days before the wedding, being sent by their order from Tiffany's, the great jeweler of New York. It consisted of a case of jewelry of extraordinary value and magnificence, and was, as Mr. Luscombe senior remarked, suitable rather for a princess of royal blood than for the wife of a Cumberland squire. The return of Mr. and Mrs. Tunstall after the termination of their honeymoon to Burnside was hailed with great rejoicing by the tenantry, who were happy to know that the old state of things had at last returned, and that a resident landlord with an English wife would in future be established in the family mansion. The end. End of Chapter 20. End of Redskin and Cowboy, A Tale of the Western Plains by G.A. Henty. Read by Dory Smith.